And we are back. Hello and welcome to the EMEA Continentals 2026, sponsored by Null Signal. I am Extract.
I am Komodo, and this is Biowork.
And we are coming to you on the final day of the EMEA 2026.
Yeah, we have the last round of Swiss today, where we're going to find out exactly who has made Top Cut, and it's going to be a very big bubble today.
It is indeed. So we will swap over to the. Let's see if we can get Cobra up.
There we go.
There we go. We have a Cobra. So this is the current standings such as they are. So I'm told by the Cut Maths wizards, if my mouse will behave, that everyone that is on 21 points by the end of this of this final round will be in a position to go forward into the cut, or at least be in the bubble.
Yes.
It's probably going to be a fairly sizable bubble by the looks of it.
It looks like we're going to have quite a few IDs in the top tables to guarantee in, which might be there's only going to be 3 or 4 people in the bubble who will get in.
Yeah, so it's going to it is going to be a tough one, and we're seeing a good variety of IDs here. We've got some Alco, we've got Mercury, we've got Sebastian, we've got all the factions.
We've got a pretty good split so far. We'll see how many of these translate. We know at least the top 4, so we're definitely going to have 2 Alcos, 1 PD, 1 Ob, and then a Seb, Mercury, Lou, and another Mercury in the top. Very cool to see Mercury doing this well. It's been a while since Mercury's really done any sort of high placement like this.
Oh, and it looks like we're going straight into a match. So let us load up.
Oh.
Yeah, we're seeing movement on the tables. So let's get that loaded up, and we are just going to load up our screen so we can actually see it as well. That would be quite helpful, wouldn't it?
And let's see who we have on stream.
Right. So, apologies, we are in a bit of a rush this morning, so we are just setting stuff up at the same time as talking to you.
Live.
We are doing it live.
So this is Mr. Velis versus Bucket Hat Ben.
Okay.
Which is an Ob versus Lou.
Oh, this should be a good one. This should be a good one.
Well, apparently, although I see PD on the table, so have I been told the wrong table?
Okay, no worries. Bear with us. Doing it live. Corpse can't keep us down. We will absolutely get you this content.
Yeah, I am being told it's Ob versus Lou, but that is definitely a PD identity.
Maybe potentially some. I mean, if Ob could recur a card every time an agenda was scored on top of its ability, that would be pretty strong.
That would be very, very good.
So I have a sneaking suspicion we've not quite got the right information.
This might be Motion Blur versus Keyboard Carnage.
Okie dokie.
Let me double check with our wonderful scouts.
Yes, this is Motion Blur versus Cable Carnage.
Yes, this is table 11.
Okie dokie. Let's get some names in there.
I believe we have seen one of these on stream yesterday. I think that was Cable Carnage. Yeah, I think that should be on. So this will be the first PD we've seen on stream, and it's probably likely that this is going to be whatever has happened to Combo PD, which now that it has lost red level clearance, a lot of people are playing Corporate Hospitality as a way to recur items from the bin, but it's not quite been doing as well from what I've heard. A lot of people have pivoted off it, but we are seeing it here, so it might still convert.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, apologies. You can hear me clicking away in the background, trying to make sure that all of the correct pieces are in the place. So we have Motion Blur on PD, and we have Cable Carnage on Lou, which is an Anarch ID. That's how that works. I play Netrunner.
There's only, what, 7 factions we have to remember? Like, that's kind of...
And the 3 mini-factions.
And the 3 mini-factions. Well, I don't remember those. I'm too young.
You weren't around for the mini-faction days?
I wasn't around for the mini-factions,
The days of Adam?
Yeah, the days of
and
war
others.
and rationing.
Apex and Sunny, of course. Right, so we are just setting up. So, as we were saying in our preamble, the aim of the game gets 21 points and more. There are a fair few people already at 21 points. There are a few people over 21 points. They are definitely IDing because they're more or less guaranteed to get in. But there is one round left, or round 10 of 10 before we get to the top 16. So there is still lots to play for. There are also prizes going into the top half. So all in all, pretty much everyone who is playing today has a reason to win. They've got that drive. They've got that spirit. They want to absolutely win. Even if it's just for prizes rather than top cut, there is still lots to play for. So we're just shuffling up before we get started.
Now, this is a relatively interesting matchup. Just in the fact of, well, this is a PD that just doesn't really care about the assets it has in its remote servers. It just cares about the fact that they are there. Flood the Market, of course, is the main power card that enables the combo deck, essentially allowing you to place up to 5 advancement counters. As long as you have 5 servers that have an asset and a remote and an ice, you can place any amount of advancement counters based on how much board state you have built.
That is quite a lot of advancement counters.
It's a lot.
I think there's a few things you could score with that.
Yeah, and especially if we score a train from that and get a click back, using the number of click compression, different ways of cheating clicks that HB has access to, we can essentially aim to score up to 6 points in one turn in just one big old combo, playing nano management, sometimes playing Bass, synchro cyclotron to make the Flood the Market 1 click cheaper. So we can just use that to just completely pop off. And all the runner has to do is trash essentially every single server there is.
Yeah, so looking through the PD list, we've got Millard City, Luxury Line, Midnight 3 Arcology, just getting that draw in off that 4-2. Let them dream.
Ooh, it does look like this is not a combo PD. This is more of a traditional kind of just rush PD. I
mean, I know Motion Blur is from my local meta. I've played with him a lot over the years, and he's a very sensible player. He doesn't like flashy tricks or stuff that's inconsistent. He likes nice, consistent play that is strong and very powerful. But so does Cable Carnage. These are two very good players going toe to toe in the run up.
And we saw Cable Carnage yesterday in round 1 of Swiss, where his very reg Lou just absolutely took apart a knob with just careful, efficient, economical play. And it'll be interesting to see if he can keep this up here against a deck that just wants to go fast, where that kind of careful play is like, well, if you do that, you're going to be too slow and I'm going to win faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it being a bit more of a closed one remote PD, there is a chance that Lou may not get quite as much of an ability for the ID to shine as it would do in a traditional flood the market, kind of going sideways deck.
One of the big issues with this kind of Reg Anarch at the moment is it can be a little slow to set up to find all the breakers. And this is exactly the kind of question Rush PD asks of you. It forces you to go fast, and if you do manage to find those breakers, it forces you to have the money to use them regularly. If you sit on the agenda from the remote, you get past the Mana Garma, you get past the Void that might be there, well, they're just going to put another agenda in. So let them dream. You got 1 point. Good job. Do it again.
Yeah, and again.
And again. So it might just be sometimes with this kind of deck, the best way to do it is to take one thing from the remote and pivot to centrals, get as much multi-access as you can, and win off that before they can score out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, players just doing a bit of table talk. These players both know each other. They would have played dozens of times before, and just shuffling on decks and getting ready, and just looking at the standings for these two. So just so we've got an idea of what's on the line, where is Cable Carnage?
So these are both players who are on
18 points.
So whoever wins this has a chance of being in. It was going to make it to the bubble and a
Yeah.
chance of converting to the cut. So this is a significant. This is an important game for both of them.
Yeah, this is very much them fighting for their lives to
Yep.
to remain.
They are fighting
remain-
for a chance at the cut.
Yeah.
And it's a very hotly contested cut. There's a very good chance that whoever wins this still doesn't make it, but it's
I
worth
think-
fighting for.
I think spiritually we have to.
Spiritually, you have to root for it. Yeah.
We have to root for the player for whoever wins this on stream to make it all the way all the way
Listen.
through.
I respect anyone that makes it into the cut without IDing. That's the proper way to do it. That's the true way. None of this IDing nonsense. Win and in. That's what you should be doing.
I mean, it's well earned, but I mean, there's a lot to be said for having a nice chill morning ID. Go get some breakfast, and then you're all well rested for the cut. Whereas these two players are whoever wins and potentially makes it into the cut is going to be amped up. Maybe expended some energy because it's going to be a long cut.
It is going to be a very long cut. It is going to be, I believe, 8 rounds of cut, and at this level is going to be a very taxing one.
Okay, and we have a start. So we've gone straight into a install on HB side. Cable Carnage coming in and contesting.
We get the immediate Sleipnir res on click 1.
I'm gonna have to look up Sleipnir because I can't remember off the top
It
of my
is one of the most prolific new pieces of ice from Vantage Point. It has become a very quick stable. It's a cheap, very expensive to break code gate with efficient subroutines.
I see, and that's
Resing a Tranquility Grid and installing in there.
Oh, this is just classic
Just getting
classic
that money set up.
2021 and one PD here. Just Tranquility Grid. It's a pain in the trash, but it earns the corp just a little bit of money.
Popping a
Okay.
Gatch upon there from Lou.
Okay.
Do we see anything interesting? That's a Keiko Boomerang and a Sure Gamble. That is not great. We do see an Echelon as the only installable there, so we get the Echelon down, but that's not what you want to see this early, especially paying a credit for it.
Yeah, and the question is what you're going to get rid of because you really don't want to
You
get
kind of
rid
want
of that.
most of these. Maybe the steel skin isn't that important, but it looks like we are removing. Yeah, we're removing the steel skin. Oh no, those are going back.
We're keeping the steel skin and the pinhole,
Pinhole for a thing.
and then 3 cards that you really want to hold on to. Keiko,
Keiko,
probably the right choice, even though it's painful to get rid of that boomerang and that short gamble.
The amount of money Keiko can generate over the course of a game is going to outstrip Short Gamble if you find her quickly enough.
Yeah, but the question is, can you find her quickly enough?
Yeah. This is a problem we saw with Lou yesterday of just struggling to find the right breakers into Banga, and it just wouldn't show up. So it might see a repeat of that here. The pinhole is very important to keep just because of how we need to contest Managarm, we need to contest Void, we need to contest so many different assets.
You do not want to be doing Managarm the hard way, so we have
Gourmand. Second
another
Sleipnir.
Oh.
We don't get the shuffle because nothing is in archives, but that is still a very nasty face check early. And running R&D, seeing 1 card, thinking about gourmanding it. We are trashing a Spin Doctor for 2, so getting that Lou draw and a 1 credit rebate. Going
back in and back in.
We are stealing
Midnight.
that is a Midnight Arcology. So this might be a kind of Shoot the Moon style deck on YDLs to draw massive amounts of cards off a single score, and then play YDL to get credits equal to the amount of cards in hand, which is a very ruthless way of getting so much money quickly.
Well, speaking of money, Motion Blur is just flat broke here. So
Yeah.
install,
And a YDL.
And there's a YDL. I mean, the base YDL on PD is pretty strong anyway because you are playing it with 5 cards in hand.
Going back on R&D.
So
Trashing another Spin Doctor.
Oh, it's all the recursion basically gone.
Unless they're on a corporate hospitality, which is very possible.
I mean, they do have the recursion on their ID. I doubt
Also,
they're going to be recurring a Spin Doctor, but they could if they wanted to.
To be fair, this deck isn't too reliant on Spin Doctors. It wants to go fast, and with a 6 hand size of PD, you are relatively safer from flooding.
Yep. So taking out
Pinholing that Grid. Yep.
Correct.
Seeing as that's the backbone of PD's economy right now, on 5 credits, killing that is very important.
Indeed.
And we've stolen a train that is already up to 5 points, just of singles from R&D. This is really good aggression here from Cable Carnage, recognizing that this is a fast deck, and now that we have those 5 points, it's going to be so hard for Motion Blur to set up and protect their remote from being stolen from.
Yeah, because typically you
Do pop a humanoid resources there as well. This game is going very quickly.
So we're another YDL.
Install into the YDL of humanoid. Very good humanoid trigger. So Lou doesn't have any way into these servers just yet.
Yeah. So, Lou doesn't have any ways into the servers, and they got an echelon.
Got an echelon. We do have 4 counters on that fermenter, so we're gonna have money. There's a rising tide.
Okay. So we're starting to get back in.
Still looking for our code break.
Is that another? Is that?
That is another trank grid. So.
Oh, okay. Just chaining those out.
Yep. Very much the backbone of PD's economy in these matchups.
Yeah, but PD needs to get their skates on and something.
Needs to go either very, very quickly now, or figure out how to lock Lou out, which, with the power Reg Anarch can do with its economy, it's going to be hard to figure that out. But it looks like we're going to try for a lockout.
Okay, so I mean,
just icing centrals, protecting the trank grid from pinhole with the Archives ice, and a second ice in R&D, and we are finally starting to get the economy to justify resing this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a big part of the PD economy has been taken away from it. It doesn't have off-world office anymore, which was more or less. We just score one of those, and that's just you set for the rest of the game. The forward tempo will just keep carrying you forward, but this is it's a tough spot for PD, but there's still everything to play for. They can absolutely recover. Trickster Tucker coming down, hitting the table, going to be fueling those runs when they do start getting made.
And that is a 10 credit fermenter we have just popped, which that feels good. Feels extremely good. We have a massive hand discarding a lot of cards to hand side. There's a daily cast, there's a twinning being discarded, which implies you might have another one in hand, or we're just going to go for a strategy of locking out the remote.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in 4 points, you're in a bit more of a commanding position. You don't necessarily have to go quite aggressive. Okay, motion blur pushing
something. This could be a push saying you don't have the boomerang, you don't have the buzzsaw yet. It could also be a let them dream, which doesn't actually help Cable Carnage at all here. You need more than 1 point.
I don't know, if you're installing one of your precious mana guns and another piece of ice, I feel like this is a score that you want to score.
That's possible, but if Cable Carnage gets in there and steals a Let Them Dream, this is going to cost so much for him.
This is true.
And it may be that kind of bluff is the thing PD needs to pull back into this. We're playing a seamless, we're scoring, and it's a Let Them Dream.
So fetching the agenda.
Are we going to see an immediate jam off it, or are we going to bottom a card?
So first
checking Archives to get what we want back from PD. It's probably going to be a seamless. Yep, pulling the seamless back to hand. Classic PD. We have declined to fire out Let Them Dream, so we're not searching, we're not bottoming.
I think that's telegraphing there's an agenda at hand.
I think so as well.
So if Cable Carnage takes that and gets that read and then starts attacking...
It could also be no agenda in hand and don't want to find them, but not bottoming is definitely interesting. Maybe we just don't want to reduce density to the point we can't find agendas ourselves and jam them.
Yeah, because bear in mind, PD is a short deck. It's 44 cards rather than the usual 49. So if they're running all two-pointer agendas, that's 10 of them. If they're running a couple of three pointers, like the we can tell you for certain if they're running, because we have the lists. So it is it's all.
We have 2 trains that are 3 pointers, and then we have the 6 2-pointers from Midnight.
Yes, 8 agendas. Excuse me. So you don't, and 2 are gone, and 3 are gone already. So there's only 5. So maybe you don't want to. Maybe you don't want to bottom at this point. You want to make absolutely sure you can get an agenda as quickly as possible. So Cable Carnage just continuing to set up. We've got the Cementers ticking. We've got the twinning. We've got the Paladins. We've got the Tricksters. We're looking very solid.
We just need to find that buzzsaw and probably a tungsten, because breaking Sleipnir for 5 credits is generally not great, not a very sustainable way to get past PD. We do have a 2 strength rising tide now. That fermenter is ticking up. Twinning counters coming down, so very, very strong position for Cable Carnage here. It's going to be hard for Motion Blur to recover from this position, I think. Even with a strong sweat, even with a couple of scores, you can't... There's a certain inevitability Cable Carnage can build up with this engine.
Yeah, definitely. So we've definitely built up a very strong board today. So a YDL
Wying for 4 credits, which is not the best YDL you can get, but it's credits is credits, and with this much
we're
unresed
pushing
ice,
for
you need
another
them.
one. Pushing for another one.
Pushing behind that Sleipnir,
So
just gear checking the runner right now.
So the key thing is the runner is on 11 credits. Now, if my maths is correct, that is 6 plus 2 plus 3. So 6 for a brand potentially.
Mm-hmm.
2 for a Managam.
Oh, it's an MIC. We are going to lose our entire turn. We are spending a Trixie credit just to get the twinning counter, but that is a pretty nasty face check. He's very much just completely reliant on code gates right now, and the buzzsaw are not showing up.
Yeah, that's yeah, no, yeah. I mean that first Gachapon was just so painful. You just couldn't not seeing what you need.
Yeah, the early echelon, and just you need buzz. This is the problem with Ragnarok. Sometimes the breakers just don't show up.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going into the tank a little bit, having a think.
And are we popping that fermenter? Popping the fermenter for 3 or 6 credits, maybe. Or even 4 credits. That's
I
a very
think it's 4 credits. So we see seamless advance, classic.
scoring the midnight free arcology. So we are now on 4 points.
Now.
But yeah, so we're now drawing a massive amount of cards, and we don't have to discard at the end of the turn, which is a very fun agenda. It's one of my favourite HB agendas, and I'm glad to see it getting some play here. And is that a YDL? Oh, we're pulling the YDL back to hand off the score, so we're going to get the big YDL from that midnight. Yeah, a lot of credits coming in for the corp next turn. Feels like this is the point you do have to pressure, just because next turn, all the ice is going to be easily resable. We are boomeranging. Where's it going? We're running HQ. We're going to sweep HQ here. Gourmand comes down, trying to hit the YDL potentially, or a Seamless. This is a really good run.
Yeah.
If you hit the right card and knock it out of hand, that is going to be really difficult for PD to recover from.
Giving them the draw, which is an interesting one. Pete just doing a motion magic, just doing a quick count. See how many cards are left in the deck, work out some identities.
Not wanting them to shuffle back an agenda from hand that you could potentially steal, but now it's going to be harder to find that Seamless, to find that YDL. Sleipnir is just such a good piece of ice. But let's see what we get. We're going to see 3 cards here.
3
out of
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
A ridiculous hand.
A quarter of the corpse deck.
It's a 10-card HQ.
So this is, for all intents and purposes, this is basically just
we hit a drafter. We are
Sign.
gourmanding the drafter, so we are not going to be able to hit the YDL. We can't hit the Seamless, but
I mean, this is kind of hitting the YDL by just getting rid of it.
Yeah, 1 card less is 1 credit left. What else do we see?
That drafter has been eaten. We see
a humanoid. That is a very good hit there.
Yeah.
Still not exactly what you want,
the corp
but
wants to play that right now, because the corp's wanting to push.
Rolling what I hope is a D10 for this hand, and that's a hedge fund. Oh.
Or honk fund.
Honk fund. The little goose on it. Excellent all art. But yeah, this is honestly not what you wanted from that HQ run. All the important cards that we know are in hand, just dodging it thanks to the sheer size of HQ. Turns out free multi-access is not enough for a 10-card HQ to really care about. But yeah, this is now a very tight game. All Motion Blur has to do is stick 1 train and have 2 Seamlesses in hand, which we can generally expect there to be. And that's it. Can we just... So if Buzzsaw doesn't show up in the next turn, if we see a jam, Motion Blur can just win. Gachapon comes down, that can help find the Buzzsaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? Well, I think at this point, this is everything on Cable Carnage, either having to boomerang into R&D and hope for a dig there, boomerang into the remote if there's a jam and hope that that unres dice isn't a code gate, or try and just dig for this Buzzsaw. And I think you have to find the Buzzsaw, otherwise you're looking at a complete lockout. It could just be power draw if you don't find it, but Cable's gone through quite a lot of the deck now. There's a decent chance that it's going to be off this Gachapon draw, and at that point you do have the ability to start locking the corp down.
Yeah, definitely. But you gotta find the find that Buzzsaw first, and probably the tungsten.
Looks like there are 16 cards left in the runner deck, so 2 in 16 of those, 1 in 8 odds of there being a Buzzsaw on the top. With a Gachapon, we're gonna find it, surely, unless they've been shuffled or cut to the bottom, which is very skillful play from Motion Blur.
Motion Blur would never do anything so underhanded. He's an honest player.
And we are doing a lot of math apparently on the table.
Gotta love some barrier.
Classic, the worst part of Netrunner, everyone agrees, is doing maths. I prefer to just send it and pray I've got enough credits.
I mean, it's
That's the real way to do it.
It's the classic Aldershot way of breaking through things. You have either no credits, some credits, or lots of credits.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you've got a big pile, you can probably get through. We are YDLing for a ridiculous number, which I believe is going to be 8 credit YDL. YDL for 6 net.
Slightly less ridiculous number following that run.
But still very, very good. You're happy with that. And this is now probably enough credits for at least both those unresed ice to be resed, and probably enough to win the game from there with seamlesses. So we're pretty set up, and we are jamming, taking 2 from Trankgrid. I'd be curious to see if this is a train or another Let Them Dream here, because it's very plausible this remote can be cracked by Cable Carnage this turn. But of course, the train wins you the game. Let Them Dream just brings you 1 point closer.
Yeah, definitely. So Sleipnir is a problem.
Sleipnir is the problem. That unresed ice. At this point, I don't think you're too scared.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
a third ice.
Now, this is the point where this server becomes too taxing. We can assume that is definitely a Managarm in the remote.
Yeah, no, this is. I think this game is 100% on Centrals, and on 5 points, Cable Carnage just needs to touch 1 agenda. That's it.
Or, well, touch 1 non-Let Them Dream, and there's 2 more of those in the deck.
That's very true.
But Cable Carnage can dream of touching 2 of them. That's what the card is for.
Right, we're Gachaponing.
We see Steel Skin. I think that is a Buzzsaw, so we have found it.
There's the Buzzsaw.
Buzzsaws come down finally, paying 2 credits for that off Paladin.
Yeah, do you hold the pinhole here?
I think you probably do. You need to kill them. Killing the Managarm is probably going to be cheaper, but it's hard to say based on the Archives ice. And we do want to get a Tungsten down as well to make those...
Goldline going back in.
Make
pinhole
those
going back
cheap.
and back in.
Removing Nuka and Buzzsaw. Yeah, there's barely any cards left in the deck. You don't need Nuka now.
No. Especially with your rig set up, your wallet full of cash, your companions providing you aid. Like you are set. Cable Carnage is very set here. So, on 4 points, Motion Blur is very much on the back foot.
Yeah.
If he can score this agenda, I think that'll turn it quite a lot, because then you're in the realms of everything that goes in the remote has to be checked.
We do have a judge call at the moment, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Just seeing all that before it gets resolved.
We shall just...
Yeah, if we go to a quick break while this is sorted out.
We will be back. Well, let's have a look at us.
See
how we're doing.
The real people you want to see.
The talent.
The talent, the face.
Okay, so just going through. Oh, it looks like we're back in the game.
Goodbye.
That was a
very table.
very quick judge call. Okay, so we are back on line. Yep. Okay, perfect. So not entirely sure what that judge call was reserving. Yep, we're back on.
Yep, and players now being resumed that we are back from the break. So I think we are probably going to see a run from Cable Carnage here.
Yeah.
It depends. 2 unresed ice into PD with 8 credits, even with Trickster, that's going to be tricky. The Sleipnir alone is going to be at least 4 credits to break with Buzzsaw.
Yeah.
So going into the tank here, thinking about how to deal with this. Checking Archives. Trying to figure out what could possibly be in there.
Okay, checking Archives. Yeah, I mean, sometimes something will get pitched, but there's only 1 seamless in the bin.
So there could easily be 2 in hand. This could be a train, and you need to get into that server with either 5 credits or 2 clicks remaining. And given Cable is on 8 credits, that's going to be really hard to do. We can't really I don't think we have the clicks to install tungsten and still make it through this to make those
No.
stingers cheaper.
I just don't think it's. I don't think it's doable. So I think you have to.
There are
Where's
free
the
credits.
tungsten?
Tungsten is coming down, so I think we will see a run. This makes these code gates very cheap to break now. That's 1 credit if you just want to break the end of the run, or 2 if you want to kill all the subroutines.
Yeah.
It looks like we are maybe running R&D, checking how many cards are left in the
Yeah, because the
deck.
difficulty is if you run R&D, you can only run it last click because otherwise it's gonna pop that.
Yeah, you need to.
Oh no, you have to run it second to last click because MIC is its ability is if you end the run unless a runner spends a click. So if you run it to 2 clicks setup because if this is the last turn.
Especially given you need a spare click to steal a train, so you need to run that second click. If there is an MIC on the remote as well, that can be really brutal.
Yeah, I think I don't want to call it too early, but this is looking really favour for Motion Blur right now.
Yeah, this is if that is a train, I think there's a very good chance he can keep it safe this turn. But we'll have to see. Cable Carnage very deep in the tank, thinking about running this. Yep, he's running the remote.
Yeah.
We do have the credits to res probably most of this. We have 8 credits to spend total.
Yeah.
Between Taka and Tide.
So let's do a bit of our own maths.
Yep.
So you need if you're going seamless advanced, you need 3 credits.
Yeah.
Which means you have 5 really to play with. If you're wanting to res Managarm, which you kind of need to, that's 2. Problem. If you res Managarm, Carnage can just spend the 5.
Yeah.
Actually, no, because they need to get through a certain minutes. So I think you can just res the Managarm here.
You can probably afford that. Well, we do have actually. It looks like that is a 5 credit token there. So
no,
we do have
Taka,
13 credits. Resing
There's the
Drafter,
Drafter,
so that is
okay.
just 2 credits to break. But that brings us down to 6 credits, which means a Bran is probably going to be stop this here. And it's a Bran. Leaving the court with 4 credits left, which is enough to score a train here.
Seems advance.
Fully fires, so we're getting the extra ice. If this is a train, that might just be the game-winning run, unless Cable Carnage can make a run into R&D.
Yeah, not installing anything from Central Switch. Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think that server needs anything else.
We're finalitying. Okay.
Oh, exciting! So we are going to be seeing 7 cards? No, 6 cards.
We have to get in
6
first.
cards.
We have to get in first.
Trashing MIC. We
With
probably
the spare
can't
click?
afford to res this ice. So we are down to 1 click left, I believe, which is enough to steal a train. It's a hedge fund.
Miss.
It looks like
Yeah, they're flipping it and flipping over.
because we know this is it.
And
it's
that's
the
it. That's the
arcology!
game.
Very well played from Cable Carnage there.
Excellently played from both.
Oof, it looks like there were 2 agendas in the top.
Oh, I mean, when you're seeing most of the deck like that, you're just going like the chance of hitting it is so good. But
Absolutely brutal game there. It looked so heavily favoured to Canewall at the start, but
yeah, back
very
and forth
well
that game.
played to. This is how PD can just rush it out. The fact that the buzzsaw did not come down quickly enough made that so difficult to get into.
Yeah, but once it did come down, you had all your breakers. You were just ready to attack and Taka making everything very cheap. Tungsten Taylor making everything very cheap. The Anarch rig, once it is set up, is so cheap. So Cable Carnage will advance to 21 points.
Yep, which puts him with a chance of getting into the cut.
With a chance. Looking back at Cobra, yeah, I'm seeing. So already there are 12 people on 21 points.
Yeah.
A few people on 2 people on 19. Let me just load up Cobra here. There we go. 2 people on 19 and a whole lot of people.
So many people
on
in
18.
contention. Shall we see if any of the pairings have reported?
Yeah, let's have
from
a quick
the top
look
tables.
At that.
So we can see quite a few IDs.
Yeah.
So we know all of these people are in the top cut.
So top 10 all decided to ID. Then Augustus
Caesar has one, which I think does mean he's probably going to be in the cut. I don't quite remember his point totals, but that should take him above.
And then Byron versus Meteor still playing. Still a lot of games going on. So It is going to be a busy day. We
A
have
lot of people going to be refreshing the Cut Watch page, checking their chances.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a wonderful day. We're going to have more net run if you coming up soon as we go into the top
Cut,
16.
which will probably be in about an hour to 90 minutes. So
yes,
rejoin us then,
because there will be a break after this race. So we'll see you in an hour or so. Stick around.
No, we are still.
Oh, have we got sound?
We have
got
sound.
Can-
We have sound.
Chat, can you hear us? We've just thrown off the corporate saboteurs. We are back.
We found the microphone cable.
It was a bit more complicated than that. We had to purge some
We
viruses.
did have to purge viruses. Someone had to go on a quest. It was very exciting.
It was indeed.
High casualty rate.
Indeed,
But we did it.
Can we confirm? We have sound.
We have sound. Excellent.
Wonderful.
Chat
We are
agrees.
back. Okay, we'll start over.
fantastic.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's a shame chat didn't hear our fantastic spiel earlier, and will never be heard again. We're just going to drop it down just to ruin your days.
Wonderful. Good to know. We are back. We are transmitting. You cannot stop this signal. Top 16 of the
Top
EMEA
16.
Continentals, sponsored by Null Signal Games. I am very excited. So, talking again about the breakdown, and then we've got a lot of ob.
A lot of Ob. A lot of Wayland, specifically. Like, Ob is by far the most represented corp here, but not too far away from Alco, and we do see Bangoon and Nuveng sneaking in as well.
Yeah,
so we're a little
love
bit
to
diverse.
see it. Love to see it.
Oh, very happy to see
and
Bangoon.
Reality Plus, despite the furore around the ban, not quite. The furore around the unban, excuse me, being we can't ban this, unban this ridiculously strong ID. Only one managed to convert.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like very much a very feared ID, but coming back, it just doesn't seem like the card pool is quite there to make that truly scary. Maybe you need more than just free pings to make a good deck, but we have been seeing a lot of weird experimentation going on, trying to find exactly where Rare Plus's ability fits the current card pool. I've been seeing some flood the market. We saw a very strange fast advance kind of tag hell R plus at one of the recent Continentals. That was a very cool deck. So I'm very curious to see exactly what this Reality Plus is doing, and I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, so we put in a special request for it, peek behind the curtain. So we will try and bring that in that game, but we'll see what we can do from there. We also have one Shaper,
One Arasana, our token Shaper.
which technically means we have full coverage
We have
across
full
all
coverage.
the factions.
All factions are represented. Perfect. That's all a top cut needs.
No, I do like it when there's an even split, even if it's not. Sorry, I do like it when there's a total representation,
Yes.
even if it's not like an even split, because you're never going to get that always. Every faction having a chance to show their best.
At least we are getting to see something. I do hope we get to see the Arasana as well later. We've got one Shaper. We should see her. That is Barwam Ruse Arasana, who's quite known for doing some weird brews. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, let's have a look at our top. Who are our top 16? We have Davs, Ollie, Athlisi, 34 Witches, Rotom Appliance, Not Yeti, Kika and Kikai, Simile, Mike P, Man in the Moon, Byron Wood, Basington, Augustus Caesar, Ruben Peters, and Bucket at Ben, and Lady Lovelace.
With the trans flag on there, of course.
Trans flag on there as well. So this is lovely to see. Like really interesting space. We had a couple of Alcos, and Mercury's up at the top, which is which
Mercury, very surprising to see, especially this high in Swiss.
Yeah,
We've not
absolutely.
been seeing much of Mercury at all recently, or even in the far past, to be honest. So it's quite cool to see what it's doing, but having seen the deck list, it doesn't seem like they're that different from just standard Mercury. So it might just be very skilled play from Davs and Ollie that can convert Mercury's general RNG into something resembling this win.
Yeah, absolutely. We have as we said, a healthy showing of Ob, Bangan. Love to see it. Yeah, just.
We do have a couple of precision designs in here, which I believe are all on some form of adapted combo. It doesn't look like any of them are on the kind of rush PD we saw earlier today in round 10. But so we're going to see, it seems like despite the ban, despite SPT hating the combo deck, it is still performing even at this lower rate.
Yeah, so exciting stuff. So reminder for those that are. Or intro for those that may not be familiar. So top 16 bracket looks like this. Double elimination, as I've heard it popularized, is you have 2 lives.
2 lives.
You can lose one game and still proceed, but you'll be playing more games if you're going to carry on. You get knocked down to the lower bracket if you lose a game. If you lose 2 games, that's it.
Yeah,
You're done. You're out.
And coming back from that loser's bracket is generally considered a slog. You have to win a lot of games in a row to get to the finals, and potentially even play the final player twice.
Yes, because that two loss rule counts for the final game, whereas the whereas the person that's come through from the winners bracket only has to win that one game. So it can be really tough to recover from coming down from the lower bracket. Plenty of people do it.
Yeah,
but
happens.
It is a tough
And
fight.
we do love the underdog story.
We do. Right, so let's have a look and see what is going on. So they are just setting up. So because we had the final round this morning, obviously we had a pretty good idea of who the top 16 top half were, because they were IDing etc to get into the cut. But the
last 4 slots were decided by round 10. Everyone above that was either ID'd or just had enough points to get in.
Exactly. So the judges are running around doing deck checks, getting players to re-sleeve, because you've been playing with a card for with cards for 9 rounds. They get a bit tacky around the edges. So they need re-sleeve. So we need to give players time to do that. So we are just setting up. So what I think we're going to do. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a very short break, hopefully just a few minutes, and then we bring you basically non-stop Netrunner for the next few hours.
Several hours.
Except when we're taking a break.
We'll
be taking a break at one round because we need to hydrate, regain caffeine, eat food, all those boring human things.
But for you, 8 rounds non-stop.
I hope
all Netrunner.
You are very excited, and we shall see you again shortly. We are back. We are back. Okay, so update. The clock has started on the player read of the deck list. So for round one of the cut, as you can see here, we don't have sides just yet because the higher seed, i.e. the person that placed higher in the standings at the end of the Swiss, gets to decide what side they're playing, and they get 5 minutes to review the deck list in the run up to that. So what that lets them do is it lets them go, okay, is this a good matchup for me? Is this a better matchup for me? Do I want to play this? Do I want to play my corp later? Because they can also kind of predict who's going to make it through to the next round based on the matchup that they're like. Like there's a whole bunch of mind games
in that. It's just a very difficult.
It's like a game of Netrunner almost.
Almost like Netrunner is like Netrunner, exactly.
Netrunner is like Netrunner. You heard it here first, folks.
But it's a really powerful ability to be able to decide which side you're playing, especially when you have full information on your opponent's deck lists.
Yes.
A huge part of Netrunner, a lot of standard games, a lot of Swiss games, you don't know what you're into. You don't know what you're going up to. You don't know how many bites this Nebula deck has. But Top Cut, you know exactly what's happening, and now you know exactly which of your decks is going to be more favoured or less favoured. If you see your opponent has a deck that is a terrible matchup for you, you just don't have to take it, as long as you got high enough in the Swiss rounds to choose.
Yes. If you are in the second in the lower top 8, unfortunately, it is a case of you get what you are given.
Yeah.
But these are all very strong players. Incredibly strong. This has been a tough field. 150-ish people.
150? I think it's 130 total. Let's see.
Let's have a look. There are 133 total that's converted to a top 16. So you are dealing with the best of the best. This is a Euros Continental event. So of course we've had people coming from all over Europe and even a few a bit further afield. In order to join this event. So, best of the best.
A lot of very familiar names as well in this Top Cut. People who have done very well in previous tournaments. I believe we have 2 world champions in this Top Cut.
Yeah, we've got Rotom Appliance, who's a previous world champion, and who's the other one?
Did Davs win, or am I misremembering?
Mr. Murray, answers on a postcard in chat, please.
Yeah, chat. Tell us what we should know. But yeah, a lot of these players, of course, do know each other. A lot of them have played each other before, either this year or in previous years. This is how sort of prolific some of these people are.
Okay. Your game will be Kikai, Man in the Moon, Seb R+.
Kikai, Man in the Moon, Seb R+, table 7. So let me just see if our... Oh, and we're starting to get movement on the camera. So we have Kikai
on Sebastião.
So that will be Kikai and
Man in the Moon, who is on R+.
Man in the Moon on R+. So we're getting our R+ game.
We are getting the R+ game. We're getting it started. And also, this is an R+ Seb game, which is such a weird matchup.
This is going to be a very interesting.
R+ wants to give you tags. Seb wants to take the tags. This is going to be an interesting one. This is kind of Acer Foule, but for tags.
Dabs was second at the last Worlds, apparently. Okay. Cobra pairings are on tournament.nullsignal.games. You should be able to see the bracket on there if you are wanting to follow along at home.
So we do have deck lists as well for these players, and immediately we do have on Kikai's side as Seb. It's a fairly standard Seb list that we've seen recently, just effectively still on free transfers of wealth. We are changing the boomerang, with the classic Ashen Epilogue, which we used to spend 2 influence on, has been swapped to a boomerang now that card was banned.
Ooh, okay, a little less recursion.
Little less recursion, but we do have just aggression, another way into a server, another way to guarantee this privileged access fires. And we do have a Chisel, which is another thing we've been seeing Sebs playing with lately. Just another way to sort of deal with this Devil Charm Destroy Ice.
Yeah, lots of very aggressive plays. Now, of course, MBN. So, have we got any spice? What kind of?
In Man in the Moon's R+, we have. Well, what don't we have? We have 3 oppos, which obviously you'd expect. We have. So our deck lists are alphabetized, so we don't have an easy way to read these. It is on. Primary tag management is shipment from Vladisbursk, which is if you have 2 tags, you can place 4 advancement counters on an agenda. So it's a scoring list. We are not on kill. but we are on our agenda speed. Looks like it's a witch hunt. One of the new vantage point agendas
Yeah,
that
let me
gives
just
you
pull-
bad pub.
Pull up. When this agenda is scored or stolen, take one bad pub. That seems bad. When your action phase ends, if you scored an agenda this turn, remove all tags, then give the runner 3 tags. So it's kind of it's 3/4 of an oppo staple to a 4/2.
It's actually, yes, but it does give you bad pub, and this has not been seeing much play because of that bad pub, especially when it's stolen. If a runner steals this, they still get the bad pub, which is so brutal. And this feels like MBN is a very asset-heavy deck right now.
Yeah.
All the MBN decks are running assets, which means a card that gives bad pub is backbreaking. So it's interesting to see it here.
But there's not a huge amount of assets in this one. We've got humanoid resource and sources, spin doctors, and that's it for assets. I believe.
So we're kind of going almost maybe a Glacier style. We are on Amaze Amusements, just a single copy of that, just to potentially use that with a tomorrow's headline to just put the runner immediately into tag hell.
And in terms of tag punishment, because if you're attacking deck, you need tag punishment. We have bigger picture.
This is a very versatile piece of tag punishment. It's both you can remove tags to steal the runner's credits, which can be brutal, or you can give them an initial tag, which can then set them up for future tag punishment. Primarily, this will be the shipment from Bledisburg.
Yes.
A classic sort of punishment for one tag is bigger picture, install an agenda, and then immediately score a tag with shipment because you get them from 1 to 2 tags. This does mean Seb usually really likes to float tags. Amanuensis gives you a lot of power and draw for floating those tags, but any moment, any floated tag can turn into a 4-2 score for Reality Plus, and that could be a witch hunt. That could give you even more tags. And Seb likes being tagged. Seb doesn't like having lots of tags because Seb's text does turn off once that tag is on. You have to clear the tags and then get tagged again. If Man in the Moon here can just pile tags on that Seb doesn't have the money to get rid of, that can be a really brutal thing.
Okay. What anything else? Let them dreams. Obviously, the new agenda. We've also got a pivot.
So we're going heavily onto this. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Pivot is a way to find any kind of operation and then immediately play it. And the classic issue of any deck that has tag punishment is that it's in your hand when you don't have tags, and it's not in your hand when you tag the runner.
Yeah, so the nice thing is pivot can search R&D for an operation or an agenda. So if the runner has got two tags and you're really wanting a shipment from Vlad, but you only have one of the 2 pieces in the agenda, or the operation pivot lets you go and get the other thing.
And it looks like we have drawn our opening hands now.
Right, just conferring with our scout at the table. Right, I think we are just setting up for the opening round. So let me just get a timer. Timer for these are 35-minute rounds, I believe.
I am not sure on that one. It might be worth asking in the chat. Just double check how long the rounds are. Yeah, it looks like both players are happy with their opening hands, so.
Okay, 40-minute rounds, and I think we are off to the races. So let us begin. So,
oh no, we're mulling.
We're mulling. Okay, fair enough.
Seb mulling that hand. Yeah, I'm gonna be really curious to see how this one works. There is, in terms of ice on the R+ side, the biggest one I see is Unsmiling Sarina, which is a very irritating piece of ice that I think Seb is just going to mulch through with his Horatius Cruise. Sarina being a 2-strength piece of ice is generally a terrible breakpoint because Seb only needs 1 crew to just completely destroy it, and those are some really good subroutines you want to fire. So that ice is probably not going to be worth rezzing much. We're running white spaces, we're running Fly Swatter. There is just a lot of kind of cheap ice that is gear checky and just gives some level of disruption to the runner. So I'm going to be very curious to see how this translates to Man of the Moon's game plan. It doesn't really seem like it can go any tall, but we're not really running enough assets to produce threats that can go wide. So it might just be we are relying heavily on Oppo and Mr. Chesso to keep our remotes safe.
And I mean, Message Chesso can absolutely do that because the on-encounter effect for the Message Chesso, if I can remember how to spell it, is pretty painful to face check and check. It's like a mini toll booth. You lose three credits, and then it has a very solid 4 strength code gate in the run. Okay, we're off. We are beginning with opening with a hedge fund.
Ice HQ,
because you have to treat Seb as if they have a
transfer of wealth.
Transfer of wealth.
Hand.
Thank you.
They always have it in the opening hand, and if they don't have it, that's when you ice HQ.
Exactly.
Also icing archives as well, just getting down early. Don't want any privileged access. It's quite easy against Seb to forget to ice archives because you don't need to do it immediately, and by the point in the middle of the game when it's really useful, it's too late and Seb has played that for access. So we're just getting it out early.
Yeah. Okay.
Running R&D, click 1.
It's a free check.
We see a spin doctor considering trashing this here.
I don't know. I mean, if you're going in with five credits, I'm guessing you don't have a sure gamble, so we're leaving that behind.
5 credits is a very important break point in most runners. Of course, Seb traditionally wasn't playing much sure gambles, but now more recently tends to be on just as a way to insulate against the measured response threats. Let's have a look. Is Kikai on? Apologies, our deck lists are not ideal because our printer broke earlier. It does not look like we have any sure No, we are on 3 sure gambles and 2 strike funds. So kind of a classic Seb package here with the more recent evolutions of it, with ways to burst money back up to survive measured.
Yeah.
So thinking pretty hard, it seems like this hand is not exactly what you want to mull into. It doesn't seem there's many options in there.
Yeah, Kikai applying some pressure. And granted, the corp is not presenting any threats right this second. Friend of a friend. Okay, I mean that's safe.
That is going to put you in the money. It's going to give you a Seb install.
Yeah. So I think. Yeah. Okay. So Man the Moon probably not feeling quite as under pressure. As potentially a Seb list normally would put a list like this under pressure. So I suspect we're probably going to see an ice on R&D and maybe a remote. No, we're just
jamming.
Just
yeah,
jamming. That's probably the spin doctor.
Yeah, quite possibly. That's what you'd expect here because with a friend on the table, Seb is going to have the money to trash anything you put down, and there aren't too many threats in this list that need to be dealt with other than humanoid resources, which, if that is a humanoid, that is a very bold play.
Yeah. We're seeing
one at the top.
And it's a tomorrow's headline.
So giving Seb a tag as well, that is an excellent steal off the top. Are we going to get a Seb install? We are. It looks like we've installed wheels off that. That is a fantastic bit of tempo and early points there.
So, question. Yeah. So trashing Seb assets, Seb resources, painful. I don't think you play. Oh god, the name's escaping. Market Forces, but new.
I don't know what Market Forces is. I'm too young.
It's the take money away for tax operation.
Oh, bigger picture.
Bigger picture. Thank you so much. I don't think you play that for 3. So there's a possibility that Kikai just floats the tag in the tag here
it's
and just
very
lets
possible,
it go for 1. Because you don't want to trash the Seb resources because Seb's text
requires the cards. Although we did draw 2 cards with R+'s ability off that tag, so at least there's a little bit of it feels not so bad if the opponent steals your agenda if you get 2 cards back.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not a good consolation, but it's a consolation. 2 clicks left for Seb now. We do trash the spin off the table, so at least we denied the corporate clip there. We are popping Hannah to clear the tag and gain an extra click.
Yeah. So Kiko's running dangerously close to the ground on money here. Oppos are free for the core. Functionally speaking, as long as they got 2 credits, they can play the Oppo, give 2 tags, gain 2 credits back. So this is a dangerous position that the runner is putting themselves in.
It definitely is. We are seeing a planogram off the top of R&D there. Oh, we get a YDL with a very big hand thanks to the R+ draws as well there. So spin and R+ that turn, putting you 4 cards in hand, which means we're getting a 7 credit YDL. We have a lot of money now, and that is a really important level of money for R+, because that is how you get to play your Oppos. And if you can land a big Oppo into Seb, there's a decent chance it might be a while before he can clear those down. You can buy yourself a window to shipment to score out some agendas, which is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, definitely. But still presenting no threat here, and clear way to start scoring the game runs. Icing R&D makes
Yeah,
sense. You don't want to give the runner free access. You've already given away one agenda, and that can
PK
make
has
all
been
the difference.
very enthusiastic about taking those single accesses, putting that pressure on to force some kind of ice onto R&D.
And we
See
see
a predictive planogram played. Is this for cards or credits?
planogram
Credits or
for
credits.
credits.
So we want to get quite a lot of credits now.
So the corp is minted, just has money for days. at the
Loads
minute.
of money and a lot
What are
of
you going to do with it then?
Yeah, most of the ice in this deck is very cheap. Mesachesvo and Unsmiling Sverevna are the most expensive reses here, and those are only 4 credits and 5 credits respectively. So there's no big deal or anything like that in the list. This seems purely denning money for the sake of playing oppos later on in the game.
So I think the corp taking a bit more of a slow route, a bit more of a control game. Did the
Seb has just taken 4 credits, and I believe.
and I'll sure gamble. It's not what you want to be doing at this stage, but if you can't run, you can't run.
Yeah.
Okay.
So back to Man.
So both players are kind of slowing down, measuring each other's tenacity and seeing how they can best exploit the game. An early bout lands. Install.
Remote. Interesting. Yeah, no, this is a pretty solid move just because if this is a push, there's a decent chance Seb can't get past 2 pieces of ice here.
I think that's very
And
doubtful.
click on, we're playing Steelskin. I do see 2 crews just drawn, so maybe Seb can get past 2 pieces of ice. Almost all the ice in this list is low strength enough that 1 crew is enough to completely destroy it.
Yeah. So a unadvanced remote is still a threat because there are 3 seamless in the deck. I
There
believe.
are 3 seamless, yes.
Yeah.
So we can score out basically any of our agendas if there's a seamless in hand, and given how much Man in the Moon has drawn, there's a very decent chance of that.
Yeah, and if this is a witch hunt score, that's going to be
That's going to be real tricky. Seb is going to have to take a turn off to clear those tags.
and it would put Kikai back in the hole, not having much money. I mean, they have got a friend of a friend, which will help a little bit, but it's going to be a tough to recover. So we shall see how this game progresses.
And the question is, while you have those 2 crews in hand, you could install, run. You're going to take multiple tags from that run just from trashing the ice.
Yeah.
Which means, well, Man in the Moon could just translate that into an immediate shipment score. So it's very difficult to get through, even though you do have the tools in hand.
Yeah, Seb's usual pressure tools being a bit of a double-edged sword in this matchup.
It seems like this R+ is very much just a pure rush. Just go fast, gear check, and then put the opponent in hell when they finally get the ball to contest.
Yeah. So Kikai consulting the deck list, saying, okay, how bad is this going to be for me? What are they going to score? I think that the worst possible answer, the one that will hurt you the most, is that witch hunt. Because if a witch hunt comes out as let me load it up. Witch hunt will just give you 3 tags that you then have to deal with. Give the chiseling on HQ.
We are chiseling HQ, so we are going for a transfer play potentially this turn.
I don't know if that's going to make too much of a dent in the corporate.
It's not going to, but it'll give Seb some money.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, we are just crediting and passing back to the corp, so we might see a score here.
Yeah.
We do have that crew down on the table. We're getting ready to contest later, but yeah, there's no transfer in hand, so the chisel is just there to put pressure on and say it's going to come. It's happening. It just might not be happening this turn.
Yeah.
And that is a sword of Damocles over the head of the runner, or the chisel of Damocles.
Okay, so the corp thinking about this, so I think we can safely say it's not a humanoid. Okay, we're not doing anything, so it might
just be, it could be an Amaze Amusements.
Yeah.
It could be another spin.
There is one Amaze Amusements in the deck. Amaze Amusements, of course, being the upgrade that essentially reads, if you steal an agenda and you don't do some trickery to get rid of this amazing amusements without trashing it, then you're going to take 2 additional tags. Oh, we see a double
advance, so we're not using a seamlessness, saying we do have another turn before Seb can contest. This is potentially a very greedy play here.
This could be the next big thing.
It could be the next big thing, yeah. Big thing? Oh no, we are not on next big thing.
We're not on next big thing. Excuse me.
It is all 2 pointers.
Okay, this might just be a slow rolled.
Slow roll. It could be a freedom information, which would not be the agenda you want to score at all. But
no, not at all.
Or maybe we just don't have a seamless in hand and we are hoping on drawing it.
Yep.
Raindrops in the remote.
Okay.
We have a crew, so we can
crew singular.
But there is another crew in hand we know about. That is a white space.
Ooh.
So that can just... We don't even have to take a tag with crew to kill that. Although I expect we probably will, just so we can get a second install off it.
Yes, because you can of course install a crew off the tag that you take
Yep.
trashing it.
Oh, but we are not. We are just trashing it with the crew, going to the next piece of ice, and we don't have any tools to deal with this one, which is a. I can't make that one out.
Yeah, it's fly
But that is a
swatter,
fly swatter. Yeah,
which is annoying, but
very dealable, and also
But
really
very-
good to see that early, given this is Seb and he does like his order counters.
yep. Order encounters fermenter. I believe probably.
Yeah, there's fermenters in there. Probably. Usually on fermenters. Let's check. So we do not have the easiest way to navigate deck lists right now. No fermenters. So yeah, primary money seems to be friend of a friend, hedge funds, etc. And transfers, of course. You also have the mandatory Valentina, which I expect is going to be very useful later on in this matchup.
Yes, apologies for the lack of online and deck lists. We can see a few of you in the chat are wanting those available. We will try endeavour to get those online as soon as possible.
So we are going back for this agenda, trashing with a new crew,
I think
and it's a let them dream.
it's a let them dream, putting the runner up onto 3 points. So despite the slower starts,
We are now on Oppo Threat, of course.
Yes, indeed. Oppo threat 3. Despite the slower start on the runner side, they seem to be holding their own.
Very
They
holding, yeah.
dismantled that remote. They had to spend a lot of resources to do it.
Yeah,
But
on 0 credits to do it as well, which is the question of, are we about to see an Oppo come down? We're installing ice on HQ. Potentially the reason we didn't see a seamless
we see
onto
a
that.
pivot.
Oh, we are pivoting.
Pivoting on threat 3 for the big Oppo.
Almost certainly for big Oppo here.
The Oppo Extra.
Yeah. Oh, that is Oppo, isn't it? That's Oppo, yeah. The Oppo comes down. We are paying all the money to do 4 tags. And on 0 credits, that is going to be so hard for Seb to clear. We have the friend of a friend, which will definitely help. But it's still going to be tough. It's going to put Seb back a bit.
Yeah, especially since Seb is flat broke. I mean, friend of a friend are going to help, but
It does make you wonder if that Let Them Dream was slow rolled specifically so it could get to threat free, so we could put Seb in this position. Why waste the seamless on the Let Them Dream when it could be an Oppo instead?
yeah. So
Of course, all that money for Man in the Moon gone, now on 5 credits, so it seems like it was just evaporated instantly from those reses, from that pivot, from the Oppo.
yep. Okay. So we're kind of back to where we started. Seb has no board state. R Plus has some boards and board state, but not a huge amount of money. So,
Yeah.
and the runner is up 3 points. So looking at
We are also down 2 crews, which is a very important number. We have 1 crew left, and that is going to be our main way to get into archives to privileged access the other crews back. This Seb is on Chisel, it's on Boomerang, so we do have other outs, but the one Chisel is already engaged on HQ. So we're going to have to see a Boomerang or the 3rd crew if we want to see those privileged access come through. It's a lot of resources Seb has expended so far.
Corp just drawing for answers. This is this isn't
Playing a hedge fund. You need it, the money is there.
You need the money, but you also need to start advancing your game plan, because despite the fact that Seb doesn't have a board state, the fact that they're up 3 points just means they can't kick back.
Yeah.
But they can definitely they don't have to go full speed.
Yeah, this is very much a deck that I feel like for Man Moon wants to rush ahead, but does not have the ability right now to keep that pressure up. And this kind of deck is going to collapse if it lets the game get too long.
That being said, runner's broke now. The Corp still has four credits, which can let you. It's just credit Oppo, and you still got credit
You
spare
have the
after.
9 credits, and Seb clearing all the tags now. Thankfully, that Oppo did come down without any threats presented, so the turns off for Seb not that impactful. And we do see finally a new remote installed. Seb back to 2 credits. Man of the Moon on 9.
Okay, new remote's up. Drawing.
So thinking about whether or not we can contest, I think there is a 3rd crew in hand, but of course if you do that, that is your last crew. We see a Gourmand come down.
Yes, because we have no we have no way of recurring the deck, because we swapped that out for a boomerang. The Gourmand is going to help if you can get in, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
Gourmand and then clicking for 2 credits. So we do see a seamless. This was a push. What are we? If this is a witch hunt, that's going to be really rough.
And that
It is
is
a
a
witch
witch hunt. Oh, that is painful.
So we do have now one bad pub on the runner side, which is going to help, but with Seb, it's generally not quite as useful, just because of the lack of actual regular breaker usage. But yeah, that is the first score for Man in the Moon. We are going to put Seb on 3 tags.
So Seb's on three tags, and the corp is on 1 bad publicity, which I believe is shown up.
Yes, it's working.
Perfect.
We have our fancy tools. We will try and keep track of that over the game. It might be a bit difficult. But yeah, Seb does not have the resources to clear these tags, and also doesn't really have any way of getting Seb installs until they're cleared. Crew comes down.
Are we going to see an attack on HQ?
Also, we get a Valentina, so we're clearing a tag and getting money back from it. So Valentina, so important to arrive here, and Fret Text is live, so when Valentina is installed, she does let you remove a tag. So all those tags are now gone thanks to the Valentina install. Despite Seb only really having 4 credits, that is a very efficient clearance of what would have been a brutal card to any other runner in this board state.
Yeah, Valentina effectively reading. Yeah, that two credits that you need to clear tags. That's just 1 credit now. And that doesn't sound like a lot. It's a 1 credit difference, but it just makes such a big difference over the course of a game, especially versus something like R+ that's going to be tagging you basically every turn.
Oh, asking to move the agenda to the side. Can we just check if that is out of frame or not?
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see it just.
We can tweak the frame just so you can see what they put it.
There we go.
Perfect.
Slightly more of the table. So yes, we see a. So remote's still up.
We are double icing that remote, pushing again.
Oh, okay.
And this is going to be really hard for Seb to contest this now. 2 ice with only 1 crew left.
But only 7 credits.
Only 7 credits, so we've seen a fair amount of ice. We've seen the white space, we've seen the fly swatter. We know there's more of those in the deck. There are more white spaces. We're on a full set of white spaces. We still have unsmiling Serevnas, and yeah, that's most likely what we're seeing here. Mess and Chesto is not really something Man in the Moon can reasonably afford to res right now.
Yeah, Mr. Chef and Chester would be a bit of a problem because it's a big beefy piece of ice. It siphons the runner for 3 if it's got an advancement, but that would telegraph that it's a Mr. Chester. Crewing it is hard.
It looks like we running archives, and we do see a Serevna.
Oh, that's painful.
We do have the crew though, so we can just immediately delete this off the board. Because we have 1 credit and 1 bad pub, so we can afford it.
Yeah, but do you really want to burn a crew on this?
I mean, I think you have to get rid of Archives Ice just to free it up. But you could tank it. It's very plausible you could tank this.
It does let you... does this deck have Eru?
This deck... Let me double check if it has Eru. I think I did see an Eru on the list. It is on a single Eru, so that is going to be an important game plan for later.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a Solidarity badge down.
It is fully firing, so we are not spending the crew on it. We're taking 2 net damage, a tag, and letting the corp draw back up.
I'm going to have to remind myself what Serevna does, because it's got a lot of text on it.
It has a lot of subroutines.
Normally you just don't let it fire, so letting it fire is a little bit of a desperation play, I think, here.
Yep, and we see a couple of predictive planograms in Archives, no agendas. R+ is getting to draw 2 more cards off the tag from Serevna, and Seb is not getting the install from the tag, which is always hurts.
Oh, that's so painful. You want to be using Seb every single tag if you can, because it's yeah.
But it is important now. We do know.
So we're down to 1.
We do know what the Archives Ice is, and Archives is such an important server for Seb, because this is very good information to know exactly what he needs to deal with that in the future, if he wants to do the Eru play, if he wants to privileged access for crews, for gourmands.
So I think we
are running an R&D.
Yeah.
And it is another Serevna.
Oh,
you probably can't take this again. We'll see what happens here. You might just tank it.
That is going to be so...
But this is going to give the corp even more cards, and if there's more Your Digital Lives in hand, it's going to be so much money. But we are taking it.
Yep, we're crewing it.
Oh, we're crewing it, yep. Crew goes down, spending our last credit and the bad pub to destroy that. And opening up R&D. We're seeing 1 card.
Is there a finality in this deck?
There is not a finality in this deck, so it's purely running on multi-accesses, Eru and Manuel.
Okay.
And we have gourmanded a ping off the top of R&D.
I mean, that's
a very good hit to see.
Yeah, that's good. To end the run that you don't really want to deal with right now.
That is a reason why a lot of Sebs are running one copy of Rising Tide, which of course Kikai is on. And we're just taking a credit and going back. Seb, of course, on 2 tags now, and no credits. Even with Valentina, it's going to take a bit of time to get the money to clear that.
So 2 tags is a danger zone. 2 tags is a very big danger zone. So the Corp's just played a YDL,
Yep.
but Install and Shipment from Vlad is very much on the
Yeah,
table.
that
at
can
the
come
minute.
at any point, so you need to get rid of those tags.
Yeah, and the Corp is technically behind on points, but in a game like this, that could shift around so quickly.
Yes, absolutely. Especially with the amount of fast events in this deck on tag punishment. So we'll see. We've got the YDL. We are playing another Oppo.
big Oppo. So I think what the Corp is saying is, right, I'm locking you in. You are hyper tag.
Yeah, this is now tag hell.
You are functionally tag forever. You cannot get too much of a credit lead, otherwise I'm just going to take it all the way with bigger picture.
That was just a small Oppo to add an extra 2 tags. We could have spent all our money to give Sal up to 6.
I don't think you
but
need to.
I don't think so either. No, R Plus gives you a 2 credit rebate from that small Oppo, so it's effectively a free double tag. It's very strong.
I think at 2 tags there was a relatively good chance that the runner was going to clear within time. 4 tags, they're gonna have to wait for solidarity.
Some turns. Yeah, we are getting solidarity badge thanks to that ping trash, so we clear 1 for free, but it's gonna be a while. You're gonna have to click up for credits. We're just running R&D. And we are bad pub trashing the humanoid. That is a very nice hit.
Yeah, it's a nice hit. That's another solidarity badge.
1 more card and it stays.
Kikai playing quite desperate here, taking singles on R&D.
Oh, that was a shipment on the top of R&D now. Ooh. So that is making it very clear. Man in the Moon is going to score next turn unless you find a way to clear 2 tags. But on 1 credit, even with Valentina, I'm not sure Seb can do that.
Okay, turn pass back. Oh no, one more.
We are running the remote. We have no tools here. Just going to force some kind of end the run. I'm even thinking about rezzing on 7 credits. It is a white space.
Yep, which...
Kike losing that last credit as well.
That's so painful.
We're going to have to click for so many credits to get rid of these tags. And clicking for 1 credit is the last click. So are we going to see a shipment here?
I think you got it. The time is right because another tag is going to go next turn to the solidarity badge. So I think you need to
installing. We know the shipment's in hand.
Install
and another Oppo. Mike,
we are locking in the Oppos. Okay, the runner is tagged.
The runner has many tags.
The runner has tag. I think
this might be for the rest of the game at this point.
Yeah, I think this is a lock-in for the rest of the game. So the Corp knows where the runner lives, what their favourite meals are, what their cat is called, like all the information you can want. So now, what are they going to do to convert that?
Is the key
and
question. I think it's going to come down to these 2 shipments. One of them is a hand. It might just be there's no agenda here, but I really like this player just going even slower. Seb has no tools at the moment, has no resources, hasn't got the money to clear the tags, so while you could score an agenda, you could also just put them further into hell. We see 1 card on the top of R&D. Couldn't quite make out what it is. Running a spin doctor in the remote.
Oh,
so drawing up.
Ordering, and they should have res that spin doctor before they did that first access on R&D, because now they're going to see another fresh one.
Yeah. So we'll see if Kike goes back and just decides running singles is our best game plan here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Manuel come down and make use of these tags for extra accesses. We are popping spin. What are we getting back? Getting at least 1 face down. Probably an agenda of the speed that was put back in. I wonder if we'll see Oppo come back, or maybe
no.
Pivot.
Surely the runner.
I don't know. Maybe the runner could do some more tagging.
The runner is functionally infinitely tagged.
And a pivot. Yeah. So to find the tag punishment, to find those bigger pictures and the shipments.
Yeah, it's only 1 shipment from Vlad or 2?
2 shipments from Vlad and 1 bigger picture.
So that's all you need to close the game. You just need the shipment from Vlad and an agenda. Do that twice. That's it.
Yep.
And the runner may be on 3 points and the Corp only on 2, but you need to...
Running R&D again. No, it stays. Yeah. Kiko just very happy, just keep taking singles here, putting on some level of pressure. And it looks like that was another shipment on top of the deck.
Oh, so we
do have 2 shipments in hand. What is the exact text on shipment? Is it a terminal?
No, it's not.
It's not a terminal, so we could see a double shipment turn soon.
So shipment, install shipment. Yeah, that's very possible. That could close out the game instantly.
That would be a brutal turn. I kind of hope we see that from Man in the Moon.
We're seeing a run on HQ.
We do res a ping,
That's a ping.
and of course, thanks to R+, we are taking those credits immediately back.
It is functionally free. So
We are up to
There
5
we go.
tags now and 5 credits for the corp.
I think we're up to 6 tags.
Are we up to 6 tags?
I think so.
No, that is 5 tags. I can.
Yeah, you're right.
At some point, you stop counting.
I mean,
and
it's
say many.
functionally infinite tags at this point. So
There are some points in games where you run out of tag tokens and you swap to a dice. We're not quite there yet, but it might be coming soon.
yeah, definitely. Okay, so HQ is shut.
Yeah,
No
we
m-
need
no more.
something. We need a crew. We need a rising tide. Now, Seb is on rising tide, so finding that will open up all these pings. And then with that rising tide down, Chisel is probably going to be enough to deal with whatever the second ice is. I would be surprised if Man in the Moon even reses it. Unless it's a second ping, in which case it's free and it costs a Chisel.
Yeah. So
What are we seeing here? Are we going to see...
drawing. Okay.
I think that was just mandatory. No, we are click one draw. So we're looking for something. Do we not have agendas to shipment here? Oh, we are scoring out a freedom of information for free. So of course, freedom of information requires less advancement counters based on tags, and on 5 tags, that is an immediate free agenda point.
Yep. Just
Well, a
just
free 2 agenda points.
a 0-2. We love those. So Core got bad pub from Witch Hunt. Prosthesis.
So, and we still have 2 cards in that remote, which I assume are probably an agenda of some description and maybe an Amaze Amusements. There's not really any assets in this deck other than Humanoid, and Humanoid would have been fired by now.
Yeah. So what is it? It can't be double MAs. There's only
There's
one.
only one Amaze in the deck. We have 2 Humanoids, and yeah, it really is just Humanoids, Amaze, and agendas. So that is definitely an agenda because I believe both Humanoids are in the bin.
Yeah, indeed.
So
So
Manamoon now on 4 points, and with this many tags and 2 shipments in hand that Kike knows about, we could plausibly see 4 points scored in one turn.
yep, it's entirely possible.
Next turn could be game for Man in the Moon thanks to this sheer level of tagging.
Yeah. Oh, poor Kikai. He's
Going deep into the tank here, no credits, this many tags, and finally a new piece of ice on R&D, which could be the final lockout.
Yeah. Oh, this is
This is tense. This one is tense.
intense game, and I mean, the Kikai still has outs. I think you can safely read that there are no agendas in HQ at this point. Otherwise, they would have been shipment from Vladed out already. So I think at this point, you win it. All of the win is in R&D.
Yeah, everything. It might just be going for R&D entirely.
And the question is, can you keep the runner out of R&D? Corp just doing a quick count on. I don't think no res.
We are seeing a single off the top.
God, what is that? What is that?
Because there is still 1 crew left in Seb's deck, so there is one way past some of this ice. He just has to install it. Of course, you can't afford to leave a crew in your. Oh no! It looks like all 3 are gone. So Boomerang is potentially the only tool Seb has left to cheat his way past ice. That is very nasty. He could also potentially get up to
Install
10
shipment
and scoring a Let Them Dream
That's up to
at 6 points.
Corp's up at 6 points. Ooh.
What are we? Are we bottoming an agenda? We are pulling a Freedom of Information 2 hand, and that should be game.
Yep.
Because we have 1 click left. Install,
Shipment from
score,
Vo-
shipment.
Oh,
Very well played from
there we
Manamoon.
go.
Excellent deck
Oh,
there.
tough game. Very back and forth. We love to see this. This is amazing. This is great opener to the top 16. Let's
Absolutely love some of Man in the Moon's play there with the feeding the Let Them Dream, letting it stay in the remote while he had Seamless in hand to get the oppos up, and then just letting agendas just stick. Just letting them stick so you can just put Seb in tag hell when you could be scoring them.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we're just about to lose our screen. We
screen's
don't
about
want
to
to lose
play
the
off.
screen. There we go.
Screen's fine.
There we
Perfect.
go.
Wonderful.
Screen's still here. We're still here.
Yeah.
Everything's wonderful. So that is round 1 of the top 16. Let's have a look and see if anything has been
Has
updated.
anyone else reported so far?
So let's
We go back to our Cobra window here.
Cobra window. So we have just we've just seen Man in the Moon and Kikai with Man in the Moon closing with a beautiful shipment from Vlad set of plays. 34 witches winning with Seb versus Alco.
And Dav's beating Lovelace's Virtual Intelligence PI, or VIPI.
Okay, and then Buckethead Ben winning with Renee Lou Arsamon versus Egg. So it seems to be pretty runner corp, runner and another corp just now. So far,
we'll see what the rest of the games bring, but yeah.
Yeah. So we are going to take a quick break while we set up for the next round. We will look into getting those deck lists online for you. So we'll see you again shortly.
See you soon.
And we are back for the 2026 EMEA Continentals coming to you from Nottingham. So we have Mike P on the right. I would recognise that hair anywhere. Let me just load up Mike P. And who do we have on the left?
On the left, we have Davs131.
Davs131, former world runner-up.
Yep, on Mercury versus Ob.
Okay, Mercury versus Ob. So Mercury very stubbornly clung to the top 2 spots of the Swiss. So I'm going to be interested to see, because I don't think we got this on stream yesterday.
We did not get to see Mercury on stream yesterday, so curious to see what's going on. From the deck list that we have, it looks like a very standard kind of Mercury, running Steelskin Scarring as our big kind of influence spend, which makes a lot of sense just for the Alco matchup. Mercury is generally very fragile to those kind of damage pings. The worst problem with Mercury is Steel Fuji, hit bite, lose the game.
Yeah, that's not what you want. That's not what you want. That's not what you want at all.
But yeah, we have the pretty classic Mercury suite here. Just a lot of all. We have all the bypass options. We have our Estabrados, we have our Malandragums, and we have our backstitching as well. Now, some Mercury decks do cut the backstitching, but this one going for it because it's running Transfer of Wealth. So backstitching, a card that rolls a mark each turn and decides when you run your mark, you can trash backstitching to bypass a piece of ice. This combos really well with Transfer in Mercury. Usually a lot of Mercuries don't play Transfer just because Estabrado is one of your best run events, and getting past ice isn't something run events can really help you with. So Transfers tend to get cut, but with backstitching we do get that just suppression from Transfer.
Yes, so players just reading through the opponent's deck list, deciding how many bites are in there,
How many bites,
how many beholds. The answer is 0 for both these. This is Ob, a very sensible list. We've got measured response in there.
We do have measured response. It's on the full playset of measured response. We also, this is Twink shipping. We do have 1 FUT in here. This is the more restrained version of Twink shipping with just the 1 Twink. There is no magistrate for spice, but it's just FUT. It's Hollow Man. This is exactly what we saw last week and the week before at Online Cons and Cascadia. It's the one that's been doing the rounds. It's very much seen as the Ob to beat. And I think Mercury's got pretty decent chances here. This all doesn't have many ways of slowing down the sheer HQ pressure Mercury can put out.
Yeah, no, definitely, because normally Ob's wanting to just go fast, build out the remote, and not dedicate too much to centrals. But with this being a criminal player, and this being particularly Mercury, you are going to have to slow down. You are going to have to defend your centrals, and you can't just throw a cursory piece of ice because, as we said, backstitching, Estabrado, and various other tools just to get those multi-accesses into
one
R&D.
piece of ice is never enough against Mercury. They always have one way through. The weird thing with Mercury is when you end up with a quadruple stacked server, and you just figure out exactly what kind of combination of tools you can use to get past. Now, in terms of ice here, there is very little high strength ice. Most importantly for Mercury is that free strength boundary, which is where Malandragem costs more than 1 counter to get past. Malandragem can only bypass free strength or lower ice until Fret 4, when it has to remove itself from the game to bypass a bigger piece of ice. The only big piece of ice we see here is Envelopment, and also Stavka, but Mercury does not care about Stavka.
No.
What are you going to do? Trash the programs? I was about to trash myself.
Yeah. So we're going to see a lot of bypassing. We're going to see a lot of centrals pressure. But if Mike can stick that FUD, that's going to pseudo defend centrals.
Yeah,
because it's just going to be
Mercury a little insulated from that thanks to the Steelskin Scarrings.
True.
But it is still going to be a problem Mercury has to deal with. But luckily, Mercury is running 2 Cupellations and 2 Pinholes. So I'm going to expect potentially early Cupellation, Pinhole that FUT, cup the Twink, and then just never let him go.
Exactly. You still need to worry about the measured responses at that point.
You do. That is the big thing for Mercury. Measured can just delete you.
But it does stop you having to worry about cards going into the turn, because the rules of measured response, which I'm sure are all familiar with, but let me just pull up.
If you're not familiar with them yet, you will be in your next game.
Absolutely. So measured response has a whole bunch of text in it that basically reads: Does the runner have less than four cards in hand, or less than 8 credits, or some combination thereof? then you are going to run into some trouble if the threat is 4.
I do like something that is quite fun with this kind of play is when you have steel skins in your deck, ending your turn with 4 cards in hand and 2 steel skins, but making it look like you are vulnerable to double measured. Specifically ending your turn with less than 8 credits, trying to bait out that measured play. And having the Corp realize they've played the one measured, and the second one is not going to be enough to kill, and they have wasted that card. It's very fun. Rarely ever gets to pull off, but it's something the Corp does have to consider when playing it. Can Mercury actually survive a double measured here, and do I need 3 of them?
Exactly. So we're just having some table talk
Opening
while we wait
hands.
for the clock to start. I will also put the clock on our side. Wonderful. I'm excited to see this matchup. It's rare that you get to see Mercury at the top table.
Yeah, I'm a big Mercury enjoyer. Mercury was my...
Just sending a message to our scout that we are ready.
Mercury is one of my early favourite IDs. The first idea I really clicked with when I got into the game, partly because Mercury looked exactly like me at that point and had my wardrobe, so how could I not?
Wonderful. Did you get the necklace?
I did get the necklace. AMS did make me a necklace.
Oh, wonderful.
It's wonderful. I took it to Worlds, did a cosplay. It was very fun.
Excellent.
It looks like we'll be starting very shortly.
And Davs is rage quitting and leaving.
Leaving? Conceding the game at the start of it. Didn't like his opening more. You are legally allowed to do that.
Returning with some hydration, and it is going to be important because this is a marathon, not a sprint. There are so many rounds to go through, particularly if you wanted to make it all the way through to the end. So we are going to be so this is round 2 of several.
There's many rounds. I believe it is a maximum potential of 8. It might be 9. Who can say?
It's going to be a lot of rounds. So yeah, you've got to stay hydrated. This is a stamina test, and you've got to keep yourself in top form because you are up against, by definition, the best players. And a fist bump to start us off.
And let's see what happens. So install from Ob there. Install ice, and I see some Mascarovkas in hand. And icing R&D.
Leaving HQ open.
There are transfers in the list.
This
and
is bold.
It's saying there's no agendas in HQ, but if there is a transfer in the opening hand, sure gamble. It doesn't look like there's a transfer. Installing a class act as well.
Yeah. Oh, has Mike managed to...
And ending the... Oh, just immediately drawing. That makes more sense.
Yep.
Do we have the transfer? I think. There it is. We top deck the
Oh
transfer.
no! I'm assuming Mike has got something they can.
Something
they
they
can
can
res.
res? No.
Yep. No, they're
No,
just
not
losing the
resing.
3. Oh, that's such a painful start.
And we'll be seeing 2 cards of Mercury here. Probably nothing worth taking based on leaving HQ open, but it's still good information to know what the Corp has. Middle card. It's an anemone. That is a pretty spicy
That's a very
pick.
spicy
That's
splash.
not
And
common.
Afshar, see, had the ice but chose not to install it. Chose to roll those dice, and unfortunately, the dice gods have decided to punish his hubris.
Resing Sviatogor, start of turn, trashing ice just to get the 3 credits back. So we're back. We've lost an ice for that, and we didn't get an ob trigger either. So that's not a great.
Yeah, that's painful to start.
I do believe that is an Azief we just drew off the top of R&D as well,
God.
which is going to be tough to hold in hand. Mercury really good at this kind of pressure against this ob, just because, well, this ob agendas pile up in hand, and this Mercury has multiple coupulations.
Yep,
Yeah,
icing
HQ.
I think you can maybe suffer through 1 transfer. Well, 2 would be lights out at this point. So okay, bit of a rough start for the Corp.
But we do have ice on both centrals, which is going to slow Mercury down somewhat. We need to either find some bypasses or just start face checking. News is there's very little ice in this deck that we care about face checking. Event Horizon is meaningless to Mercury. Otherwise, it's Kestroid, Mascarovka. The Stavka doesn't matter on the sport state.
Yep.
The only ice we care about is White Space, Anemone, and Tive.
Yeah, and enemy obviously would be pretty painful.
And
Although
we did see the enemy in hands. That may be what just got installed on R&D.
on HQ,
On HQ, yes.
it's probably the Afshar because that's his natural
Afshar's the good
hand.
one. Although Afshar doesn't affect Mercury at all because that's only on breaking. So bypassing Afshar doesn't have that subroutine fire.
True. Okay, so Corpus locked down centrals, but and it's got a Svetagore ticking along, but not a huge amount of board state here. Run with literally 0 board state but they're Mercury, so that's less of a problem.
Do have a cup in hand. I wonder if we'll see a cup on the aftershot, though it's not threatening any ob triggers yet. It might be a very important piece in the matchup. Or are we just going to save that for Fut?
I feel like if you can take Fut out of the game, that's just such a tempo loss for the Corp.
We do have a Carpe Diem as well. Quite a few run events that are just running the spin.
Okay.
And allowing it to be trashed. Yeah, getting rid of those spins, as you saw, just...
And the Svetagore.
So we were just trashing it, spending all our money.
And just passing the turn back. Okay. A little opening bout, just testing each other's metal. Yeah, we're just getting a confirmation of the runner's credits because they are a little hard to see on that
These
map.
aren't the best tokens for this stream quality. But yep, we've trashed the excavator. Ob has just installed a new remote, iced it. Now, remote's generally safer from Mercury than Centrals, just because Estebrado bypass of an ice run event does not function on remotes.
Speaking of, we just saw an Estebrado into the hand, and then we see a cup, we see a Hermes, and we see a wall-to-wall in the remote. That is going to help Mike a lot.
Yeah, that's going to give you a lot of early tempo, and Mercury's going to really struggle to get the resources to deal with that. Wall-to-wall, Mercury hasn't got that much ability to deal with assets like this, so he needs to be very, very careful about what he decides to trash or what he decides to cut. And wall-to-wall, as useful as it is, generally probably isn't making that cut as being worth it.
Okay, and we're going wide.
Ob just flooding the board now.
Two new remotes, so really going a lot wider and wider. So, what do you reckon is in this remote?
I think we might be jamming the Azef here. I feel like as long as it's in hand, it's not safe from Mercury. Whereas a remote Mercury needs to find a Malandragem to get through. You can't backstitch, you can't Estebrado that.
But with the Hermes on the board, if Mike just flat scores that Azef next turn. That's going to probably be an HQ bounce. What do we see?
Oh, we are Carpe Dieming, so we're just going to take a random server, running archives off that. We're seeing the face down, which is a white space.
Interesting, okay.
Fairly good to see that gone. That's one of the more painful main face checks for Mercury.
And
installing... Ooh, it's a very fancy orb. I have no idea what it is. That might be a... That's a Nuka. It's a very nice Nuka.
Wall-to-wall firing, but not as much as needed. And we have a Svetagore going as well.
Yep.
In the second remote. So Corp is going to be okay for money for now.
Yep, we have trashed the unresed piece of asset on the table. So not resing it for an ob trigger is quite interesting. We're just getting the money.
See an anthill in hand. But with that wall-to-wall ticking, I don't think you need it.
Does look like we've just installed the anthill and another ice. We're playing like a flood deck here, playing very cautiously, not putting anything on the board without something to protect it.
Extra ice on HQ because they are starting to stack up in there.
It might just be we're going to see Mercury play a little bit slower here, find that multi-axis, find the Devadatta drones, find the Pretty Mary, and then just go for a big run on HQ. On R&D, I mean. And we do see a Pretty Mary come to hand, which means with Pretty Mary down, she is going to give Mercury free accesses on R&D.
Which, yeah, every single run on R&D is now then becomes a Maker's Eye. So, and that can be huge, especially with that Hermes down, because that can enable you to get one, sometimes even two bounces pretty consistently on R&D. Which
Bravado?
Is Tithe, okay.
So that's fine, we can take that. Taking 1 damage here. Although, Mercury has so few bypass pieces, hitting one of them, it's a pinhole threading. That is a really nasty hit.
That's annoying, because you want that for Fut.
There are only 2 of those in the deck, but we're trashing the wall-to-wall, which is pretty solid, given Svetagore can trash that to go and fetch a Spin Doctor.
So we'll have a look and see if this ob runs fully op. I don't believe
it does not have fully op in the deck. It is just purely going to try and protect its assets from Mercury.
There's an
until gets rezzed. Interesting slot from this orb is it is on 2 Kana, so it is hoping to extract even more benefit from those tempo scores that we see from Twink shipping.
Yep. So
trashing Anthill with the Svetagore.
This is going to be getting a Fut.
Getting a 2 coster.
Oh no, not getting Fut.
No, FUD is one cost, so
FUD
you
is
can
one
only
cost,
get two
excuse me.
coster. We are getting a regolith
Regolith.
mining
Oh,
license.
that's just money for days.
So much money. This is the classic orb of Anthill into regolith and click the regolith so many times.
And then probably regolith into FUD.
Most likely. That's the worst part about orb is, like, if another corp has a 6 credit regolith, you're like, you can have 6 credits. Orb, you have to trash that, and it hurts. Trashing a 6 credit regolith is just too painful.
It's so painful.
Orb is an evil, evil deck like that.
We have strong opinions on the stream, apparently. I'm somewhat neutral on it. Okay. So
Yeah, we are taking 6
Corp
credits
is
off the
in the
regolith
in the money,
and
installing
installing
behind.
behind the tithe.
I see a measured response in hand. I mean, it doesn't do anything just yet, but
We are Estabradoing. Are we? We must be going for R&D because we can't get into HQ without a double res.
reading the Estabrado.
We will need fret text for Estabrado to get us past the second piece of ice.
Estabrado, of course, letting us.
Not rezzing. We see him a virus and trash it, and we get a steal. A green mail stolen, which does get us a Hermes bounce.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount of gen points, but that bounce could be.
That bounce is going to be really important, and especially this is the weakness of this Ob to Mercury. It's got quite a big agenda suite. This many low point agendas in there. The fact there's no free pointers means agendas are going to be scored and stolen quite frequently, which means Hermes is so good.
Yeah, so you could bounce the regolith ice, go and take that. Given that regolith is going to turn itself probably into a fart.
Yep. We
No,
are
but
bouncing
that's
HQ. We are just going full pressure. Oh,
No,
no,
no.
thinking about it. It's a difficult decision here. There are so many threats on the board. You do see the other pinhole in hand. We do have the cup, so we can't... Oh, we are getting these Sviatical. I expect this is going to be put on the cup. We can't allow Svi to... Oh, seeing the other card from R&D.
I don't know,
Thinking
think
about
this
it.
one.
It looks like it's a
That's a
Hollow
Hollow
Man deciding not to
Declines
trash.
the trash.
Arguably less useful in the corp's hand than in the deck, because that means they can't tutor for the Hollow Man.
Correct. And drawing it with Nuka.
And one card to the bottom
Okay.
of the class act,
And
as usual.
killing off the street to go. I mean,
Yep. Oh, just trashing it. We're definitely saving that cup for the FUT. Yeah, Mercury managing to keep up the credits to maintain this. We have trashed 2 Sviatigors so far. Mercury still has some level of money. Not much, but it's there.
yeah. So we see a Mystic may hit the board as well. So that will obviously start giving the runner a few more credits to play with, because trashing is going to be very important in this game, and you need to maintain real credits to do that, because I don't think we have any fencer Fuenos.
We do not have a fencer, and that is... I mean, Mystic is so good, Mercury, because most of your deck is just run events.
Yeah.
That's a very pretty
There's
Mystic.
the FUT.
Here's FUT. We've clicked the regolith, got the FUT. He's here. Most important part of the deck.
And he is going to make the runner's
Of course,
life
we do
a
have
living
the
hell.
pinhole and the cup, so I wonder if that's going to be just first move. Just get rid of him. He's the only FUT in the deck, and yep, exactly.
Yep,
Going
pinhole.
pinhole through archives, and we're just going to keep him there most likely. Discussing about any action, but I don't think
No.
even if that is a spin doctor, you probably
Oh,
don't
we're
put that.
cupping it. Oh no. Oh, that's a huge hit.
That is rough. That is one of the main ways you extract value from scores in this deck. Of course, there are a couple of other ways. We've got the Tucana, we've got the powers that be. So it's a hit, but it isn't going to completely cripple the corp.
And unfortunately, with Cupulation, because it's entirely in the runner's control, they can just hold on to that FUT
They can
for the
keep
rest
the
of the
FUT
game,
for
and
the
they
rest of the
know
game.
because they've seen the deck list that's sitting right there that there is only one FUT in the deck, so that FUT is functionally out of the game.
I expect we'll probably see him trashed only when it gets to very late in the game on a big HQ sweep when Ob has flooded.
Exactly.
So we're just reinstalling. There is an upgrade, and there is potentially 2 upgrades in that remote behind the tithe, which could be many things, but we are on 1 Tucana, we're on Mavirus, we're on Hollow Man, so potentially the Hollow Man we saw on R&D, and just saying, come and take a net damage to deal with that. This Ob has a very grinder playstyle. It just wants to knock cards out of hand and just run the runner out of cards.
Yeah, and I think just picking at the runner, taking away the cards, and just making it that much harder that once it does come time for the measured response, that you just cannot react quickly enough, because the runner seems to only be on 1 credit at the minute.
Yeah, We do have the Mystic, so we can bounce Quat up quite quickly based on our Carpe Diems. We have Bravados. Clean Getaway on Archives would be another good way to get back into the money.
Yeah, but it's a that's bouncing up to 8. You need to bounce up to 8 and still have 4 in hand once threat 4 hits the board. But luckily we're a ways away from that. Only 1 point has been exchanged so far.
There is one sneaky maintenance access in this Mercury deck. So Ob not icing Archives yet, knowing there's only one of them, and it's probably going to wait until much later in the game before we see it come out, but it can be a sneaky game closer there. Will always come out when you least expect it.
I see a Steel Skin in hand, which is going to be obviously really helpful for making sure that the measured response isn't quite as lethal. We see him a Virus pop.
Virus res, so we're probably getting maybe another Regolith with that.
Yep. I don't know if you go for Regolith here. You're on 20
you
credits.
have quite a lot of credits, yeah. So what else could we possibly be getting, though? Maybe a piece of ice. I could see a Kessleroid being grabbed here. Maybe a white space. But yeah, maybe you're just getting the Regolith so you can continue working your way down the Ob chain.
Tucana, okay, so I think we can... And that's kind of indicating that might be an As-If in either in the remote, or it could be the Hollow Man in the remote.
It could be, yeah.
Tucana does somewhat undo the damage that Hermes would do from an As-If score.
Absolutely, and it's just going to add more ice to just deal with Mercury. It's going to make it harder and harder for Mercury to get past. Already these centrals looking pretty locked down. It's going to take Mercury quite a few different tools to break in.
Here's the Hollow Man.
And we are going to be scoring something. Is this going to be the As-If that we've seen in hand since turn 2?
I think it might be.
We're thinking about it. We're not fanning the hands out because we assume Dabs has played against this up. He knows. Yeah, Resing Regolith.
Yep, we score the As-If,
Yep.
and the Corp has points on the board.
He's going to be doing 2 damage, but first we are trashing the Regolith to find a Powers That Be, which I believe does see the As-If score, if I remember rightly.
Yes, because it's trashing before the score actually occurs, because it's a cost to score it.
So we are getting 2 damage and ice and something from Powers off this 1 score, which is so much. 2 Steel Skins!
Oh, I mean, that's a lot of draw for the runner, but at the same time, you kind of wanted to hold on to
You
it.
kind of wanted maybe to keep one of those, but you gotta love 2 damage doing 2 Steel Skins. I mean, come on.
Okay.
So you do see a lot of tools in the runner's hand there, but not much money. Which is kind of the problem with Mercury. Malandragem is a really powerful card for them.
White space going on the outer field of... Oh no, that's off the Tucana.
So, yeah, revealing the white space, but not rezzing it based on the fact that there's 2 cards on there. Oh, the Powers was the white space install, apparently. So we're still waiting for a Tucana install, and that's what we're looking for now.
This is a lot of forward
This
tempo.
is so much tempo, and oh my god, that central surface is brutal. Mercury can deal with this past fret 4, but we're at fret 2.
And another white space. Okay, R&D and HQ both absolutely solid right now. That Hollow Man is probably the weakest spot. I think there's still a Hermes bounce.
There is still a Hermes bounce to go. Yes.
Surely you bounce the Hollow Man ice and go.
That's
you
what
have
I
to do
expect. Just kill the Hollow Man. Yeah.
You
Maybe
have
then
to
find a second cut for the Hollow Man, because the Hollow Man is also a one-of in this deck.
Oh yeah. If you
And
can
getting
take that away.
both of those one-piece options off the board, that's going to be very strong.
Yeah, for sure. Compilation's not unique. So
Yep,
you kinda,
we're bouncing
we're
that
bouncing
remote
that.
ice.
So
Yep, rolling to mark for our backstitching that we've got installed.
the mark is R&D, but I'm pretty sure we're not going there.
Probably not going through
Reading
R&D.
backstitching.
I mean, we could. If we install Malandragem and Estebrado, we can get in now. But that is a lot of tools for just 3 cards.
But 3 cards that could change the game fundamentally.
Absolutely.
Like if you score, then you can just start bouncing R&D, make it even easier for the next time, and the next time, and the next time. So okay, so the runner clearing out that server, very smart.
Installing
You do
daily
not want them.
casts as well. But yeah, those gone is just very important. You can't afford to let those stay on the board.
The awkward thing about the runner scoring green mill is you can't even like bait them out with a by just blank installing another As-If, because you need to do 2 agendas.
Install Slash and Burning. So we are
Slash and
scoring in.
Burning.
Is this a second As-If? isn't off the books.
Okay.
So it's just a score. We're going to get a Hermes bounce of this, but there is no real tempo except the powers that be. But on this board state, there's no remotes. Fast advance is kind of the best you can do.
Yeah, but they are. But Mike is gifting the runner 2 points of this. Oh no, getting the spin doctor back.
Spin Doctor, right. Yep, the old slash and burn into Spin Doctor pay from powers is very fun. Bouncing R&D ice. Of course, the white space, if Mercury can get to 10 credits, isn't going to stop them getting in. You don't need to use a bypass for that.
Question: could the runner have just bounced the spin doctor
I don't know. I think you can bounce the Spin Doctor off that install, yes.
and then just go and get the 2 point? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. I mean, these are better players than us, so they probably know what they're doing.
And we are getting back, I think, is that a Regolith and the slash and burn? Yep, Regolith going back in.
Okay, so we're on threat 4 now.
That 4, so
I'm just going
Mercury
to put on
is
the big alarm bell, which is that measured response is now online, and the Corp is 2 credits and credits off having enough to play a double.
And we know there is 1 measured in hand. But on the other hand, Mercury has Estebrado, the Malandragem threat text is there, and we are Estebradoing. So we are going into R&D. We are going to bypass that white space of Estebrado. I'm not sure if the mark for backstitching is on R&D, but I assume it will be. We could just be spending a click from Estebrado to bypass that second ice, though.
Yeah.
And we will be seeing with Devadata Drones and Pretty, that is 4 cards off the top of R&D, which can crack open our HQ if we see enough agendas. So this has the chance to completely reverse Ob's fortunes here. We know 1 powers has just, not powers, slash and burn has been shuffled into the decks. There are going to be agendas in there.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Estebradoing still.
So Estebrado bypasses the white space. Are we rezzing? And I think you probably do want to res here.
Yeah.
Unless, yeah, we're rezzing a Maskarovka, so just a click past that with Estebrado. Seeing a score, that is an Aziev bouncing a HQ ice. Second one stays, or thinking about trashing it. We are trashing, it's an anthill. And it's a third Aziev.
Oh, the runner is on match
5
points.
We do have a Hermes bounce again, and we also have a reprise in hand, I believe. So this could just end here with a HQ sweep if there's anything in hand.
Yeah, I think you do need to go for the HQ sweep here because the runner's on 5 credits and how many cards in hand?
There are probably enough to survive 1 measured. Like, can you get 3 more credits out of this? And I think it's probably quite plausible. It looks like we took back the Devadata drone install, which is why we only saw 3 cards off R&D there. Thinking about it, I believe with 2 clicks left, there is definitely a reprise in hand, so we could reprise and go back into R&D if we wanted, but we'd only see the 1 card because Mercury is once per turn.
Oh,
never mind. It's back to and it's measured. Is this a tempo measured or is it a double? No steel skins in hand. We don't have the second one.
We don't. This was a tempo measured. Okay.
Oh, that is very tight for Mercury there, but has slipped through with the skin of the teeth.
I think that might just give them the window that they need. They're going to sweep the hand next.
I believe that is a transfer we've just drawn as well. If backstitching hits HQ,
which I don't think it did.
Although the corp is down to 1 credit, so
I think you can just run HQ.
You can just run HQ. Oh, we're running the new. Oh, there's a Regolith. We afford to trash that? Yeah.
Yep, can't let them have that.
Corp's low on money. We need to get rid of it.
It's a rough spot.
So thinking about how can we get up. Mystic made me also angry on 3 credits, so he's going to have to either draw or play some kind of run event. Just spend those credits. Yeah, if Corp down to 1 credit. And it's a transfer. We're just going for a single credit to steal from the Corp is very mean, honestly. There's not much value for the runner, but we're going to see a bunch of cards. We're sweeping the HQ. Yep. We're popping for... We're going to see everything here, and all we need is 2 points. It's an Afshar. It's another measured. We're trashing that. Yep. It's gone. Should see 2 more cards. It's a Spin Doctor. We have the money to trash it, but it's going to bankrupt it. Yep, it's gone. And then Envelopment.
So
Looks
run,
like HQ
run is
is
safe and
clean.
safe for now. And so now, so unfortunately, does that mean that a couple turns ago, when Mike played that measure response, they did have the second one in hand. They just didn't have the cash to play it.
Might have just been drawn, I think. But yeah, off the top deck.
Crushing.
And Mystic maybe is playing Steel Skin to put us back into card. Well, apparently, don't see that on the actual stream. Maybe not.
I missed it. Discards the steel skin, I think.
Oh yes, of course, that makes more sense. So we're now on 2 cards, 2 credits. If we top deck the third measured, that could be it.
Yeah. So Corp just clicks up in for 3. Yeah, you got to get back in the money, because you are in a really rough position here. And if the runner just draws up, like they just spend the whole turn
We do have
drawing.
another transfer in hand. I imagine it's just going to be sent here.
It could, yeah. I don't hate that.
Archives is the mark, unfortunately. There is enough ice in this deck that could be rezzed here.
We check archives. We see
An enemy and a Maskarovka. Seeing the enemy out is very good to know. That's valuable information to know. It's not something worth worrying about on HQ. Mystic is gone. We decided we can't get any more value from Mystic, which definitely hurts. But yeah, there's no run events in hand to spend off that. And we are...
Mark is on R&D by the looks of it.
Which means we could get in here potentially.
We could.
If there is an Estebrado in hand, we can just get through that. And then we'd see 3 cards.
I think... Do I see a Maladendrum in there?
There is a Malandragem, but you might not have the credit. You have just enough credits to install it. So there are a lot of ways to see R&D here and see 3 whole cards. And you only need 1 agenda at this point. Well, there are 2 green mails,
Yeah,
so another green mail wouldn't be enough, but every other agenda in the deck is available. Yeah, it looked such an indomitable position for the Corp with all this Central's ice, but it's just been whittled away by Hermes. One good run has completely deleted a lot of it, and the Corp just not having enough ice on ice dedicates protecting the remotes. Yeah, going into the tank here for Davs, but thinking about it, we are installing Malandragem.
I think we're going for an R&D run.
Could be going for R&D. Oh, we're just running HQ. Is that an above? I think there is an above the law in hand. So there is a good chance this could be game. Rezzing spin to protect HQ.
Drawing 2.
We only see 2 cards here. So there's decent odds the above the law survives. Popping spin. Shuffling back a face down. I do wonder what you get back here, because generally the Ob really wants Hollow Man, but like on this credit total it's not. Yep.
Getting the anemone, yeah, I guess.
An enemy and a Spin Doctor back into the deck. Rezzing Event Horizon. This is an excellent play from Davs here, because we know the transfer is in hand. So we effectively have baited out this Event Horizon without having to use a transfer on it. And bringing back an enemy, which is going to do 2 damage. It's the transfer! Oh, that is... The enemy we have just shuffled back. That is some real nonsense from Ob there. Really good play from Mike P.
Definitely. So, yeah, so the question is, so that's bought Mike some time, but not a huge amount of it. Because next turn, he'll be back with our Melodendrum.
Yeah, we can still get into HQ here, but without the transfer, is there much reason to go for it? I see a clean ghetto in hand, but we don't have the credits to actually play it, so we might just be clicking to credit again here.
Oh, it's such a rough position for the
It is a rough position, but like, I think KK can afford to take a few turns off here. Not KK, Dav, sorry. Can afford to take some turns off. The Corp isn't threatening anything and is on 0 credits, in fact. So it might just be credit.
I think the runner's still got 1 click left.
I believe around about that.
2 clicks and 2 credits.
Yes. Yep, just credit. We have enough to play the clean getaway next turn, which we can use on HQ. If the mark goes right, we can even use it on R&D.
Just taking 3 credits. Yep. Oh, that's so painful.
Where's the mark land?
R&D.
R&D. Are we just going to go for a free card luck? We are clean getawaying. It looks like maybe HQ. No, we are getting R&D.
Yep.
We're getting 6 credits back. We're seeing 3 cards. Is this going to be it? That stays.
Stays.
Steals. Is it a green mail?
It's
a
a green
green
mail.
mail. We get a bounce, but there's nothing to bounce. And stays. Oh.
The runner so tantalisingly close to that 7 points, but just not enough. I mean, I think the court would have liked to have that green mail as well. That would have gotten them something back in the game, but yeah.
And installing Nuka.
So installing Nuka, like, this is sensible because you have to play around the court going credit measured at this point.
It's a very real threat, even with 2 of them in the bin, which is good to know 2 of them in the bin. This corp is not running Basal Spire. It doesn't have the classic way of just pulling them back for massive damage.
And even if they did, right now, I don't think Basal Spire is getting scored anytime soon.
Absolutely not. And even if it was, we don't have the credits to play double.
Yes.
So Kike just... Oh my god. Dav's drawing back up. Just to survive the single measured threat.
Yeah. Where does the court go from here?
It's such a ruthless position. So this is the power of the kind of just crim aggression, as particularly Mercury and Hermes. Just installing a new remote and icing it. I wonder if that is an above the law jam. And just saying you're not going to... Oh, we're just running it. Almost certainly we can stop that. It's the
Afshar, a desperation play. Because you really don't want to put Afshar on the remote. You want to put that on HQ. But a desperation play just to slow the runner down. But it's working.
And that is less credits for the corp now. We're back on 2. But that is enough to res a Regolith, which would really get them back in this game. Checking archives. Not running it, just having a look.
Just looking at the face up. Oh.
But yeah, Mercury can just kind of wait here for the final Estebrado and just check R&D again.
Yeah, and the corp deck must be absolutely jam-packed with agendas at this point.
We've spun back a fair amount, and there's not many in hand. We know there's the above the law, but it doesn't look like there's that much left. But there is the Estebrado in hand, so it's just going to be when is Davs going to decide to play it? See a Kesteroid pulled into hand off the mandatory draw. Just clicking for credits and going.
Third time in a row, that's so painful for Mike.
Back to 5 credits on that total, which is kind of solidly enough that you can afford to res things, but not resing whatever is in that remote is interesting. It could be an anthill, where we didn't have enough to protect it there. And quite a lot of tools and run events in Davs' hand. You know, about whether we want to run now, if we can just take some time off.
Yeah.
Drawing again, finding a Malandragem. This is going to get you into that remote, which I think is where we're going. Yep. Clean getawaying as well, so we get the credits out of it. Is this the above the law? It's just an anthill.
Yeah,
but that's going to go.
Off that goes.
Very good to get that gone off the board. Mercury is generally not very good at pressuring these kind of assets, but Davs is doing a fantastic job of keeping this corp in check.
Yeah.
I think it is a result of the corp having to overinvest in protecting centrals, leaving the remote somewhat undefended.
Oh, that's a painful install
because
it won't be an agenda. Although, I mean, you get the mind games here, so
you could.
That wouldn't be an agenda. It wouldn't be an agenda because then you'd lose. So therefore, there's no point in running it because it won't be an agenda. In which case, there is a point in installing it because they might not run it.
And this is one of the last Malandragem counters.
Yeah. The runner is in danger of running out of gas.
Yeah, we've only got 1 more Malandragem in the deck. There should be 2 more Estebrados, I believe, and 2 more backstitchings. So we do have a fair amount. There should be a fair amount of bypass left in the game. But we'll just have to see. It's all about where Davs chooses to use it. And we are Estebradoing. Are we going for R&D or are we going for HQ?
Surely R&D at this point.
I think so. You have to go for R&D on this one.
Oh no, we're going for it.
Where are we seeing?
Resing a Spindo.
Yeah. So it looks like we are going on HQ.
Yep.
Well, no, it is definitely R&D.
No,
we're
doing R&D.
Yeah, so we'll be spending a click to presumably preserve that Malandragem counter. So we are spinning to shuffle in non-agendas to just reduce that density as much as we can. Of course, if you res the spin there and see 2 non-agenda cards come into your hand, you feel slightly silly, but such is the way of variance.
I haven't a real think about this. Like, I think calculating if there's any outs here.
There's a very decent chance this is going to see the final
so
points.
So I think the question that Mike's asking himself is, do I
We are not spinning.
do I spin
Just checking how
after
many
to get
cards.
to get fresh accesses? Because right now the corp is R&D logged, or will be in a second. So if you spin afterwards, you're getting fresh accesses, which means something can come through.
We are seeing
Seeing it.
3. No spin.
Miss.
Second.
Miss.
Oh,
that's the
slash and
game. That's
burn.
the slash and burn.
Oh.
So the runner takes it, applying expert level pressure to the corp there, and just in total control again, despite not installing a single breaker the entire game.
Classic Mercury. It's very cool to see a Mercury put this much pressure onto the board, just using the innate ability of Mercury to force the corp to overinvest on centrals, letting you trash those Fiaticals and slow Ob down just enough that you can just steal everything.
Absolutely. Well played to both players. That continues us on in the top 16.
Yeah.
In top 16, there is much more net runner to come today. So we will see you again shortly for round 3.
See you
Exciting.
soon.
And welcome back, folks.
Hello.
Hi. A bit of a change of pace here. My name is Warlock. I am here with the lovely Tuno.
Hello. We're taking our beloved commentators Extract and Komodo Commodore are taking a break. So we are commentating this game. It's going to be Baron Vu versus Rotom Appliance. And Baron Vu is going to be playing a runner on Arizona, and Rotom is going to be playing
Nuvem, I believe, yeah.
With any answers?
I'm afraid there's no answers.
I don't see any answers in the list.
In the list.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I haven't looked at the list yet.
Mm-hmm.
Nuvem is a regular 54 cards, Cultivate, Seamless Launch, Reanimation Protocol.
Yeah, the rumor in the room has been that Nuvem is the new PD. You push agendas behind ice with Seamless. So
because PD is not PD anymore.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So it feels like a very Rotom-shaped deck for this tournament.
Yeah, it's what he will play. It makes sense. And what Baron Vu is playing also makes sense. I was having a talk with him yesterday, and he told me that somehow he has not tried out Umbrella yet. So we do not get to see Umbrella Arizona on stream.
More of a reg build.
We get to see something else. Oh yeah, a reg build with Flux Capacitor.
Yeah, I mean
classic.
The Baron Vu special, I think.
We're eating some dirt. There's 3 illuminations. There's Poison Vial. I don't think this is normal. Like I don't think you can call this reg. What do you do with Poison Vial? You charge it with Flux Capacitor, and then you have Slap Vandal, I guess.
I believe that is
there's no Botulus.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, how do we see this matchup going? We have very limited amounts of multi-access as far as I can see. But we don't need that because we're just going to be contesting the remote. I guess Slap Vandal plus Poison Vial can contest a lot of things.
Yeah, and Hush on the Faros is going to be key to get that through.
Hush. So Hush can counter things. Slap Vandal can only get through so many things because charged Faros will counter you, but also a charged tree line. Like you can try tree line.
Yeah.
And that will dodge Slap Vandal. What do we have in terms of fractals? Only one propeller.
No, there's also a pressure spike in the list.
And a pressure spike.
So that one's going to be quite important at dealing with the chunky barriers that Rotom is bringing in.
That is true. It's also true that pressure spike does its thing at threat 4.
Yes.
And we may not see threat 4 during this game because Corp is playing Meowshu. So a nice thing about Meowshu is that you completely skip that phase of the game where there's Asdobrado, there's Malandraja. This both being very relevant in this tournament in entirely unforeseen ways. Okay, what else do we have that is of particular relevance? We have a Fly's Water, which is going to potentially completely blow out the Ephizerum. Cultivate is going to lead to us having to take ample breaks so that Rotom can resolve it. Otherwise, the Arizona is like very normal Urban Art deck. The multi-access is one copy of the twinning, which I guess you are charging off Urban Art mostly.
Correct, yes.
So we are going to look to establish this engine, but I imagine that like outrushing the Corp is going to be the primary concern for a lot of the game, right? I think we're ready to move to the
looks like we're
screen table.
Good to go. So
we are still shuffling, but we're hopefully about to draw our starting hands.
Yeah, players should be.
Is there anywhere that we can see the timer?
I don't believe so. We are on 0 agenda points. Wayland Consortium?
It is Wayland. It is Wayland. Yeah. You know, when people think about Wayland, they usually tend to just think about one ID.
Yeah.
Which is more interesting than the others. But does Nuvem as well? It's been doing okay.
Apparently Bangoon is also on the table.
Bangoon is also quite good, and it also made cut. I don't know how many ops are in the cut. I know the one just got knocked out.
Too many.
Probably too many. They didn't need to bounce yet, or we would still have that op in the cut. Okay, sorry, a hot take corner. Okay.
Looks like we're good to go, I think.
We have drawn one hand.
Yeah.
Is this a Mall from the Corp?
I don't think Rotom has showed provided the starting hand yet.
Oh, we're just putting it on the table.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
haven't drawn it yet. Okay,
I believe so.
Rotom just loves shuffling. We're taking our time.
Looks like we have a few more minutes before the players may begin. There you go. There's your...
What are our ob credential? Is a question put to us by distributive law. What are your ob credentials?
Not as good as yours. I feel like I played a bit of ob, but I haven't written a book about it yet.
What's your favorite ob deck?
Venti, 100%.
Venti, and
Yeah.
you also once played against me. Idiosyncrasies Clearinghouse op,
Yes.
and I thought that was very brilliant, and very bad as well. But like that it's the thought that counts.
Yeah. Looks like we're mulliganing on the corpse side for now. Rotom is
Okay.
shuffling his hands back in the deck.
And Baron Vu is showing us. Oh no! Okay,
Oh,
we're
we're
also
shuffling that
mulliganing.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
He made some kind of gesture that seemed to indicate confidence. Maybe what he meant is I'm confident I can win even on them all. Let's see. There's not really any kind of central pressure that this Arizona is doing. Like
the illumination is probably the
oh,
one.
elimination is central pressure. Yeah, okay. But like HQ is like there's no waking plant. It's nothing. Oh,
There's
there's
a single
copulation.
copulation, yeah.
Copulation. Okay.
And like Shapers love recurring that one, so if you can't exactly hold points in the HQ against the copulation and a single shift. Although I don't think Rotom is looking forward to keep points in hand. I think points will usually lead from top of the stack, or R&D rather, into the remote quite quickly.
Right. So one nice thing about copulation is it is actually the one way that you dodge Meowshu.
Yes.
You do need to find the Meowshu rather than have the corp like tutor it with Malapert. But if you do get it, it's the one way you can hold it in place. Because if you trash it, it's Corp Basalt and you just get the Meowshu and play it. So maybe that's something we'll be looking to do.
It is the single axis you want to put on copulation the most, but it's not going to be easy to find it, that's for sure. The players are waiting for the go-ahead from the judges.
We have such a beautiful bowl of tokens.
We do, yeah.
From Rotom. Oh, players are using their own tokens. We're not doing the classic stream thing where we have government mandated pocket chips.
No, we're going to be struggling to figure out the credit level.
Yeah. For what it's worth, as a player, I've always been more comfortable using my own tokens. So when they
Absolutely,
give
yeah.
me like chips that are huge and heavy, and like I'm playing as and they only give me 4 clicks, I don't know what to do.
Right, sorry, folks.
We have a technical
Couple of
break.
slight technical difficulties, but we should be good to go.
Well, the game's certainly about to start.
Yeah.
We have a 5. Okay.
Looks like we're good to go, or not.
We have Mulligan, right? There's no more
Yeah,
decisions.
there's
to
no
make.
decision to make.
We're just waiting for time.
Absolutely, exactly.
Oh no. Go ahead. Stream scouting. No, stream scouting. Here.
Right. But yeah, as a person who uses 3s and 1s instead of 5s, I really despise having to use someone else's tokens for stream. So I'm.
Oh yeah. I really despise playing against you for what it's worth. Because I never get to understand actually how many credits.
I get that a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Look,
Okay, we are starting.
Fist
Okay.
bump and a mandatory to start from Rotom. Let's see what the Corp turn 1 leads us. For now, it's in Hedge
That's
Fund.
hedge fund, very easy. We're going to know them. We don't have any kind of insider information. Maybe someone will be providing us with insider information.
Spin
but
Doctor click 2.
not from the camera. Spin Doctor click 2. Okay.
Doesn't spark confidence, I think, to res the Spin Doctor on your first turn. We'll see if that ends up signaling a flood in Rotom HQ. For now, we haven't seen a single ice yet hit the table.
Yeah. It does look like we're looking for the one eyes or something. Even if we milled an agenda, we would keep this spin face down usually.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's one ice on HQ. which is again like it's not really the server you will be willing to ice turn 1. It's interesting. Like you can always make a confidence move and saying, "Oh, I'm icing RNG because actually my queue's fine," you know. So here we're really telling Ba, please illuminate me.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ritualing.
Starting ritual, yeah, exactly. Drawing up to 8. Looks like we're drawing all the way to 9, which kind of tells me the illumination is
Wait,
coming down.
have we drawn more?
Yes, we have. Yeah.
Okay.
The hand of 9 cards, or 8 rather.
We're basically just looking at what are our juiciest installs.
Yeah, exactly. Between Arisana and Illumination or tricks, Ba can get rid of a bunch of cards in hand very quickly with just 2 clicks.
Yep, we're shuffling things around. We're looking at illumination. Okay. Ba just said oh.
That's a 3 of a kind, folks. There's 3 symbol chips hit the bin.
But just said it's fun and also we're on stream. So triple symbol chip. So this doesn't look like the best hand actually. Like this is not exactly what you want to have in your starting hand. You're certainly happy. Like if you were playing NID, that's sad. You begin your game with 3 symbol chips on the board turn 1. You will play that, right?
Yeah.
But it's not exactly what you wanted to have in your starting hand. So illumination helps. Now we're going to have Physarum for days. We're going to have Slap Vandal for days. We're going to have Cup for days.
Yeah.
Are we doing any tricks with like Coal and Knickknack?
Coalescence is there. I don't think Knickknack is in the list.
Okay, certainly once we find a Coalescence, we can, recycle money as far as we need.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's good.
For now, there's a government subsidy to get another Novum trigger. Rhythm now swimming in cash with 18 credits in turn 2. Looks like we're drawing click 2. So we're still looking for more ice to sort out this board state, and we're just creating a new server using the ice I probably drew very recently.
Okay, I guess we're deciding that we want to rush, right? Because we are a rush deck. And also, once illumination happened, you don't really care anymore. At least that's the way I tend to think about it.
Yeah.
Once you get illumination...
The first one is definitely the worst one to get hit by. The second one is significantly less powerful.
Yeah, otherwise you end up being the kind of player like once you get Praxid, you ice archives, but then it's too late because you already got Praxid.
Poison Vial.
There's a Poison Vial.
First click for
and we're running HQ. Okay, very smart to run HQ since we do expect to be agendas in hand there. But Afshar is kind of really ugly. You can't really use Poison Vial on that. So if we are holding a Slap Vandal, that's not great. Okay,
that's a Physarum Entangler.
We can use Physarum kind of freely. We have 3 symbol chips on the board.
Absolutely.
So
there's no more virus in the list, right? So we're not worried about getting purged at instant speed. Find a reanimation protocol.
We're just milling and trying to hit that probably.
At this point, yeah. Rotom is looking for ice to put in archives to summon back on either a central or the remote to then push something behind it. So we're drawing with more mandatory.
How many credits does Ba have?
Ba is on a single credit against the
single
15,
credit.
Yeah,
right. So we certainly didn't have a credit commission to play.
Yeah.
So that's good. Again, if we find a call, we can sort of make money.
Yeah, single coalescence, a credit commission, as you said, can get us quite far.
But this sounds like a very good turn for Rotom to push something, and that's what we're doing. So I guess we did draw ice and install something in the remote.
It looks like it.
We may have some amounts of stimulus. I guess it's more likely that we don't, but this was a strange start hand, right?
Yeah, you're not in a rush to get those points out too fast anyway. With
Okay.
Ba on such a low.
Oh, we got
credit
telework. That's another way that we can make some money. And now we're going to be running
Checking archives.
archives. We want to maybe force a spin.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that valuable particularly? I guess you.
The more spins you force out, the harder it is for Novum to trash cards from top of the stack.
And I guess you make it a gamble to play Slash from Agriculture. I guess maybe that's the big thing as well, right?
Absolutely.
Because there's always, I guess, if you're icing HQ early, one of the reasons could be that you have 1 or 2 slashes in hand. And maybe this is a Basalt push with Slash and Burn. Now, if the corpse scores Basalt with Slash and Burn, they can still retrieve it. But it's more chancy, right? You'd rather have a spin on the board to make it a little safer.
Yeah, you never know if the top of the R&D is going to be safe when you use Basalt here.
We
So
see
we're playing a seamless.
Oh, okay. We're scoring. It's time to score. We have a Trillion in the bin that's going to be a potential reanimation protocol target.
Mhm.
It's not a great one. We do trash from the
Okay,
top.
trashing of Nuvum, getting 2 credits back. Is this gonna be a small agenda, or are we pushing a larger 5-3? Is the question. Looks
I
like we're
do.
playing
Yeah.
a slash and
I
burn.
did believe this would be a slash and burn in this. And now we see one more card. We're not going to mill that, and now we're just
We're
scoring.
just gonna advance it and score it. My bet would be a Basalt Spire. I think it.
That's a result. Yes, and this is basically the one thing you do want to do to win the game, right?
Mhm.
So this is certainly improving Rodium's chances. Now, as the runner,
Yes.
how do you come back from this? Like, how is Baz board state looking for you?
It is really hard to bounce back from this. And you have to leverage the 3 symbol chips you installed somehow.
Yes.
So finding a coalescence would be quite important, and I think hammering centrals is the way you make sure that Rotom doesn't have too many points to push in that remote.
Mm-hmm.
So we would be looking at any form of multi-access and potentially access as many cards out of HQ to get rid of that slash and burn instead of letting.
Yeah. Okay, so we did do the good thing. We ran archives and forced the corp to get the slashback,
Mhm.
and an agenda was mailed
Yeah.
by the Basalt. So that's a Legend Dream. I don't think the Legend Dream is that relevant for the runner specifically. I think it's more that you're really happy that the corp cannot score it,
Mhm.
right?
It is one less agenda that the curve can score.
But actually, like the thing is, as far as breaking tools go, the runner's kind of in a decent place now.
Yeah.
Like I mean, what I mean is, you need to find one slab mandal, and then you have Poison Fire, you have his arm down, and you have chips to record
Mhm.
his cards for days. But we're going to set up a little more money.
Yeah,
We're going to have
Stowaway on the Stowaway gets installed on the offshore, and now we're running it.
We see the
using
same
fulfillment
reanimation.
toggle, Yeah.
We knew about that one. We could keep running HQ. I guess we're probably going to set up more. We want to find a slab vandal. We want to be able to break into the remote, because if there is an uncontested push now, then things look very, very ugly for Ba.
Yeah.
Also, because Meowshu is very much on the table as an option.
Absolutely. Haven't tutored it yet. Deck is on 54 cards, sorry. So chances of finding it are not exactly high, but
But you want to play around it.
yeah, you don't want to lose the game on the off chance that Mioshu ends up being HQ.
I mean, it's Ba. So Ba wants this to be a cool stream game. I think he would appreciate losing to like turn 6 Meowshu. But also, yeah, you try not to, right?
Yeah. I don't know about wanting to lose to Mioshu.
No, it's not wanting to. It's like you appreciate fate when you
Sure.
see it.
For now, it looks like Rodham keeping his money up, playing another government subsidy, and trashing the top card with Nuvum. So we're up to 20 credits
That's
now.
a mill. We are obviously, we're installing here. As the run, that's okay.
Yeah, you don't love it. It is gonna force some of the symbol chips to get used, but you install them for a reason. It looks like we're pushing something.
I don't think you even want the stowaway particularly. Like,
No.
now you have a telework, you have an run testing that is going to pop at some point. You still have to find your gambles, your creatives. You don't need the money from the stowaway,
No.
but you do need the Fizarum.
Yeah,
So-
the one limiting factor right now is we don't have a single program on the board, so we can't use the symbol chip until we install something.
Unless we blind Fizarum something right now, right?
Yeah.
But there are so many barriers.
Yes.
So you can't really blind Fizarum. Like, it's very chancy. If you Fizarum a barrier, it's worth nothing. And if you Fizarum with Fly's Water, it's also worth nothing. Or I guess, yeah, it kind of is. So,
I would expect Ba to install something with Arisana at some point during
like,
the
install the
round.
coalescence.
Yeah, exactly.
Installing coalescence would be peak, as the kids say.
As the kids say, yeah. For now, I think it's back on Ba's turn. Now we are popping a symbol chip on the end of the corpse turn to get.
So we are installing this Fizarum. I
next
guess
appear,
I guess Baz is calculating that we kind of need to take this risk, because if that is like a legendary that's being pushed, it's really bad. But also, like, you could score the slash as the corp, right? You have a seamless in the bin, and so you can install the slash if that's your only agenda, and then you can just record the seamless, score it. At that point, you're at 5 points. That's an invaluable position. I think you just want to do it as quickly as possible, because the runner has a significant part of their breaking tools
Yeah, already down.
That's a Flies Water!
Water.
Yeah, there it is.
Ooh.
Okay, so do we want to purge to try and get in and then probably get knocked out again? It's possible that we decide that that's just not worth it. What do we have as a decoder as a runner?
I believe
Is
there's
it
a
Euler or
Unity.
Unity? Why is Euler not in anymore?
Great question, honestly.
Like, people play a teeny, right? A little bit.
Yeah, I think it's that. I have no idea.
Okay.
Shapers go through phases, I think, and Unity and Euler is one of
That's
those.
trends.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, but we are reinstalling the Physarum, and by passing for one and continuing, there's not going to be another Flies Water in the list to
Those are-
prevent us.
I believe that's a tree line.
That's a tree line. Okay,
We're getting
okay.
through it with a
With
Slap Vandal.
Yeah, tree line Slap Vandal, best enemies. As the corp, you can always basalt the other tree line to make this impenetrable,
You can.
right? So that is something that
It would be the last counter on Basalt, so you might not be as happy.
you might not
to
want.
do
Oh,
that.
it's a
and that's
Malabird.
That's
Well, we're happy to trash it, surely.
Yeah.
Because this means that Myoshu is a much less likely circumstance.
Yeah.
But we're not so unhappy with this, I guess. We're hoping to steal 1 point or something.
Oh yeah, I mean we know for a fact that Rotom still has a Slash and Burn somewhere in hand right now. So looking for that agenda was definitely part of Boss plan, I think here.
Yeah.
Draw is the last click for the runner, and we're moving back to the corpse turn on a mandatory.
Okay. So right now the board is like, I think it's not looking as bad for the runner as it was a moment ago. Because yes, it's 3 points for the corp and 1 point for the runner. But also there's only one basalt counter. As Lash in hand is known, which is a vulnerability, we've lost a couple important cards. The Malapert mostly.
Yeah.
And I think most important of all, like the remote is 2 credit tax.
Yeah, that one looks fairly easy to get through. The one thing I'm worried about for the runner side is that 8 credits are not a lot, and if we steal enough points, we'll have to confront with Measure Response, which is...
Yeah. Let Them Dream really helps.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Like, Let Them Dream is good with measured, but also it gets you to situations where like you will really want to have a 2-pointer stolen instead.
Rotom fishing for something here, clicks 2 times to draw. Doesn't look terribly happy with what he found.
Also, hi chat. Yes, again, it's me, Tuna, pronounced it's and
then Warlock, him.
the favorite formats are standard and eternal,
Correct,
respectively.
yes.
I actually really like Psy as a format.
Not as popular though.
Not very popular.
Gotta work on that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Rotom deep in thought here.
Yeah, I guess it's again like there's a dilemma of I want to rush but I can't. Also, we still have a reanimation protocol in hand, so
We do.
So there's 2 ways to fix the remote. One is to play reanimation on some good target, which it's not clear that we have.
We don't have any right now.
We have face
up,
downs,
at least, yeah.
right? We have face downs, but the other one is to get back the tree line with basalt and tree line the tree line, and that at least gets you out of Slap Vandal range. So it basically counts as a Slap Vandal. And then, Ba can use a propeller to get in once, or can spend 5 credits with Pressure Spike, which is a lot because Pressure Spike is 4 to install. So,
Yeah.
but that's your basalt counter.
Yes. Yeah. Like Rotom has that single resource, and he doesn't want to spend it incorrectly. It looks like we are.
We are using your animation on a face down, and that's an event horizon. That doesn't solve all your problems either, right?
No.
Like, still.
You want an inventories on the remote eventually, but right now the remote isn't expensive enough, I think, to warrant the Dresh effect on the card.
Yeah, as I can see, this event horizon is 8 credit and a click tax.
Yeah.
But that's not like outside of our capabilities as the runner, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And like we even have 1 bad pub now that we can pay the stacks with. So HQ? Did you see HQ? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess we're
HQ.
we're looking to make use of this bad pub a
And
little
that's
bit.
the third tree line, I
tree line,
believe.
okay.
The last one is in archives right now.
Okay.
Not an easy way to get through this one. I think Ba's only option would be either. I think he might have a second.
There's a
Slap
second
Vandal.
slap bundle in the deck, right? We could have it. We could use it. There's really not any particular urgency to get into HQ. Like we know this is a slash. This may be other agendas.
Yeah, looks like we lighted fire.
Oh yeah, and then we play the UAV.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we know there's 3 lane on HQ, UAV makes it look actually more vulnerable.
Yes.
We do like that a
Definitely.
lot.
But yeah, the inventories, we know Rotom wasn't exactly happy with that play. I think it is going to pay off in the end if Rotom can build a safer remote later. Right now, I feel like it's just mostly a deterrent. And
But like, this is new. Like there's not supposed to be a later. Like, I don't know how long you can hold onto a game before it starts slipping away from you. Certainly, Ba is not building like a super powerful multi-access engine, but also like that HQ is very, very, very penetrable, and our agendas are going to get stolen if we don't score them.
yeah, but I think like
So we're playing petty cash and drawing.
yes, I feel like this Shaper deck in particular doesn't have a lot of eventuality. It is also very aggressive and wants to find cards early. So I think Rotom is not terribly unfavored going slightly longer in this match. For now, the Slap Metal comes back to hand, 2 counters on the UAV.
Yeah. So this pusher on the remote, what do you think it might be? Like, my money will be on spin, but
I would bet this is a bait.
yeah, the thing it doesn't cost the runner too much to check it, in the sense that like if you do check it and you are getting rid of the event horizon, then you're fine.
You're very happy.
Like you still got rid of the event horizon, so it's fine. You got a bad pub in exchange, and the remote is still nothing. The one good thing for Rodham here, I guess, is that it's a turn where it's unlikely that the runner checks HQ. So you're happy with that.
So we drew twice on the runner side. We are
Are we looking to run?
We're
We are
slap-
looking just to run HQ, I
Yeah.
guess. Okay, so we are saying this is bait, you can't fool me. And if you did fool me, maybe I just steal the slash, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Because if it is, like, if this is a basalt, for example, we could score it, right? You just double slash it.
yes, there's an absolute chance we could score the possible basalt here. We're
And
stealing
that's the slash. The only one, or question mark? But again, here, Legendary coming in clutch. We're not at measured, Fred.
Yeah. We're not risking anything right now other than potential a second score on the corpse side. The bad pub that Ba has is off the mat right now. I wonder if he'll remember to use it later on. He flipped it very
Oh yeah,
aggressively out of the scored pool.
So he used it for this round,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
but
yes. But he moved it in a way that I'm afraid he might forget later on.
we are discarding a lily pad to hand size, if I'm correct.
We are. There's 3 Lilliputs in the deck. And
Okay, so I guess the other one is.
Ba was telling me he put 3 so he wouldn't be happy. We wouldn't be upset seeing the first 2 go. He hasn't installed a single one the whole tournament yesterday.
Oh my
So,
god!
yeah.
Okay, but like, yeah, but we have UAV down now. Then if there's a time, it's certainly now.
Yeah, possibly yes. Petty cash from the bin, gaining 2 and potentially trashing top of R&D. Looks like it stays, or at least Rodham is thinking.
No,
about it.
we're just thinking about
Yeah.
that. I guess if we have spin on the board, you might just want to not trash that. Okay.
Looks like we're taking the trash. Rodham, very calculative player. He'll take the time necessary to see if the options he has are.
Yeah,
good or
Rotom
not.
will take decks that people say are very simple to play, and that you can play without thinking, and he will think
Think a
about
lot,
them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. For now, we're thinking again. 3 clicks.
Well,
is
there's
to
certainly not an
go
obvious
to.
score.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. Okay.
It might be actually.
I'm wrong, I guess. That's a seamless, and then maybe we just basalt.
Looking at top R&D, peeking with Nuvum. Unfortunately, I don't think we can move the camera. I think this is as far as it goes.
Yep.
It's a second basalt getting scored. Another slash and burn hits the
Second
bin.
basalt.
So there was a second slash and burn and a second basalt. Now we're on threat 6, 3 basalt counters to use, and looks like Ba is quite animated about that score.
Yeah, like you could have contested this, right? You just make some money. You run twice, and you don't even need that much even. You could even let the first ornament horizon fire because you have a simultaneous on the board anyway.
You could,
right?
yes.
But that's not what happened. So now we're looking at a pretty serious fast advance threat from Nuvem, and I think that's how Rotom is planning to win this game, right? Like you, with so many basalt counters, even if there's only one slash and burn, you can use it multiple times.
Yes.
And that means that you can fast advance above the law, but you can also fast advance Lightning Dream if you find it. You cannot fast advance
Another
Basalt,
session board?
obviously. No, because there's only two.
Oh, there's only two. Never mind. Okay.
And one of them is stolen. Like the remaining agendas are one Basalt, one SDS, and those are off the table as far as fast advance goes. But above the law is very fast advanceable. Let Them Dream is with the proper setup that we do have. So now I guess what Ba should do should be, get this Lash threatened and then start running HQ. If it does steal this Lash, then this again becomes a game about the remote.
So it looks like we're running our Kais, and Rotom will use two counters from two different Basalt Spires to save one face down and then the Slash and Burn.
Ooh, okay. Oh, but that already puts us in a weird position.
Yeah. 7 cards in, but we know there's at least an agenda and something that looks like it at least.
Yeah. Now, I imagine we can run HQ. We can run HQ all turn, right? That's what we want to do.
I believe
we want
so,
to just find this. We can use the Bad Pub.
Use the Bad Pub to get through
we are
the
using a
ice,
Bad Pub.
We're accessing a single card. It's a Cultivate.
Okay, play. Do we have Muse in our Arsenal deck? I will hope
there
so.
There are
yeah?
some Muses, yeah.
Okay, there was an option of simul chipping for Muse for Cup. That will trash, I guess, the Fizzarum, so I understand wanting to do that, but I wonder if the situation is so extreme that you just need to do that. Oh, there's a slash!
There's a second slash.
This is a slash, okay. So now there's no fast advance.
There's no fast advance on the table. We are safe from, I believe, double measured. Rotom has money to play a triple if he finds enough, but he only is on one Basalt counter left. So we would have to assemble at least two measure response to fire three of them.
Yeah, what a back and forth. I think this really goes to show how well the design of some of these cards have panned out, in the sense that Slash and Burn are intended to be like exciting gambles. Like I'm going to throw this card where you can see it, and you're gonna play a game of cat and mouse. And that's exactly what we're doing here, and it's working very well.
I believe we're back in Rotom's turn. We are thinking about...
Is back and forth the buzzword that has to be said? I am a new commentator. I'm not sure if the previous commentators had...
I have no idea. I believe it describes this matchup, this game quite adeptly, I think.
It does.
So what would you do if you were in Rotom's shoes here? Is this a moment where we're just trying to find an agenda and pushing behind that single...
It's not supposed to...
Oh, never mind. We're running HQ again.
Oh, okay.
So Rotom kind of signaled that he has another agenda in hand. It looks like we're running HQ again, gaining 2 credits from the stowaway using our last simul chip.
So we're just going to say, I make money until you sell another piece of ice, right?
Basically, yes.
It's not so hard.
We're also looking for whatever agenda he might have saved. That's a Cultivate again.
Yeah, I mean, now you just Cultivate. You get an ice, you put it on HQ. That stuff matters a lot less.
I don't believe there's any deep dive in the deck, so we're not looking at that as multi-access.
Or multi-access is one twinning and walk up, and that's it.
That's it.
This stowaway is very puzzling to me, because now actually... the remote feels safe again.
The remote feels safe.
Unless we have Unity in hand?
We could have some tricks. We're not going to pay for installs for a while, thanks to the UAV, so Unity would come down fairly cheaply.
Rotom is thinking just a tiny little bit.
Cultivate is the click 1. This puts R&D in a fairly safe state usually. I believe I just picked at a measure response in hand from Rotom. So.
Okay, so Cultivate is being resolved. Well, what did you have for lunch?
I went for sandwiches today. We've been bringing them from home. It was a pretty good idea, honestly. It saves us a bunch of time.
Yeah. I actually haven't had lunch yet. Someone went and picked up a Greg's vegan roll for me, but...
You haven't had a chance to eat it yet?
No, I'm going to eat it after this round. Good chat. Maybe we're about to resolve this Cultivate.
We haven't done yet. We haven't done yet. Yeah, Cultivate. Okay. Quite the slow card to resolve, despite having like 3 lines of text.
Yep, I mean, really efficient one for Wizard. I want to say, like, it's not as bad as particular programming used to be.
Yeah.
Because the choices are a little easier to make. It's fewer cards. It really does grow exponentially. with the number of cards.
You're also not allowed to move them as much as Bacteria Prime used to move
Oh
them,
wait,
right?
why?
You can only put one in archives and one in hand.
Oh yeah, of course. You pick one of five,
Yeah.
five, and then the rest you reorder, and then you write down notes, and like you get to be insufferable if you want to, but not, you have less plausible deniability.
For now, Cultivate resolves. Rotom looks at the top card of the deck. Thanks to Move ability, we already trashed something with Cultivate, so that's not going to be a trash for sure. Looks like we might be looking to make another...
You certainly will push something here,
Yeah.
right? Like whatever it is, if you have a spin, if you have whatever, you need to ask the runner, like, okay, you trash your Physarum, now how are you going to make up for that? And maybe the answer from the runner is that they're just going to win on Centrals because they're at 5 points, which is fair.
Although R&D's, we know R&D, the top R&D for a while. So
Right, yeah. We know the copper R&D, and there is no conduit, there's nothing you can really do. If there's only one agenda in HQ, if there's no agenda in HQ, we also can't do anything about that. Otherwise, we could be looking for Cup through a Muse or something. Otherwise, there's this remote, just one more piece of ice. What is that going to be? The Corp has the money to res anything and still score an agenda, so if that's something big like a Toxin, that's not a problem. If it's a Ferros, it's not a problem. As the runner, what do you plan to do? You have divested all your resources away from the remote, because it looked like Fast Advance was the plan now, and then you have counted Fast Advance, but you've lost your remote contesting resources. So
looks like click one draw. We have 5 counters on UAV. We're thinking about running Centrals.
yeah, I mean, we do want to run Centrals. The thing is, it looks like possibly there have been opportunities to just make everything safe.
Right,
Okay, and we are
Cup.
cupping.
Toxin is the face down that Rotom put down with Cultivate. We're picking up something, probably one of the seamlesses. There's 2 of them in the bin, so
Oh yeah, that does help, right?
It's not gonna stop you from getting them back with Basalt. There's a second one for sure.
So there might be we're probably using this cup, but if we were holding on to the seamless, sometimes it would give us an extra
Sometimes
turn.
it would help, yeah.
But the extra turn does not matter either, because like the top of R&D is
It's safe for a
Safe
few
for a
more
bit.
turns. Petty Cash,
Petty
Hedge
Cash,
Fund.
Hedge Fund. And it's a
Measure
measure response.
response.
Okay, we don't care about whether this stays or leaves, I guess.
It's unlikely to matter, I think, as Rotom here has
We do trash it, we keep 8 credits. We're not using the bat. Oh no, we use the bat pop on
breaking the ice, yeah.
Yeah.
Rotom has a good chance of scoring here. If
do
he
we
has
have
no
the-
gen.
Oh
We
my
have a
god, we
Seamless
top
from
deck
the
a
top
Seamless.
and
We
a
top deck a
Basalt
Seamless.
to win the game.
So we top deck the Seamless, so that means that like if we had cupped the Seamless, we would have lost to the top deck?
We would have had to cup the Seamless from the top of R&D. Because that's the second one that Rotom needed. Although I don't think Ba had resources to get in the remote anyway. So,
So was this last agenda another Basalt? A
Yes,
third Basalt.
yes.
Okay, so actually this was less of a secure push than we thought it was. Points are 9 actually.
It won't go up.
It
won't go
only
above
goes up to
7.
7.
Yeah.
Okay, the 7 is the highest measure of anything.
Yes,
What's
but
the saying?
no one's gonna get that joke. It's because it only works in Italian.
Some Italians are going to get this.
Yeah.
joke.
The 2 Italians that are looking, they're watching the stream might get the joke.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah. Want to go back to our faces?
let's go back to our beautiful faces.
I don't know about that, but hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So this was Tuna and Warlock.
Yes, that's correct.
We have just watched this game won by Rotom. I have no idea
Yeah.
what the bracket is like. Was this
this-
winners bracket?
No,
Losers
this is
bracket?
lower bracket. So I think Ba got knocked out by Rotom. I think
okay.
Rotom is locked in for top 8. So I think that means he won one of the mats he's playing on right now. How he just played on the gold embroidered mats that looked very, very nice.
Oh yeah. I was very much looking forward to having a slim chance of getting one, but I went 5-5 in the main event. So I mean Swiss. So not for me this year.
It was a definite,
And you don't have bubble luck.
I
I
don't.
You know we don't.
I got my 17th place again this year, so EMEA is not my tournament. But yeah, this has been fun. I think
do we have the bracket that we can show on stream?
I believe we might.
Is this going to be it?
That's not what I was.
That's
looking
not
for.
what I think it is.
Aha, there it is. Yeah.
There was it is. Okay.
Here's our bracket for today. as it loads in. Looks like we have Davs going into winners finals once again, beating 34 witches.
Man is incredible.
Man is incredible,
right?
absolutely.
With
Really hard to beat.
Mercury.
Yeah, with Mercury. Yeah. Very interesting call on his end. We have Atliki playing against Man in the Moon on the other side of the winners bracket, and looks like if the mouse cooperates with me, we have lost Buckethead Band, Not Yeti, Baramu, and Mike P on the lower side of the bracket.
Okay.
As Augusta Caesar,
so,
Simile, Rotom Appliance, and Ollie advance.
So we had this thing that was. So we were full of EA Sports players. Most of them are gone. We
Yeah.
have Augusta Caesar from Taipei.
Correct.
We have Simile.
Yes.
Who is a Swedish player, I want to say. I'm not sure.
I believe she's a German player. I know she plays with NWE. Is the only information I have.
Okay. Well, that's the information. And then we have 44 Witches, who
Yeah.
we're certainly going to see much later in the tournament.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like there's still a chance for the EMEA title to be claimed by someone not from the region, with Men in the Moon still in the running.
Yeah.
That
but it's also a very important chance of having Devsy win the title
Yes.
again, which was a threat last year that I did it twice, and this time I think Devsy could make it.
Yeah. The chances are not that slim, honestly. So we'll see.
I'm very interested to know, like, what this Mercury list is like, because I played Mercury in the run-up, in the last meta, just before the Sviatogor ban list, and then Sviatogor wasn't banned, and I thought Mercury didn't have the money to trash it. R Plus wasn't banned, and Mercury did not have, any way to deal, like, you're not going to play Lilo. Didn't have ways to deal with R Plus. And also Melius was banned, and I thought that Mercury, with steel skins and laser pointers, had very good ways to deal with Melius. I talked for a bit, I don't know if with Davs or someone else, but someone who explained to me that the idea is that we're just cutting all the Melius tools, and that's making Mercury better, actually.
That's more or less what happens. Yeah, the list is on your screens right now.
Oh, we do have it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're playing 3 steel skins still because Yuko is quite the matchup for I think Mercury. And you want something to survive the incoming damage, but then it's all the good like typeless bypass. So 3 Malon Dragon, 3 backstitching, the full play of Esterbrado.
So it's just a lot of money. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
So this is quite. It is quite similar to the list I used to play. It's
Yes.
the one we workshopped together.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Some draw, enough drones, and Mary.
I was not expecting this to be good. I would have 100% brought this instead of Stargate Seb. Which not bad, but it didn't do the thing for me.
Yeah. We tested it a bunch, and I think it ended up being quite good. I think the Nuvum is particularly a bad matchup, but everything else.
The Nuvum is a bad matchup. That rings true to me.
The 3 lines are really hard to bypass with this.
Yeah, and
especially
also
when you don't get to go through threat 4 for all your.
You can play Tungsten Taylor.
You can. It is quite expensive, both money-wise and influence-wise, but it is an option.
Yeah, it's a little complicated. You can play Tungsten Taylor. What else was I going to say? Yeah, this is very interesting. I was really not expecting that this will be good. Really glad that it is.
Yeah.
Let's see how far we can take it.
It looks like we're at least taking up 3rd place at worst. So if Daz ends up losing all of his future games, so pretty good showing for an AD that many people would have discounted.
Yeah, I certainly did. Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty.
I was going to say, yeah, Nuvum is also playing Myoshu, and that's exactly what it meant about Myoshu's keeping a threat part of the game. If you're playing against Nuvum, if you're playing against a Blob, your Estabrados are they're basically dead.
Yeah, Bangun is also doing something similar. So
yeah, right. Okay.
Although Bangun has a lot more agenda, so it is significantly easier for
Bangun
Sab
is something
to get.
where you're going to get Hermes triggers.
Yes,
a lot
of
and
time.
mess them up.
Absolutely. All right, looks like we are out of for right now. We'll bring you back the other regular casters for next.
Yeah, we'll
match.
give you Extract and Commodore in a bit. And we're going to go. What are you going to do? I'm going to go play Mahjong.
I think I'm gonna just look at more Top Gear games.
Okay, let's go.
See you later, folks.
Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.
And we are back, and we're off frame. So should we move?
Let's
We'll do the shuffle. Do the shuffle.
There we go.
Professional
Beautiful.
setup here. Big thank you to Gentino and Wow Warlock for commentating last round. But we are back. So we have Extract
And Komodo, and of course Beerwack.
here to carry you through to the rest of the day. So let's have a quick look, because I think you all looked at the bracket before. So now we are on the winners bracket now, which is looking like it's going to be Davs on Alco versus Athlisi on Lou.
Which is going to be a reg Lou versus a fairly generally standard Alco. Davs has been playing this specific breed of Alco for quite some time, from what I remember. This is the measured response Alco that's also splashing for some kind of bigger ice like Botos, which isn't that common in Alco at the moment.
Okay, so we'll just adjust the frame so that we can see everything properly. And let's load up some names.
This is Davs on the right here.
Davs on the right, and we have
Afflici on the left playing Lou.
Afflici. Where have you gone, Afflici? I saw you a minute ago. Where have you gone? There we go.
Yes.
And Afflici's playing
Lou, so Anarch versus Jinteki.
Anarch versus Jinteki. Okay, we are up and running. So we're just reviewing deck list. So whilst I was just reviewing deck list, we've had a request for the brackets. So let's just go to Cobra, load up the bracket. We have a bracket. So this is currently what we're looking at, and I believe we are over here looking at the winners final. So this isn't the grand final.
Not the grand final.
That will come a little bit later after the lower bracket has. And this mouse behaves itself. That will come after the lower bracket has worked its way through. So this is the winners bracket. So this will decide who is progressing through to the grand final from the winners side, and then the lower bracket will play through from their side to decide who is going to be their opponent. So it is going to be a good game. There's a lot riding on this one, because obviously going into the grand finals with both lives intact is a huge advantage.
Yeah.
And we're just seeing some shuffling of the decks.
Counting all the cards there.
Because you do not want to get a game lost in this game.
Oh, this is the worst place for that.
Yeah, it would be absolutely crashing if that happened.
Now, interesting, Afflici isn't on a reg Lou. We are on the kind of Devil Charm, Chisel, Mochi Vampire kind of build.
Ooh, interesting.
So a lot of ice destruction. We have Audrey, which is generally very good into this matchup, just because a lot of assets that you can easily trash. We also, probably the most interesting change from the usual expectation from Vampire is we have splashed for 1 copy of Cupulation.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's going to be useful to take off. So is this a measured response?
So this is a measured response deck. This is Davs' Egg, which is on double measured response. It's on humanoid resources.
Okay.
And otherwise, relatively standard Egg, just quite punishing, a lot of damage traps. No actual traps, but we have our Fuges, of course. We have Regenesis, obviously. Cohort, Moonpool, Fut, and 1 Reaper function, which is probably the spiciest include there.
Wonderful. Creepier, we do, I believe deck lists are up on Cobra.
Yes, they are on Cobra, so if you go to tournaments.northsignal games, you should be able to see the event there. If you can't see it, that's because the software doesn't really like 2-day events. There will be a link on either Dream Level Clearance Discord or somewhere else. It is available if you can get there.
Right. So yeah, if you can copulate one of those measured responses, that takes a lot of the teeth out.
Really good. Like, I imagine the copulation is there primarily as tech against the big twig shipping deck, and also probably a little bit of tech for the combo PD. But it makes a lot of sense in this field, and it's probably going to pay very well into Egg, both in terms of just, you can cup a measured response, that is fantastic. Or you can just cup one of the assets. You can cup a Fut, and sweeping HQ into Egg is generally pretty nice.
Yeah. Generally the play versus egg is to control the board. You check archives to make sure they're not trying to slip a regenesis play through. But generally, you're solidly on board control, trying to take away their futs, trying to take away their bladderwarts, trying to take away their moonpool, and most importantly, trying to take away their cohort guidance programs. Because if you can take away take away those tools, the corp has limited ways to generate egg tokens, and on top of that, just can't really maintain the gas to start doing those regenesis plays, to start safely defending those agendas, and to start advancing out at a tempo that the runner just can't keep up with. So lots of interesting stuff to play for.
This is quite an intricate matchup. Like the reg Lu into egg is generally very heavily Lu favoured. This one is a little different. I feel like partly just because generally eggs are running quite a bit of Samak Samoon, which is going to force some kind of trash from a chisel and the charm, because Audrey cannot actually get through the ice. But slightly unusually, generally eggs tend to be on more than one here, but Dav's only on the single Samak, which is probably going to be one of the more important pieces of ice other than Anemone.
See, when I was playing egg back in the day, I pretty quickly went back up to 3 maximum from the list I borrowed, stole mercilessly. So 3 because maximum is just such a feel good card because it can't be boomeranged, can't be bodulist, it can't be Audrey'd. You either are paying the iron price in 3 net damage, which is way too much to take for a piece of ice, or you are going to get your breaker to solve that problem.
And it's really handy for something that cheap as well. It's a really good piece of ice. I'm a big fan of it at the moment. But yeah, accuracy lacking. But this is on quite big ice. We're even on a teeny. So we have 2 Botos, 1 Atini, and the Lion's Mane. So some really nasty face checks, but some expensive ice. So combined with the Bladderwarts here, I'm expecting to see kind of a play of getting too high credits, forcing an ice rares to get below Bladderwart totals.
Apologies, just conferring with our scouts at the table to confirm that we are indeed all ready.
Yep, so players have got their hands. I believe they both have decided on keeps or mauls. And we should be able to start. I know I was seeing in Dav's hand was definitely some Bladderwarts there, so potentially opening up, installing those. And time has started.
And a fist bump kicks us off. Okay, so we start with a draw. Okay, was that the mandatory?
We've got a cohort. Icing the cohort.
Okay, and then handing it
passing.
back. Okay, draw not exactly what you want on the first click, but getting a cohort behind ice, that's good.
Yeah. Now on 5 credits, the ice is not too scary. Almost all of the properly scary ice that this Alco has is going to be 6 credits or more to res. So we can relatively safely face check this as long as we're willing to accept the enemy risk.
I mean, that's a big risk because if you lose your starting hand, okay. So playing very fast here.
Just drawing up, getting a fermenter down.
Yeah, get the fermenter down. Get the
resing the cohort, which is excellent to see sticking early. That's exactly what Alco wants.
Yep, starting those egg counters, getting some money. Doing some draws. These are all wonderful things for that Alco is very much wanting to see again and again and again, just to keep that tempo.
Probably the most important asset in the deck, more so than Fut, I would say.
Oh yeah. No, Fut is a.
And there he is.
Speaking of the devil, Fut is very much a deal with within 2 turns. Cohort is a deal with now.
Yeah, because the amount of tempo Cohort gets you is fantastic, and this opening is kind of just. This is what Egg wants. This is exactly the kind of opening you want to see. You want your ice and you also want your must-trash assets. And we have both of them down almost instantaneously, while the runner is stuck drawing and getting a fermenter down.
Yeah, I mean, the fermenter's going to pay dividends down the line. I don't believe this is running any viruses, so there is no clean way to get rid of that fermenter.
There is a fly swatter.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So we would have to be careful running any ice with the fermenter down. And given we are on Audrey as well, Fly Swatter is actually going to be a pretty important tool, and where that single card is placed is going to make a lot of difference.
Okay, runner thinking.
We are botulusing Viva and hoping it is not a Samak Samoon. That would be a huge punish.
Yeah.
There's only one in the deck. It's not likely.
Okay, we're running the remote. No res.
No res. Trashing Fut.
Yep, guts to go. and that's of course causing the runner to gain a credit and a draw from the trash, because Lou loves to trash things. Pure anarch, loves making a mess. And then we've got the FUT. That's important, but that cohort is still up and ticking. So very interesting that they decided to go for the FUT more than the cohort. But
I guess the fear is coming from hybrid release scores. Once a FUT gets more than one counter on it, a hybrid release is a very strong agenda to score.
This is true. Gaining a point and doing 3 net damage to the runner is very painful. So we saw some scrambled eggs doing the Alco draw, and not icing. That wasn't an enemy that we saw though. Doing the Mandos. Another cohort in hand.
I think I see a Fuji in there as well. And there's definitely that's a hybrid release on top, so very good to see that FUT gone.
Yeah, so not a lot of pressure. The ice is nice. You want to put that anemone somewhere, probably over archives to discourage the runner. The botulus basically acting as a almost perfect parasite to apparently completely disarm the ice.
It's very difficult to justify the res cost of an Atini or a Botto when there is already when the runner has to pay nothing to get past it.
Yeah. So but the problem is if that's effectively killed the ice from just a 2 credit install, that's such a big tempo.
It is really strong.
The runner is stacking credits on top of each other, which is making a little. Let's see if we can get a credit count from the.
Yes. Unless the runner's credits on the right side of the board. I think that might be. And Egg just installing in the Botulus remote and creating a new server, just flooding the board with things to do. Botulus and Fermenter ticking up. So that Fermenter is now worth 6 credits. Cup comes down, so we're hoping to cup something.
I think that
yes.
It's the bottom right is the credit count. So we're running the remote.
Botulus remote. I'd be surprised to see a res here.
Yeah,
but
functioning that ice is probably dead.
Yep. And we are seeing another cohort. That has to be trash, really. But that is 1 credit left based from the Lou rebate. But with a free counter Fermenter, you're fairly happy going low credit total at this point in the game.
Yeah, but it might just be that Fly Swatter just comes out and just takes away all your money.
Yeah, you can't quite. I mean, if that Botulus Ice was a Fly Swatter, that would be a huge blowout.
But luckily, not the case.
In the tank, thinking whether we want to risk running these remotes or pinholing.
I mean, pinholing the cohort would just be a huge crushing blow to the checking the archives.
We find a blood in the water.
That's concerning.
That is.
So either that means there's a regenesis in the remote, or the corp is very flooded.
Yeah, that implies quite a lot of flood there. Potentially a desperation regenesis playing. Well, this doesn't look like a regenesis push. It's not a regenesis push. We just got with the blood. So we do have 2 cohorts on the board. We're going to be getting so many counters, so much card draw. This is going to just make it go straight through their deck as ridiculously fast. There is an argument to sometimes letting cohorts stick and letting Egg just mess themselves up by decking themselves. It's not a good idea, but it's fun when it happens.
I don't think that's what you want to do. The corp can turn this around very quickly if they've got options, and they've got options right now. We see another FUT, I believe.
Yeah, that is a FUT in hand.
And maybe even overinstall one of these cohorts. You only really need 1 ticking.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you are going to be throwing away cards, and there is a risk that you start decking yourself out at that point.
You see in enemies, we see quite a bit of ice in hand as well.
Tattoo Bowler, which is good.
Icing HQ, icing archives, yeah.
Yep.
And
Icing
installing.
the remote.
So we're still installing in this Botulus remote, so presumably we are considering pressing that at some point, or just using it saying that ice is basically dead. That's a basically uniced server. I might as well put it there.
Popping the Gachapon with 1 credit. Okay, that is some confidence in your deck.
Well, I don't think there's any 4-costers in the deck, so you can't whiff here based on that.
That's true.
But we see a Chisel and a Botulus as the installables. Both of those pretty solid picks.
Yeah, Botulus is probably the good one.
Yeah, Botulus is what you want right now. You don't have a charm to support that Chisel at the moment. And Botulus can lock down an ice for the rest of the game, whereas Chisel can destroy one, which is essentially kind of the same thing.
Yep, I think.
Yeah, we are going for Botulus.
I think great minds think alike here, and we are putting the Botulus. Where are we going to put the Botulus? Archives, maybe?
Archives would be a pretty solid choice. I could see it on either Central. Although, do you want to botchless what is very likely to be an enemy?
I mean, it gets through, but yeah, it's a tricky one. A tricky one for sure.
Yeah, thinking quite hard about where to put this. It matters considerably, because if you go for a remote, that remote basically does die for the rest of the game, but Essential is there. And yeah,
Yep.
we're going for the
Going
archives.
for archives. Which is fine. We did see a tattoo bowler in hand at one point, so this is a tattoo.
A tattoo in botchless into tattoo is always so sad for the runner. It's one of my favourite things to do.
And I don't think there's any way in this deck to recur those botulists. Once they're gone, they're gone.
There are 3 symbol chips in the deck, so
Oh,
we
okay.
can do some shenanigans with moving botuli around or chipping out another chisel to get through ice. There's a lot of tricks like that,
Yeah.
especially given we're on Cookbook. So once Cookbook comes down, yeah, so we're going full viruses. We're going for
love
watery,
it.
we've got the botulists. And I love Cookbook, botulus, and symbol chip as an engine to just cheat through ice by just going through one ice, destroying the botulus, bringing it back. It's got 2 counters. Most ice has 2 subs you care about. You're in. It's
God,
great.
I haven't seen Cookbook in a hot minute. Not since the early days of Hide Mine Max. God, that was some good times. Okay, so runner just drawing up, respecting the fact that might be an anemone if they're going to make an archives push at the minute.
I would be curious to see. Yep, they're popping the fermenter now for 8 credits, so we're back in the money.
That'll carry them for a while.
And yeah, you have to be a little more careful with fermenters, especially when you have 2 botuli on the board. It does encourage the. I don't think you could read that. Oh, running archives hits the enemy.
I mean, that anemone is free to get through forevermore. You don't need to install your sentry breaker. Granted, this
2
is still
cards.
a
It's a pinhole.
pinhole.
And a cookbook.
Okay. I mean, the cookbook,
I
less than a
don't mind
loss.
the cookbook, but the pinhole is definitely going to hurt. We are on 3 of them though.
Yeah, I think a lot of lists are at the minute. So we're checking archives. We're seeing a
Rezzing
far.
Fut, so we are going to get a steal here by the sounds of it.
Yeah, at least one.
But and a
Fuji,
Fuji, so
so
we're
that's
taking
3
3 damage. So we're getting a lot of Alco counters this turn.
Yeah, so we need to put the agenda points up on the runners. That is
Oh,
all the way
that's
up to 5
all the way
points.
to 5 points. This
So-
could be a play to try and get a double measured off early.
Yeah, so the runner is on. So the runner's on enough credits. They're not on enough cards at the minute. So double measured as the board state is right now would finish it.
Although,
Runner's got enough clicks to draw back up, I think.
and with the double cohort and Alco counters, there's a good chance we can see a lot of the deck to find that double measured.
But I don't think we're going to see the double
I do
measured.
see several agendas still in hand, so it seems like Daz has just gotten very flooded here.
Yeah.
And we are back up to 5 cards and 9 credits, so we are safe from double measured. So we have runner in an extremely favourable position
Yeah,
here.
5 points to 0. They touch any agenda that isn't a hybrid release, and they just instantly win.
Yeah.
Fuji is functionally blank at the minute, which is huge.
Well, there is one more longevity serum in the deck, but otherwise we do have to touch another Fuji or multiple Regenesis.
I mean, that's all. That's all
That's all it
fine.
takes. I mean, yeah, when you're 5-0 against Egg, you're still pretty happy if you have the credits to survive the double measure.
Yeah, and the court probably needs to think about icing R&D right now because if I was the runner, I'd just be plink, plink,
Yep, all
plink
you
every
need.
time.
Yeah, it's very easy for singles to pull this game to win. And do you really care about FUT this much anymore?
No, as long as you don't fall to measured and give yourself time to draw back up, then you're absolutely fine.
Because the main problem with FUT is definitely him being used offensively by the Davs here.
I see a Regenesis in hand.
There is also a Reaper function in hand as well, and Reaper function combined with measured can take people off guard. You can get to 5.
What we
Oh,
what we scoring there?
we
Oh
are-
wait, are we moon pooling?
I think we're advancing a hybrid release. Yeah.
Yeah.
So getting a damage ping off the FUT, bringing us to I believe 5 Alco counters.
Oh, it's a petty cash they were.
Ah, makes sense.
I thought that was a let them dream.
And we hit a Paladin out of hand. Pretty solid hit there. Affligi's still not been able to really build a board state, and we are over-installing the Botulus.
Yep, makes sense.
Oh,
Oh.
and accidentally revealing Hybrid Release is a face-down install. So we did just reveal a white space by mistake there.
Oh, wait.
And,
I think it's fine. I think it's because it's not in the court's favour.
yep. And FUT getting a counter.
Okay, so I think we're all good there. So so the court up at 1 point, 6 more to go, but it's going to be an uphill struggle, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to get back from here. Of course, with that Reaper and potentially double measured, there are some very real kill lines from a Reaper sticking on the board. You're safe on 5 credit cards and 8 credits, but with a Reaper function, suddenly double measured kills you.
Yeah, so I think the runner is going to staunchly be sticking to 8 credits and 4 cards in hand, and that stops the double measured in its tracks. But the Corp is going to be doing everything in their power to stop the runner being able to easily.
And I'm hearing from the scout that there is actually the win in Archives and HQ, so some pretty heavy flood here.
Yeah.
And if Afflici runs Archives, there is nothing to recur those agendas.
And bear in mind, both these players are still on two lives. So a loss here means a harder set of games, but it doesn't mean they're knocked out. So they're playing for a smoother ride through to the finals.
We are firing a pinhole, I'm assuming going for the foot there.
Yep.
And we are coupulating it. If we run HQ, there's a decent chance of Afflici does just immediately win, but I'd be surprised if he takes that line. I think he's just going to go for a more cautious play. Installing Gourmand. Running R&D.
And seeing.
Oh, and that's the game. Oh my god,
that is so rough.
Win in hand R&D and Archives. That is some awful flood there.
Yeah. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I mean, this is the cut. A very wise player once told me, don't aim for a particular placement once you're in the cut. Just aim to get in the cut, because anything can happen in the cut. Exactly as we've just seen here. Sometimes the cards just aren't in your favour. Sometimes you flood horribly. Sometimes you just don't draw the key pieces you're after. So that's
showing about 4 points between HQ and Archives there.
Some painful.
Very strong start and board setup, but just too many agendas to deal with. And when you keep drawing of cohorts and drawing more and more agendas, there's very little you can do.
And I don't think we saw a single spin doctor.
Not a single spin doctor came out that entire game.
Or even as a desperation play,
a
moon pool, nothing.
That's very tough. Yeah, the rest of the deck seems completely free of agendas. That's awful.
That's so unfortunate.
That is Netrunner frequently.
The run is not over here for Davs. They've still got one life left.
Davs
they can still
go through the lower bracket and bring it back.
Yep. So we will be back shortly to how long have we got left on the round?
I believe
we've got a bit of time. Okay, we can keep talking.
Yeah.
So Davs is going to have to fight his way to get back into the finals, whereas Afflici gets a nice long extended break. Go get a coffee.
Very long break for Afflici. Very nice time to rest and recuperate before the finals. Do we want to take a look at the Cobra, see how the rest of the cut has been doing?
Yeah, let's do that. So if we go to Cobra and we go here, so let's have a look at the standings or pairings. Pairings over here.
So we do have our top 8 as well now, thanks to that being round 3 being done.
So we haven't reported anything for round 4 yet. So let's have a look at the brackets. So right now. We've just seen Davs and Afflici, so Afflici has progressed onwards. We have Simile versus Augustus Caesar, Bangun versus Muslihat.
And as I understand, Simile is on a similar Bangun to what we saw yesterday, the Footgun variant, which is just the heavy hyper rush. And I expect
no, we're good.
Yeah, which I expect is relatively decent. Well, perhaps less favoured into Muslihat, who can just run very aggressively early, and whoever wins this goes on to play 34 Witches.
Yes. So 34 Witches have dropped from the upper bracket to the lower bracket, as has Man in the Moon. So they are sitting there waiting for the winners of these two fights here to decide who is going to play in the lower bracket semis, and then they go into the lower bracket finals, and the winner of the lower bracket finals will then go on to face Afflici in the grand finals. So we have at least
4 rounds left.
Yes.
Of the day, potentially 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a packed day of Netrunner. Top tier games all around. Like, even though Afflici even though the Davs had a bit of a rough draw, still played it incredibly well. I felt.
No, he played very well though. He managed to set up exactly the board state Anko wants. He presented considerably amount of threats. It was just too many agendas. You can't deal with that.
Yeah. So I think we're going to be in for a very interesting fight. Let's see. Has anyone been do we still have full representation across the
Ooh,
board?
that is. It looks like we have.
I
It
don't
looks
know if
like we do. No, Barvan Rubes Arisana has been knocked out, so we
Shaper,
don't have
Shaper will
Shaper.
not make it through. NBN still in with.
Yeah,
still in
R
with
plus still going.
Yeah. So we've still got plenty of possibilities for some interesting.
It looks like 2 of our combo PDs have also been knocked out as well. So I believe, is that all of the PD? No, it's just Afflici left in the cut on PD.
Yeah. So we've definitely still got a fair possibility of pretty much anyone taking
Yeah.
this. Like Ob came into this field absolutely dominant. If we have a look at the stats real quick, yeah. Ob came into this field absolutely dominant.
Almost a third of all players on Orb.
Yeah, 31% of all players on Ob, and that converted to
About exactly the
almost
same.
exactly
That's
the same.
relatively surprising for a
same with the
big
cut.
share.
Yeah. So could well be that Ob underperforms in conversion to final standings, but we shall see. As we said, Arisana is unfortunately out, so that means it is between Anarch and Crim. On the runner side to decide who wins, but on the corp side, it's anyone's game.
Yep.
Right. I think that is
We
probably
should,
we're gonna take a break, and we'll be back in around 20 minutes for
round 5.
round 5. Stick around. See you soon.
can you pass?
Right. Hello, we are back for the top 16 Netrunner at EMEA's. Who have we got
I
on
believe that
today?
is 34 witches on the right there.
34 witches on the right, playing
Who is she playing?
Ob.
Ob.
That is Augustus Caesar on the left there.
Augustus Caesar on the left.
Playing Muesli Hat.
Playing Muesli Hat, which is a criminal. Okay, this is going to be an interesting one, because Ob typically is a little weaker into Crim, because they don't want to defend centrals quite as much. They want to, go wide and attack they want to attack via the board. Interestingly, players have opted to use their own playmats for this one. I believe that is the top Scot playmat.
It is a lovely. I assume it's Scottish. You have to assume it's Scottish.
Well,
and then
I think it is Scottish. I think chat. Do you know? Does anyone from Scotland know that this is the
a Scottish flag? I can't tell.
Well, no, it's definitely a Scottish flag.
Yeah.
But basically, they're in the Scottish meta, particularly the Edinburgh meta. There is an ongoing competition for who is the top Scot, who's placed the highest in the most recent tournament. I believe this is the top Scot, Matt, but I might be imagining that. In any case, we have 34 witches on the right and Augustus Caesar on the left. Muesli Hat versus Ob. It is going to be a good fight, and we are just setting up.
Okay, yeah, and this is 34 Witches is on the what is become the ubiquitous Twink shipping Ob list. We are on 1 foot. There's a couple of different changes to the others. We are still on Makota Langi grid, which I believe in the last game we commed with Ob wasn't there, been cut. But we are on 2 powers that be now as well.
Ooh, so those so this is a Twink shipping list.
It is a Twink shipping list.
2 powers that be is just adding so much fuel to that fire. So Ob starting off with a install covering HQ. We're not getting siphoned.
We've seen before the perils of not icing HQ into Crim.
And we see
installing upgrade on HQ.
Do they have a flagship?
We do not have a flagship on the list. I expect that is most likely Mavirus preparing potentially to fetch. We are Bravado. Oh no, we're revealing Bravado from Muesli Hat trigger.
Yep. So Muesli Hat obviously attempting to, hoping to
and
draw.
Playing the Bravado.
Yeah.
So running HQ. We are rezzing. That's 3 credits. I assume a Maskarovka. That is a Maskarovka. So a 1 credit Maskarovka res Corp is very happy for that.
Feels good. I mean, that does open it up for Boomerang, sure. But it's a 1 credit, and credit res is a 1 credit res for a pretty solid piece of ice. This was kind of overlooked at the beginning of the beginning of the meta when it first came out, but now as Ob's come more into its own, Maskarovka has started to gain quite a bit of a following and is a lot more popular.
Well, overclocking a remote, saying this is a Sviatogor potentially. It's a Spin Doctor.
Oh, I mean,
you're gonna trash it definitely, but that definitely hurts. That's not what you wanted to see here.
You want to be killing your Sviatogors with those overclocks. So Augustus playing very aggressive here.
Yeah, just. That's very much a gamble to take that as we play. Sure, gamble. But, yeah, as Muesli Hat list, we are on the Boomerang you mentioned earlier, just a single copy. And that has always been a bit of a argument with Muesli Hat, because Boomerang opens up so much potential for Crim. But Muesli Hat, Boomerang is not a trigger for Muesli Hat. If you see Boomerang on the top, you don't get the draw. It's 1 more chance for Muesli Hat to not have an ID text each turn. We are rezzing that Mavirus, and presumably fetching a Regolith here in the classic way that Ob does.
Yep, just money.
Yep, it's a Regolith, as I'm being told.
There we go.
And I assume this is potentially just a triple click Rego this turn and get all that money back up.
Okay, money. Exactly what we want. Getting some dice out.
There we go. Finding the dice.
And 3 ticks left on the Regolith. Now the runner can try to contest. They've got the money for it, but yeah, how are you getting through this ice?
Yeah, and you kind of do want to save pinholes for slightly more important targets. We are clean getting R&D.
Yep, might as well get the free access.
Access some money. You can't complain. And we
Is he-
steal. Is that a Azzy
Azzy
F?
F, that's
You're
it.
very happy to see that.
Yeah, you do not want the corpse scoring that and that, giving you that 2 damage. You want that Azzy and that Azzy F in your score area, not theirs. And we're seeing
A mutual favour for find a revolver here, and then running the other remote, saying this is probably a sentry. Or at least a sentry is the least bad, the worst face check we can expect, so getting the revolver to mitigate that.
Descent is going to just end the run. Code gate that just stops you in your tracks and keeps that regolith on board and online for another turn. Also causing quite a lot of ice to be rezzed here.
Yeah.
So a Hermes bounce. Granted, a Hermes isn't installed at the minute, but if a Hermes does hit the table, it's going to be less impactful because we are some of the ice has been taken away. We're triple clicking that and fetching
Finding something. Apparently this is going to find the twink. Fut's coming down. He's coming down early.
now. Yes, so I mean, you get it out early. You can always kind of spin it back. Although one of the spin doctors is trashed but not recurred. So that's going. Fut's down. Gauntlet has been thrown. It's time to start burning pinholes.
Yeah, and notably, Augie here is not on cupulation, which is become the very common piece of tech into this list. So he is going to be forced to trash this Fut and then trash him again when he's inevitably spin doctored back into the deck and searched for again. It's going to be a lot harder to deal with than other more common decks we're seeing right now.
Yeah. So, Corp's looking pretty happy right now. Sitting around on 14 credits, Ice Stage Q, Twinks out. Like, we're in a good spot. Aside from the two points on the runner's side, I'd say Corp is absolutely in a solid position right now. I wouldn't say out and out winning, but in a
We do find a concerto of the ID ability. That looks like a San Cancio coming down. And we are playing the concerto. We find the Sure Gamble set is a 5 credit. Oh, Augusti's looking very happy there. Running the descent and killing the Fut.
Yeah, so Concerto is always a bit of a gamble, pun intended, because it can just flip over another Concerto or any other zero cost card, and then it's just made a run.
But sometimes it's a free overclock that gives you a draw. It's very rarely that, but you can dream. And Augustus, it played off for him here.
Absolutely. So two breakers down. So core position looking a touch more tenuous right now. So we're keeping
Second ice.
keeping the descent online, despite the fact that Sandcastle can walk through it, because descent is only a one strength, I believe.
One strength, yeah. So Sankanchiel, kind of an interesting icebreaker in how it struggles to boost unless you're playing a run event, which works very well with Muesli Hat, who is very much a run event based deck, an ID that requires you to play a lot of them. So fits very well in there, but struggles on higher ice strength. Descent though, doesn't care. 1 credit break. It is a cheap gear check. It's not doing anything else.
Down comes the Hermes. That's going to threaten to start destabilizing any board presence that 34 witches can start putting together.
Yeah. And we'll see what happens here with this res. No res from 34 witches in that remote, so it could be anything really. We know it's not an anthill. There's a Hollow Man in hand. It's not a Fut. So there's running out of things. It potentially a powers that be or a spin doctor and trying to bait a run.
Yeah, powers that be. That's a bit over iced for a powers that be, I think.
Yeah, same for maybe many of the assets here. You don't exactly want to double ice a hostile architecture, but it could be a Sviatogor and nothing to trash of it. We are installing an upgrade though, so maybe it's a Makota Langit grid.
Yeah, that's true. So Makota Langit, just making. Let's see if we can find it. If I can spell. Makota Langit grid. There we go. So this upgrade makes your basically pays for itself if you res something that's two credits or more, and makes everything more expensive to trash. So just taxing the runner on those credits and making it just all the more awkward to start taking down those twinks, to start taking down anthills, to start taking down anything that you really want to hold on to. A Sviatogor on a Makota Langit is basically not going anywhere.
Yeah. It's the high trash cost can be absolutely crippling. It's why Cupulation is so useful against this deck. But yeah, also Light the Fire, a card no one is ever playing, but I am always fighting for. Blanking the text on Makota and trashing it as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing There's definitely a push going on in this server because there are 2 cards in there. It's a little
Yep.
hard to see with the sleeves.
We
But
did see a Hollow Man in hand, and I'm wondering if that has been added.
yeah.
We are installing our twinning now, so
Twinning
sure
and
gamble
sure
off
gamble.
Mystic, so getting that twinning charge. We're getting into the money here and getting the runner multi-access pressure engine set up, which is exactly what you want to be doing right now.
Yeah, we've got a Mystic Mermaid down, so that twinning is going to be ticking up, providing additional pressure. And the classic
We
play
are
that
running R&D.
nice. The classic play that you do once you have twinning and
See
you have multi-access
Tithe.
down is you deep dig when they start making a push. There's my virus.
My virus, so that's pretty good to get gone. Ob really wants to find that in their hands, so excellent to see that. But no agendas, so no bounce from Hermes, which is I think what you're really looking for.
Yeah, because ideally you deep dig on R&D, you bounce whatever they're threatening, and then just keep setting them
Exactly.
back turn after turn. Hermes probably one of the strongest consoles that's out on the market right now. Okay,
Cracking 5 credit token for something?
Rezzing probably
Rezzing
Hollow
Hollow
Man.
Man, so this looks like it is a score here. So potentially, I mean, what is the worst score we could have off this? ASIF would be fairly bad, but that's the only above the law.
Yeah,
But it is an
that's
ASIF.
So Corp up to 2 points, 2-2. But with that Hermes down, I'm pretty sure that Hollow Man is getting
Yep, we are trashing the descent to find something else. So we're finding a 1 coster here. So possibly a powers that be is what I'd expect of this. You can have the powers that be fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and there it is. So we're getting the powers fire as well. So this is a very tempo positive push.
And this lets you install something, ignoring all costs from HQ or archives. So you can bring something back, which is good.
And 2 damage.
But something's going to get bounced as well. I mean, the Corp's on 9 credits, so they're in a fairly solid position to res any ice that they get. So that Hollow Man should have some protection. Get the other Hermes. We don't really care about that one. And
A Carmen.
okay, losing a Carmen
Ooh.
is interesting because gun 7 rounds, 6
Yep.
6 in the chamber,
And you can throw the gun.
and throw the gun itself. That'll do some defense.
Now, positively, you don't have that many sentries in the deck, but there is a single Winchester that is going to tax out those revolver counters very quickly. And Augustus Caesar has no real way of recurring that Carmen, so having it popped out of hand, if a Winchester comes down, that is just, you get 2 runs at that, let alone the Stavka in the list.
Yeah. So we put Fut in
Fut is back.
back in the remote as well as some ice defending it. So 8 credits. Maybe Fut's sticking around this time. I mean, I think I see a pinhole in hand.
Yep.
So I think Fut is not long for this world, but just continuously threatening and draining those pinholes over and over and over again is just such a big tax. Because
The fact that it can be trashed and then put back in the deck and then retrieved so quickly, it's a single card in the deck, but it is also just always there thanks to the power of Ob's ability.
yeah, and this is the magic of Orb. It can just recur over and over and over
We
and
are
over.
bravadoing that remote, expecting it's an envelopment, so quite an expensive res there to bounce off, especially for a gear check when there's no Kurapira down yet.
Yeah, interesting one.
34, which is down to 3 credits off that, but she has to protect that remote.
Absolutely.
And envelopment is probably the best card you can use to protect it. It will last several turns before anything can happen.
So
You're
yeah,
concertoing. What do we find? I couldn't quite make out what it was, but we take out the powers that be.
yeah, I think that was a concerto for
A
pinhole,
potentially a
maybe.
pinhole, it looked like. Just showing Gascow. And we are pinholing.
Tread lightly.
Tread light. So we got 1 free credit off the concerto and pinholing Fut down.
And back into
the bin he goes. Of course, Hollow Man's still around, so we can be scoring from hand as EFs, which is still very scary.
Not with 3 credits.
Well, not with 3 credits we can't. That's a good point.
So yeah, Corp needs money. Corp
Yeah.
needs money bad. So if we can find a Svetagor, that would be pretty good right about now. Corp also needs to be thinking, I think, a few steps ahead. So runners on 2 points now.
Yep.
They could easily go up to 4, and they have 8 credits at the minute. I'm not sure about number of cards in hand. if they're thinking measured, they need to prep for that, which means they need to get money. I mean, they need to get money anyway, but they especially need to get money because the longer they have those measured responses, and I think I saw one in hand, the longer they have those measured responses and don't use them, the higher the chance that the runner will eventually play something like a transfer of wealth or just a run on HQ and then ping them straight out of the hand, and then they're back in the deck at best, or just gone at worst.
And speaking of getting money, that is just a click for free credit, so we don't really have money cards in hand, it seems like, but just trying to get back into that. We can at least threaten a single measured if he scores here, but I don't think he's going to be particularly concerned by that. We will have twin encounters soon. I'm playing Carpe Diem, seeing if we will get a run on R&D off this. And that does look like R&D. We will be running here.
Yeah.
Can 30 Wolf Witches afford to res? It's a tithe.
It's a tithe, which is, good
Fine.
and bad. You could waste your precious bullets on it, but I don't feel like...
With the threat of Winchester and Stavka in the deck, I don't know if you want to, but we
Okay.
are spending both bullets.
Really?
So I'm going to say I'm going to win the game before I run out of revolver counters, effectively.
Okay, well,
Gotta respect
four
that.
in the chamber, so let's see what happens.
Seeing 3 cards of R&D.
Mm-hmm.
First looks like a hostile architecture. Spin Doctor will trash that, definitely.
There's 2 spin doctors in the bin.
And that is one less way for Fut to come back. And that is an Anthill excavation site, which is also going straight in the bin. Really good hits there, actually.
Yeah,
no
solid
agendas,
hits.
but very important cards to just knock out of the game.
Yeah, critically though, this Hollow Man is still there.
Yeah.
And, I don't think you can score out with this Hollow Man. I don't think it's... There's the
pinhole coming down to deal with
taking
the
out
Hollow Man as well.
So
With only one Spin Doctor left in the deck, there are a lot of kind of important cards in archives that are going to tax that Spin Doctor out. So Recursion's going to be fairly difficult for Witches to get those key pieces back. This is feeling very runner favoured at the moment.
yeah, I think the corp is somewhat pendant. I think that was an anthill that just went in there.
Yep, behind the envelopment, so we're going to need to find a Kurapira for that. Or wait 2 turns and face check it.
Although, if you
We have just found the Kurapira off the Muesli hat drawer, which is what you want to see.
don't think you got the credits to install and break it.
No,
because
you
even
can't.
with,
Well, we're
even,
installing it though.
even with 1 sub though, that's still very expensive. That's still, what is it? 4 to boost.
4 to boost, and then we are playing transfer, and we have
Going-
exactly enough
We're
to
going
get past
through
the
the
Maski.
mask.
So this is going to be pretty painful now. 34, which is going back into 4 credits, which is not really great. If that is an anthill, though, it is going to be enough to pull her back into the game.
Yeah. Interestingly, runner not, so corp not putting their hand down, and we see
Seeing 1 card. Oh, it's a slash and burn, I think.
slash and burn. Okay, so important things. Oh, not 5 points, 4 points. Important things off the back of that. So measure response is now online.
Mhm.
Good. The anthills bounce back to hand. Less good. You need 5 credits, and the runner needs to be on less than 8 and less than 3 for it to be lethal.
Yeah.
Unlikely.
And it's second transfer.
Oh,
that is
Turning the
brutal.
screws. This is going to be so. This is very painful. So, corp very low on credits at this point. Absolutely
No money, no board state. There's no real. It's going to take a long time for 30 Watches to climb out of this hole, and we
That's a
find
measured.
a measured.
I mean, you can
You
kill it
can't
after.
afford to play it, but I mean, you might as well get rid of it. There's
Might as
no
well.
real recursion left in its deck.
Take it off the board. You don't want to run the risk. I think Augustus.
Yeah, it's going out.
Yeah, it's only got 3 in hand, so you don't really want to. If the corpse somehow manages to burst up.
Oh, still thinking about it. No, we
Not
are leaving
trashing
it.
Okay, so if the corp has a way to get away. Oh no, so the runner's got 8 credits, so they're fine for now.
We also floating 2 tags, which no tag punishment in the deck, but the twinning is on the board.
This offends me.
Very dangerous.
As an ex-Wayland player that played Argus back in the day, floating 2 tags in Wayland's face and just walking around like there's no problem. That's just rude.
I do wonder if we're floating tags trying to bait the corp into trashing the twinning here. There are 2 in the deck, so it's fairly okay if it gets trashed, I think, if the corp goes down to low credits again.
Yeah.
Oh no, we have just cleared tax.
Oh, we've cleared tags.
So no more risk to the twinning here. So both players going to slow down a bit for now, I think. 34, which is icing behind a new remote because that envelopment is now effectively worthless.
Okay, 5 credits. Measured is on 9. Augustus is not on 8 credits.
It's another ID miss off Muesli as well. There's been quite a few in a row. It's the classic Muesli hat problem.
Okay, I see 5 cards in hand. Now I don't think Augustus is going to lose sight.
We are overclocking.
Plays a
Onto the remote,
hat-based overclock.
Thinking about the res, but deciding not to res, I think. On 5 credits, there's not much you can afford to res and stay liquid. Thinking it over. We are resing. 3 credits, maybe a Maskarovka or Afshar. It's another Maskarovka, so 4 credits of overclock to trash that. And then in this remote, we have... It's a hostile architecture, which we can afford to trash, but it's all the money plus the overclock, so we can't deal with that.
I don't think you can do that. And I think realistically, the Corp has slim hopes of resing this at this point.
That is a 5 res cost, I believe, which is going to be a while before 34 Witches can comfortably do that.
Just clicks for 3.
Yep.
I mean, you'd love to have a regular threat in right now. Install a regular, click it twice.
Yeah.
That would help a lot, but we're just not in that place at the minute.
I believe seeing an overclock off the ID draw.
Another
and
overclock
immediately
comes
playing
down.
it. And we're going for HQ.
Fair enough.
And I expect we're going to see 3 cards here. Very potentially, there's quite a few agendas piling up after the past few turns. And yet, that's a green mill.
That's a green mill with
bouncing the hostile architecture back to hand.
And that puts...
Could possibly one more agenda could just win it here. And if it's in hand...
Yeah. One more touch and that's all. And I think I
Rolling
can see
dice.
an agenda. Let me see.
Some measured response.
Maybe?
Well, you have 1 overclock credit left. Yep, so we're
Yep.
trashing that.
Bye-bye measured response.
And it's another
No,
green
green
mail,
mail,
so we have the 6 points. Oh.
So any agenda touch will close it. The window of opportunity for the Corp is closing. Runners on 6 cards, so discarding down to hand, I believe.
Yep.
That's
And
still got
5 cards, 3 credits left. 34, which is on 5 credits, but doesn't really have a way to get enough money for double measured. And with 1 measured in the bin,
I mean,
it's not going to be in hand.
if only they had a Hansei review.
If only they had an Hansei review.
Hansei review measured would do it, but that
Hansei
would
double
require them
measured.
to have 3 measured in hand and also have Hansei, which isn't in the deck. But
And something to trash that Hansei, so all
True.
5 cards in hand to make that combo work.
you know, we can do
Could happen.
Unlikely and very illegal if it does happen.
Very illegal, but someone might not notice. So discarding Sankanshiro at the end of the turn there, saying there's not much rig shooting in this deck, so I can afford to get rid of my old breakers.
Yeah.
Considering whether or not to trash Mystic. Now Mystic is worth a lot of money if you keep her around, so how much is that net damage going to hurt? And no, we're getting rid of her.
Getting rid of the Mystic, which
Poor Axolotl.
I think that's the right call, because you would have had to discard a card. You'd still be on 4, but you know.
If there is an important piece in hand, we see Treadlight, we see a transfer. If that hits the transfer, that's really bad for you. So I think it's a reasonable call to make, but it is very sad to see her go. Quite possibly in this game, we're probably not going to need much more money than we have to close it out. Stalling behind Maskarovka. Sure gamble on top of the deck. So many missed Muesli hat draws this game. You hate to see it.
I mean, you do love to see the. So we don't die to a single measure because he had 5 in hand, I believe.
Yes.
So I think we're all good on that front. But it's all right. It's okay.
Chesva comes down.
Chesva comes down.
Gonna make those central runs very cheap.
Okay. So the runner really tightening their control on this game. The Corp is very much on the back foot here. I think the major outs are measured response, but the runner is. Oh, what's that?
So we have just run Archive with Resda until there.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll put the Corp back in the game to a certain extent.
This is going to be money if Argy decides not to trash it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how 30 Watches can dig herself out of this, but she's getting back into money now, and with Augustus Caesar low, it's possible there can be a chlorite. There are 2 measures in hand, so we just need to find... Well, we just need to find enough money to play them, and hope Augustus Caesar misses on R&D or HQ, which is where I'm expecting him to run to try and close the game out.
Yeah, well, if this anthill goes off next turn, uninterrupted, which it probably won't, but if it does, then that's 10 credits. That's all you need.
Ooh, installing underneath the anthill, potentially Makota grid,
Yeah,
which would make that anthill a little more spenny to trash. And also maybe expecting to see a Sviatic Orb. Here comes transfer.
Transfer of wealth again. 3rd transfer hitting the table. This is so painful. That's 9 credits that have been stolen from the runner.
Well, it's not as bad in this one. We have ways of bouncing back. We have that anthill. We have a face down asset. So potentially this one's probably the least painful transfer we've seen so far. But if this hits the measures, that's going to be a really significant out for 30 watches, just out of the game.
Whitehang pointing out that that if the environmental can also become can become a
Oh,
winter.
and we find it
And we
off
find
the
the
books
game.
of a single.
Oh, that's it.
Augustus Caesar takes it.
So Augustus Caesar will progress on. Let's swap these views. So let's have a look at Cobra. So going to Cobra. So with Augustus Caesar going on, that'll put him into the lower bracket finals versus either Man in the Moon or Rotom Appliance.
How have either of them reported yet? Do we know?
I don't think so. Let's have a look at the pairings. No
reports yet.
No reports yet. So we shall see what happens on that next stage, and then we will have the lower bracket finals, and then after that the grand finals coming up in a few hours. So exciting times.
Yeah,
so the game we just watched, tough one. One thing I keep thinking about these ops is they really miss extract.
Yeah, you can really tell. Extract there would have been so helpful. Being able to bounce back 6 credits net and get an ob trigger with nothing the runner can do to stop it is so much value, and they're definitely filling it. Sviatigor is fantastic, but 30 Watches didn't seem to be able to actually find it there. If she'd had one down, that could have really helped get back in the money after that point. There were a lot of points in the game where Augustus Caesar just didn't really have the money to actually contest a asset that expensive.
Absolutely. So yeah, missing extract. They got Sviatigor back, which has brought a lot of odd players to the table. But I do wonder if it was a bit overzealous.
Yeah, potentially.
Because we keep seeing this, especially versus Crim, which is very represented in this cut. The Crim just gets you in the money hole, and puts you and keeps you pinned there, unable to get out of that pit of debt that you're in.
Yeah. When your main way of recovering from low credit totals is asset based, a strong runner can just keep you locked down forever.
Yeah, absolutely. And these criminals excel at that. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough fight, I think, for the odd players versus criminals in particular, but just players in general that know what they're doing, know how to pressure them, and know that if you can get ob under sort of 3 credits, they're just in such a rough spot.
Yes, if you can keep them in the dirt and just keep them stuck there, get rid of the most important assets, that's all it takes. But that's often easier said than done. It takes some very cautious play, I'd say, to do that. It's very easy to be blown out by ob very suddenly, thanks to things like Stavka. Yeah, no, absolutely. The staff run trick and measured response is always a threat, but if you can keep the corp poor, corp's just not a threat. And then they're just waiting for you to pick the agendas out of HQ R&D and start bouncing all of their precious assets back down. So much of ob feels like, can they stick the regolith? And if you can stick a regolith early, you're kind of smooth sailing for the rest of the game. But if it's contested, it's going to struggle for a while. Yeah, absolutely. Right, I think we're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back with the lower bracket. 6, I believe. So round 6, lower bracket semi-finals. Stick around, and we will see you again shortly. See you then.
Hello, and we are back for the lower bracket semi-finals
round
of the Top
6.
Cut here at EMEA 2026 in Nottingham. So we have Rotom Appliance on the left playing as Vic, and we have
Augustus Caesar as Egg on our right there. With a
Exciting.
very fancy, shiny gold ID.
I mean, it is the golden egg.
It is the golden egg.
You've got to stay on brand. Is that
Oh, cards falling out of the deck there. Luckily,
Is
it
that
is
just-
open deck list.
is that just a double sleeve deck, or is that a tall egg?
It is a double sleeve deck. This is just a 49 card egg. As exciting as a big egg would be.
Yep. So players just very kindly showing us the alt arts because we will need to know what they are in during the course of us commentating, because unfortunately we don't have quite the encyclopedic knowledge of every single
We have
alt
about
art.
an 80% knowledge, I would say, which is most of them.
You pick up a lot through context. So how are we feeling Vic into Egg? I don't think we've seen this matchup.
We have not seen this matchup, and it's kind of an interesting one. Vic having DreamNet as basically its ID ability, so every successful run made gets you a credit and a card, is very helpful into Egg. It lets you keep up that pressure and keep up from draw. It lets you survive a lot of just damage from an enemy. Just because you get an extra draw just before access, that can really change the maths on what flat lines are possible.
And it just increases your run events by 1 effectively every turn, which is huge.
It's very important. And yeah, it's Crim versus Egg has always been kind of an interesting one, and it depends just how much burst draw Crim is packing. In this case, usually nukers, but here Rotom is only on a single nuker, and looks like relying on class acts for the only burst draw on the deck, which can certainly struggle. We are on 2 copies of Bahia Bands though, which will get us cards back, and it's actually really strong into the Egg matchup.
Yeah, and Rotom Appliance, a seasoned criminal player, used to play 419 a lot, so knows the ins and outs of how much your typical run-based crim deck needs in its draw front. So if he says 1 nuker is all I need, then 1 nuker is all you need. He knows his stuff. Of course, he's a former world champion as well.
Champion, yeah.
2021, if memory serves. And yeah, so well placed here. Coming in from the lower bracket versus Augustus Caesar. So both of these players have lost one of their lives.
Yeah.
They are absolutely fighting for their right to get into the lower bracket final, and then potentially go on to fight in the grand final.
Now, there's some interesting choices in this egg list. We are running... Oh, game has just started.
Yep, and we're off.
But we are running on 2 copies of Sleipnir imported in. That HB Codegate that is so strong and really going to struggle for Vic, whose Codebreak Breaker is Shibboleth, which is just... No one ever feels good playing Shibboleth, and Sleipnir just really taxes that out. It's just a good, cheap gear check that's going to stay relevant for the rest of the game.
Yeah. So we see an install from the corp. Now I did spy a FUT in hand, so we know that's not a FUT. They had the option but opted not to. So my guess is that's a cohort.
Yep, cohort is most likely. We are on 3 copies of Bladderwort as well. We're also running Humanoid, and a Humanoid Fire on turn 1 would be great. We are running R&D, seeing a single, no stale, and just gambling for money.
Got
So
money.
Vic has not opened into DreamNet, which definitely is not great, but we get a class act down there, which so much card draw off the top.
This is just a really good start. You got money. You've got top card check. You got Sure Gamble. You've got your class act. I think the
That is a cohort res we see there, so trashing something, getting our first Alco counter of the game.
Yep. So both players getting a fair amount of tempo at this point. Now the question is, I think this is the key turning point. If the corp has to play conservative here, then they're in a bit of a rough spot. So I think the corp is digging for ice to get that FUT on the table, get that ticking, present more and more threats. I also see a measured response.
There is one measured response. There's only one measured response in the deck, so fairly easy to stay above that range.
Hedge
fund into Hansei, just getting all the money now.
So no matter what happens, Egg is happening next turn, which is again really good. So both players absolutely minted for cash at the minute, in a really solid spot. So I think it's anyone's game at this point. I don't think
Yeah,
anyone's
these are both
falling
solid
behind.
starts. I feel like Egg setting up cohort uncontested is definitely really favourable towards Egg, but this early in the game, it's very hard to see any kind of advantage telling forward.
Yeah, and of course we had the round a couple rounds ago where Egg got not one but two cohorts down, but then just horrible flood just prevented them from actioning their game plan.
All the agendas of those cohorts is sometimes the problem with draw. You can draw to get yourself off flood, but also drawing will sometimes put you into flood, and that's not fun.
Indeed. So Rotom having a bit of a think, getting more money. So he's happy on the money front, but not a lot to contest here. No breakers to speak of, and no board state aside from that class act. We see a Hermes coming down, that's going to help slow the Cork down, stop them from running away with a potential huge board state here. But yeah, it's going to be really difficult for the runner to. And what do we see? What is
Open Market has just come in, so
Okay.
just slow drip or letting us install Class Acts for cheap. I believe Class Act is the only target in the deck that Open Market can bring in, other than Dr. Nuka.
So the Corp scrambling some eggs.
I believe I see a Moon Pool in there, which we are taking to hand.
So
And apparently an agenda being trashed from Egg there.
yeah, with the Spindo, that's not too scary.
Yeah, exactly. You're very happy to drop that in the bin. That's why it's very important to contest a lot of Alco Spin Doctors. It's a really important asset for any deck that's playing Regenesis.
So Corp hasn't drawn a lot of ice, so there is the option that you just go wide, install, going as wide as possible with your assets. And I think that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep, just triple install.
Going wide, just basically saying to the right, you do not have the ability to contest everything.
Now we know one of these is almost certainly the Moon Pool. I
Mhm.
wonder if another is a FUT that is going to be left unresed.
Ooh,
And
the
just
cheeky
adding
unrest
complexity.
fart.
Yeah. Just going to try and slow the runner's setup here by forcing them to actually check these remotes.
We shall see what they come back with.
Of course, knowing an agenda is in the bin, one of these could be a Regenesis, and that would be a very, very gutsy play, but I'm always here for that from Egg.
So, runner first click draws. Are they going to contest here?
Now, there's not too many assets beyond cohorts that you really care too much about on this board state. Humanoid would be a really big bonus to the Corp if they can actually pull that off.
Draw click 2. Runner searching for answers. So I think that's the runner saying I'm going to let the board go, which I think is going to be a rough spot for Patrick to pull himself out of. There's the dream net.
We're now going to be getting money and draw from runs, which is going to make checking these remotes so much easier.
Okay. So Corp turn start. They're going to have another egg counter, or another egg draw. So in a very solid position.
We are running archives,
Keeping them on.
so popping the spin. So yeah, diffusing any potential Regenesis threat on the board, which is definitely possible.
Yeah, definitely a win.
And we see a measured and a petty cash in the bin, so that is the only measured in the game.
Yeah, so conceding the measured this early is an interesting one.
I wonder if we're expecting to spin that back later. But
Yeah.
Corp with a petty cash as well, ready to go, just in case they need more money. And discarding the Waken plant, which, yeah, makes sense in this matchup. You're generally not going to be running HQ enough to charge it.
Yeah, so Dullbell's video on how to play against egg is really it's actually highlights this point really well. You don't need multi-access to win versus egg. 7 points will just happen from you controlling the board.
Yeah, it's very easy. Once the assets go down, by the end of the game, egg is just flooded with agendas in hand in R&D, and you can easily win off singles. So it's no surprise Waken Plant is just in the bin.
So another egg trigger. So egg's fairly happy.
Yeah, we are not resing. We're resing a Spin Doctor. The other two assets staying unresed.
One of which was a moon pool, which we sneakily saw earlier.
Yeah. So we are playing the petty cash.
Yeah. Okay.
Corp is definitely looking for something. It seems like we don't actually have that many things to push that can threaten the runner.
Runners on, so the Corp's on 21 credits. The question is, what are you going to do with all that money?
I just feel like we're searching for ice at the moment here.
Yeah, I think so. I'm seeing, I think, one piece of ice in there.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a Tattoo Bowler in...
Which isn't huge, but it is something.
It's nice, certainly. It's a gear check. It's going to force them to find a breaker. You see multiple bladder warts, which on 21 credits, I don't think you're really ever going to be getting the main value from. But
Yeah.
who can say no to 1 credit a turn? I can't.
You know, it definitely adds up, and that value definitely adds up over time. But you really want to be, you want to be, you want to be feeling the runner taking damage from those. So icing archives, sensible. Installing bladder ward? Question mark.
Thinking about it. Yep. Bladder wart going down. Assumingly that's not on top of the spin. Yep.
Yep.
Running out of playmat space.
And the runner just sitting pretty on 9 credits at the minute.
We
So
have many remotes now, but of course many of them not doing that much yet. So you can generally not expecting to run those older remotes, because we know there aren't really any assets that are hugely important that haven't been rezzed yet. Moonpool will need to be taken care of at some point, and we can definitely assume there's one down there. I think certainly the runner here is almost certainly knows that.
So it's an interesting problem with this measured response egg, in that in the old Oppo lists, if you managed to get a board state, it became basically impossible to contest because of Oppo.
Yeah.
This early in the game, you just don't have that threat. So, and this is why I think Rotem feels comfortable kicking back. Yeah, you've got a billion
And
remotes.
we see a Moonpool on the table, and on this credit total, I assume we're probably trashing that.
I would have thought so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, really important card for so many fast advanced shenanigans Egg can do, and also defensively protecting agendas in archives. It needs to get gone.
Yeah, and I think Rotem picking up that there is definitely a Regenesis threat here, so we've got to go rooting around for them.
Yeah, check on archives. I would not be surprised to see, or just checking all of the assets on the board, which is possible.
So interestingly,
It's a Fut, and we're getting rid of him. So a sneaky Fut left there as a little trap in case a R&D or archives runs happens, I imagine.
Thing is, there might be a second Fut out there at this
Very
point.
possible. It's generally not seen very often, but can be a really powerful play to leave Fut unrezzed.
And we see a
Fencer.
Fencer Fino coming down, so that's going to reduce the costs of all the assets that you're wanting to trash. I suspect
And
there's going to be a few of
Paladin.
those.
So we now have 2 companions down and DreamNet, so we're going to be getting a lot of just basic drip from Vic doing what he does.
Second cohort.
Oh, we're going to be getting 2 egg counters a turn now. This is going to be powering through that deck.
So the runner's a little poor at the minute, so I think a push here might not be unwarranted from the corp.
Absolutely. We'll see what we find off the res. I mean, there must be some agendas in hand worth going. But with Fencer down and DreamNet, I wouldn't be surprised to see the runner just keep pushing.
Yeah, and we do see a
Sleipnir in hand. Really strong piece of ice, and definitely one you can afford right now. So quite happily push behind that. I think I do see a Regenesis in there as well.
I think it's time.
With a Spin Doctor, and presumably there must be something in archives worth regenesing.
Yeah, surely at this point in points, and I think I think you're right. I think this is a sensible set of plays, but yeah, the question is, so Rotem's only on 3 credits right now. He's going to drip one. He's got another one coming in from his DreamNet, and he's got a sort of one coming in from both Paladin and Fencer Foyner. So super
Just
icing Archon.
everything up. Deciding not. We are installing something.
So interesting. Just continuing to create a board state. I'm not entirely sure if because the threat here is a hidden Regenesis.
Yeah.
But without a Fut down, just checking them is not that painful.
Yeah, there is no threat to checking both of these remotes, which if anything implies you probably don't need to check them, but I mean, this is the mind games of Egg.
Yeah, exactly. This could be.
But with the amount of ice in hand, the amount of ice just dedicated to R&D and archives, I don't think you would make that kind of a risky play. And we do see at least 2 Regenesis in hand, so I don't think that's what's going on here. I mean, there is a chance we just don't have any agendas in archives to push a Regenesis with.
Right, you reckon they're all at the bottom of the deck?
All in the bottom deck, it's possible. We are checking. Oh, no, I do see a Fuji in there, I think.
Yeah. Interesting. So the runner with a very organised backline of resources and a oh, there goes.
Yep, running the cohort. We get the Dreamnet trigger. Presumably about to trash that thanks to one fencer credit. Yep, and there it goes.
So my concern for the corp is if the runner just trashes those other two assets that are presumably out there, then the corp's got a really nice set of centrals, but no threat on the board.
Yeah, no, it's a strong setup for Aku, but if you don't have the ice to push behind, you're not really actually achieving much. But then cohort is going to find you whatever you need shortly.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I might have to ask Augustus after the game what the logic was behind double icing already. Here's the echelon.
Echelon comes down, yeah. So 1 strength echelon right now, so that is 4 credits to break an enemy. So we're going to wait until a second breaker before we're making any potential runs of that, I expect. And we are seeing, there are big sentries in this list. We do have a Lion's Mane, I believe, which is a very nasty face check. 2 net damage and 3 credits or 2 net damage to basically not die. It's a big blowout for a deck that generally isn't actually packing much face check beyond an enemy.
Okay, so back to the corp. 2 Regenesis in hand.
Install Res Fut.
Fut's coming down, sure.
And install 2 more cards. So we are just sending everything onto the table, and the runner is consistently not really checking new installs.
Well, now that there's a Fut down, maybe that changes the play a little bit, because if one of these is Regenesis, I mean, there is the outside chance that the corp is just feeding the runner 4 points here.
Yeah.
But they don't have it measured.
I mean, the corp is on 29 credits, apparently, or 24 credits.
They've got all the tools, they just don't seem to be. There goes Fut.
Fut's gone down. Yeah, no ice for Fut is the thing.
No, yeah, you put it all on centrals.
And considering, are we going to run these other new installs? Definitely thinking about it. I mean, there are a fair few assets that could be anything in here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the final cohort. Humanoid is always a very present threat in this deck. But, yeah.
We're checking the remote. It is...
It is a moon pool, I believe.
Yep.
And we are trashing that.
Gots to go.
We are now out of credits, though. So runner is extremely poor, even with the drip from Paladin and Fencer and Open Market. This is going to take a while to actually get any liquid money up. So we can't afford to keep trashing moon pools like that. But there is only 1 moon pool left in the game. 2 of them are in the bin.
Okay, so one unchecked remote. So card added to archives, which means no Regenesis this turn.
Yep.
I'm interested to know what that other face down is then.
I see a longevity serum in hand, so there is definitely something scoreable there.
We also see a Boto. So now we have the ice. Okay,
Finally
now we have the
icing
push.
something. And that is, I believe, one of the older remotes that was made. We are now pushing off the board.
We are going off the table.
We may have to ask them not to do that, because I believe that is going to be off stream. Oh, yeah, they are already being moved, I think.
Already been moved.
Yeah, shuffling everything back. This is a ridiculous board state. You need to buy the bigger playmat, frankly. And we have a res spin doctor for even more draw. I am expecting there to be a push here at least.
Yeah, this has got to be something. Like you don't ice this, and we see a Fut res as well by the looks of it. So okay, the corp is finally all set up and ready to go.
Yeah,
we've got to start seeing the aggression now.
But on 3 credits and only a single echelon, it's going to be quite hard for Vic to actually contest here.
Yeah, I think so. But I think we've got to see a Regenesis score here.
Yeah, there must be. This is a beautiful scoring window to exploit. Just going deep into the tank about it. I mean, it's a very difficult decision here. Like, the run's in a very hard spot. Like, we can check those uniced remotes, but it's kind of quite unlikely they're going to be anything hugely relevant right now.
In worst case, if they're in Anemone and you check the wrong remote.
Exactly. And we don't really have the credits to be trashing more moon pools right now.
Yeah.
So just drawing up the class act trigger there, looking for answers. A clean getaway would be exactly what you need, but you don't have any easy clean getaways. One of those unresed, uniced assets could be another spin doctor, and then you just lose all of that money.
This is a tough spot. Especially, run based around. So maybe this was Augustus's logic: just lock down any of the safe centrals and safe remotes, and just make the run up.
Boomeranging the only unknown ice server. If this is a Maximoon, this is going to be huge. It's a Boto. So we're going to be taking 2 net damage from going through this if we break with the boomerang.
Thing is, I don't know if you can afford to at this point.
We do have 5 cards in hand, it looks like.
Yeah, but 2 plus 2 and 2 puts you on 1 card.
If this is a Fuji, yeah.
Oh, if this is a
we are taking it. There is no FUT res, so it's going to be relatively safe, whatever's in here.
I think that's a FUT in this server right here.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry, that is a FUT res. This is going to be pretty expensive card-wise, if it is an agenda. We hit a Bravado and a Pinhole Frame, both really good cards for this situation. And it looks like it is an agenda in there.
It's a Regenesis.
But we do have that Dreamnet draw, so we're taking 2 damage. We end up with 1 card in hand, but we do steal the Regenesis and defuse the threat.
And critically, Hermes Bounce.
Hermes Bounce.
Annoyingly, you can't go and deal with the FUT.
Yep.
Well, I mean, you could take a credit and run.
We do have enough credits to deal with the FUT, but it's going to put us quite low thanks to Fencer.
So we're seeing an exchange.
Yeah, thinking out, there are just so many decent Hermes targets here. I think maybe dealing with the FUT is pretty solid, but...
Both players having a thing, bouncing the FUT.
Going for the FUT.
And presumably taking it. Well, you don't need a credit. You can just use the final tags.
And shuffling Boomerang back in. We're seeing a transfer and a Carpe Diem loss to the Regenesis steal. Transfer is probably quite a pain to lose. Just it's probably the biggest burst money you're going to get in this deck.
Yeah, because it's not going to set the corp back, because the corp's on
the corp's got
19
a million credits.
Money for days.
But FUT is down. I wouldn't be surprised to see another jam.
Oh, interesting. Okay, trashing the open market of the Paladin Premu angry.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a lot of installables left in this deck, so Paladin is going to be so important to actually get things on the board.
Particularly given how low on cash. But with that Boto out...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something else pushed behind that Boto now. So you probably don't have a second Boomerang in hand. And while this deck is on 2 Boomerangs...
I do see I see Humanoid Resources. We see another piece of ice going down. Corp can afford that, no problem.
Petty Cash from Archives. You see quite a few agendas in Archives.
I mean, there's a Spin Doctor. So
there is a Spin Doctor, probably another Moonpool on the board at this point.
And one or both of those are definitely anemones, so it's not a particularly safe steal. Install Advance. Okay.
Nice. So potentially, it feels like it might just be another Regenesis play where we have a click spare to do something afterwards.
Possibly.
I don't think there's any other... We could be trying to score longevity off this.
Possibly.
But the only other advanceable would be a Fuji, which one advancement is not going to do it without a Moonpool.
No.
And that feels somewhat inefficient. So I think this is just a Regenesis and saying...
I think so.
You can't get past 2 pieces of ice with no board state. And not on this credit total.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is a Regenesis push, which is aggressive. But Crims have their way, so it's very possible that
there can be some nonsense to get through this. Even just a Hermes bounce is exactly what you want. Twinning comes down, paying the Paladin credits, so we're not charging it this turn. They may be setting up to the point of, I can't control the board this game, let's run away from me. So I just need to sort of pivot to multi-axis and running centrals.
So seeing
Double Bladderwort, so yeah, not really important cards. 2 credits a turn though, you can't sniff at that. Yeah, advancing with the cohort there, so another free advancement on it, so we'll have clicks to spare this turn if it is a Regenesis.
advance.
And score, so it looks like we are scoring a longevity serum.
Okay.
So only putting a few cards back into the deck. I see what we're getting back. I won't be surprised to see some FUTs coming in here, and also some of the spare cohorts.
So that was a lot of effort.
2 moon pools going back, yep. And 1 face down, looks like an agenda.
Yeah. So that was a lot of effort expended to get this longevity, which has gained you 2 points. You know, that's a thing.
That is a Regenesis, I think, going back into the deck.
Yeah, I think
I do think I saw at least 6 points in archives, maybe 7.
bouncing the R&D ice. So yeah, so that was a lot of work to score Regenesis. Put the corp on 2 points, but you really wanted that to be a Regenesis.
I mean, 2 points is pretty solid. We can get from 2 to 7 very quickly out of egg, especially with this board state. A Regenesis into a hybrid release here wins the game in 2 turns, and I'm not convinced the runner has the ability to stop that if it's the case.
Yeah, I mean the answer they have are contest the remote at a Boto. That's probably not happening, or contest archives, which that's probably
Double ice. It's unlikely to happen. One of those is probably an end the run. A Lion's Mane would be absolutely brutal here, and there's almost certainly an enemy as well. So
yeah, the Corp has played a slow game, but it's paying off for them because the runner just hasn't been able to get a foothold.
yeah,
Interesting note: both of those Bladderworts are now confirmed as safe remotes.
Yep.
So if the runner wants to play clean getaways or pinholes, they've got their target.
they've got a target. And yeah, just 1 jam in the bottom remote, and there's no way we can contest this, surely. Popping spin.
Running spin to pop. Okay.
Yep, makes sense.
So
Is a hybrid and 2 Fuges in the bin.
I think you have to leave at least 1 Fuji.
Oh, almost certainly. I wonder if you could arguably leave at least a couple of them and say, well, you're not getting into archives either way. I can just get back some useful cards.
True. That's a big risk.
Bringing the measured response in, that's what we'd like to
back.
see.
And the deck is really thin now, so they're going to redraw that measured response in no time flat. And if the runner decides to diffuse the situation by going to get the Fuji from the bin, there is a real chance that
Of measured being the game.
Yep.
Especially on this Quadrat total.
Yeah, it's
Shibboleth comes down, so we can deal with the white space in the deck and the Sleipnirs, although the Sleipnirs are going to be relatively expensive, even though we're not on threat for Shibboleth yet.
Yep. So I think the runner's passed the turn. So we're revealing.
We're revealing a card from Archives to advance that. Expect this is going to be a Regenesis, surely.
Advance.
It's a hybrid release. So installing from Archives
I think that was another hybrid release.
could possibly be.
So, okay, maybe the play here.
So Corp now up to 3 credits. 1 Regenesis Fuji just wins the game.
Yeah, so it could be. So I could have misread it, and that could have been a Regenesis install from the bin into the remote.
Yep.
Which is a play. Or.
And that looks like a Lion's Mane going down on R&D. And an advance. If this is another hybrid, wait, there are already 2 hybrid scores. Is this deck on? No, there's not. There's only 1 hybrid. I just misread a card.
Okay, there's only 1 hybrid in the deck, and that was definitely a Regenesis that just went in. So this is game threatened on the table.
Yep.
Can the runner contest?
So yeah, this could be the second hybrid, but it does feel like if it's the second hybrid, the Corp is just trying to force the runner to go and contest it.
But how? This is the question. Boto is a barrier if memory serves, so you're not getting through.
It's a very expensive one.
Yeah, especially because it gets super powered at threat 3, I
At
believe.
threat 4, so
Okay.
it's not powered up yet, but even below that threat, Kurapira doesn't exactly break it easily. And on 2 credits, we can't even afford to install Kurapira, let alone break Boto with it.
Yeah, and
So it's really just another boomerang. We need to get past that and just tank the damage.
but then you've got whatever ice is in front of
Yep.
it, just sitting there, and yeah, this is gonna be a tricky spot.
Yeah, I don't know how the runner manages to diffuse this board state.
So the fact they've advanced it is an interesting one because
Boomerang does come down.
going
Going for R&D. Maybe just going to try and Hermes bounce.
This feels like a desperation play from Rotom here.
And I think this is a Lion's Mane on R&D, so we are going to be taking 2 net damage regardless of going through this, because if we don't have more than 2 credits, we can't afford to pay through that second subroutine.
Exactly. It's going to be an interesting one. So click 1, install.
We are running... Oh, it's another Boto, so we're taking 2
Oh.
damage, but that's okay, we can deal with that. There's no foot on the board, the only damage we can take here is from Fuji.
But is Patrick going to be deep digging here?
We will be able to see 3 cards, and I think that's what you're going to hope to do. This does look like the play for game here, so you have to get this Hermes bounce.
Interesting though, if it's a
Losing
Regenesis.
a Revolver and a Hermes.
If it's
Hermes
a-
doesn't matter.
If it's a
Revolver.
Regenesis, why did Augustus advance it then?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I do think you're right, and this might be a hybrid, and just Augustus trying here to bait the run into spending a lot of resources to stop an end of the game play that doesn't end the game.
Possibly.
C1,
C1, miss.
C2. That is a Regenesis, so we get the bounce. So there is now only 1 Regenesis left in the game.
Bouncing that back to hand.
And third card is another steal.
What's
That is a Let Them Dream, so we're
So-
now on 3-3.
Oh.
Still not at measured threat range.
Sometimes you just wish the text on Let Them Dream was optional. Let them
Yeah.
get up to 4, because right now with the runner on 3 cards in hand, you would
love that measured.
You would love a measured right now. But no such luck. The text
Yeah.
is the text, and the text doesn't change.
So I believe we have 2 clicks left here for
So the other fact,
running HQ.
factor, I think it's just them bouncing the HQ ice.
Oh yeah, correct.
I think the other factor that I mean to worry about, there are only 11 minutes left on the round. This isn't the
Yes.
final, so it's not timed. So a timed win is possible. Right now it's a draw, but that can shift on a dime, especially with hybrid releases around.
We are trashing on the Bladderwarts, I expect, just to get rid of Fencer credits and keep them down, because Bladderwart is not an important card for the Corp right now.
No, it's
But
not.
Fencer is going to still be quite useful for the rest of this game if any of the must-trash assets come down.
Yeah. So here we are again.
Yeah.
Corp has a board state, all of the ice, but none of the threats. So re-icing HQ, smart. Really do not want to do that. Double
Hey,
icing
Yeah,
R&D.
another ice and R&D, and a jam again.
So, and then both Paladin and Fencer are angry.
They're not happy.
They need to be. They need to be.
Need to be fed.
So we're saying the counters are how hungry they are.
I think they just get very hungry when you're not looking after your pets by not feeding them. Clearly, that's what the narrative is intended to be.
Love it, and totally fits. So we've got two angry companions that need to be fed. We've got so you can take care of Fencer Fino by feeding him a Bladderwort. Paladin, you can feed him with anything installed, but then you've still got to deal with the item in the remote, and probably the Regenesis is in the bin as well.
Yeah, and yeah, I feel like Paladin is running fairly easy. There's still quite a lot of resources to track. We are going for a clean getaway on Bladderwort, and potentially trashing with the Fencer here to both clean up Fencer and get the money, but nope, just leaving it.
Interesting.
Dreamnet trigger.
I guess it's more valuable to have that remote as a liability.
Yes, yeah, you want that to stay there for future clean getaway runs, or even pinholes.
Yeah, exactly. So I think keeping an open remote that the Corp then has to look after is there's the Kurapira,
Kurapira comes down.
so they can get in
We
anywhere
do
now.
have money now, yeah.
So this is turned very quickly.
Runner has finally built up enough of a board to actually start contesting. Boto is still really expensive. That's a full 6 credits if you want to get through. So that's all of your money right now. So I'm still expecting to see the runners need a little more money before we can contest either the remote or R&D.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough one.
Of course, what you really want is to get the echelon up to 4 strength to make Lion's Mane significantly cheaper to deal with. That is still... We are running archives and we hit a Sleipnir, which is going to be at least 3 credits to break, depending on which subroutines we hit.
Yep, Shibboleth is
still strength 3, thankfully. That's going to become a 5 credit break at minimum once we hit threat 4.
2 to boost, 1 to break.
And are we letting the other... We are letting one of the subroutines fire. It looks like I expect the draw a card, not letting someone shuffle out of archives before you get there. And 1 more ice to get past. It's a Tattoo Bowler, so...
Tattoo Bowler, that's not really very painful.
In. So unless this this unresed card is a Spin Doctor...
This is going to be very,
Yeah,
very painful.
we'll see how many agendas we're going to pick up out of archives, because we think there are a few in there. There is 1 Fuji, so that is 6 points for the runner.
Is that it?
And that's
nothing else.
Nothing else, so we take 2 damage.
Okay.
Are we about to see a measured kill here?
Potentially. I mean, the runner's got 2 clicks left, so that's not enough to...
2
that
clicks
is enough
and
to
2
draw
cards.
Up. That is enough to draw up.
So bouncing the card and remote, which does look like a hybrid release. We are now on threat, of course.
Yep. Boto is now supercharged. Shibboleth is now decharged.
We are saying goodbye to poor Fencer.
Didn't want to feed him a bladderwort. Okay, I think it's shifted the dynamic quite a lot. They are... Yeah, that's...
It's tricky though. Now that Boto is so highly charged up, it's going to be really hard to get past either of these ices. You're going to have to wait for the boomerang, I think, because on 2 credits, you can't get the 8 credits to break Boto soon.
Exactly, and as key point, I don't think there is a lot I don't think there's a lot that the runner can do to raise money. So if that bladderwort is overwritten with, say, a Spindo, then I think the runner might have a real problem.
Wait, no, we didn't have the clicks to draw up, so there is no... We don't have the measured, it looks like.
No measured response. Oh, no.
So, yeah, it looks like the runner does not have enough cards in hand. No, there are 2 cards in hand for the runner, so measured is lethal, if we can find it.
So, Augusta's going into the tank, calculating, can I get a measured?
And look how many agendas are in hand.
Yeah.
Can you just draw twice and hope you get it? It doesn't look like there's many cards left in HQ, but of course, if you miss, that is almost certainly going to be you losing the game.
Yeah, definitely.
We have 5 minutes left on the clock, and suddenly the runner are very high on points.
Yeah, runners on 6 points. So the best the court can do if time rolls around is tie at the minute, which I believe would put Augustus through.
It is higher seed. I'm not sure which one of these is the highest seed.
But we shall see. I think both players are absolutely playing for a win at this point.
Jamming the remote. Deciding not to draw for measured.
And we're installing installing over the bladderwort to stop the cheap runs. Okay.
Do you think it might be 2 moon pools we just installed?
I think so. I think Coast Runner, he did shuffle the measured response back in.
Was shuffled in earlier.
It's just back in the deck somewhere, not in his hand, unfortunately. Ah, that's a shame. Okay, so Roton's being given a stay of execution.
Yeah, very kind of lucky there. Egg feeling really so much pressure of the amount of agendas in hand. I do think that is a double moon pool install at least.
Yeah, that would shuffle it around, but you're running out of active card slots. Like between R&D and HQ, there are only so many active card slots you have as the game progresses, and eventually those just get filled up with agendas. So the corp had a slow start, and I think is paying the price a little bit here.
Yeah, and although the runner is on very little money, so if you are able to jam something, this is a really good time to do it. Even Sleipnir is so expensive to break for Shibboleth. You can't do it off just 2 credits. So a Regenesis push here would be probably final. I don't think there's anything the runner could do to contest it, apart from sweeping HQ, and it depends on what that HQ ice is.
Yeah. Because Fuji is functionally blank. Fut is blank for all steals. Because the runner just needs to touch one agenda and then that's
Boomerang comes down.
it. Boomerang on HQ.
On HQ.
Yeah,
This is probably going to be game here.
I think Augustus giving the sad nod.
I don't think there's... Is there any way the Corp can stop this run off Boomerang? Are we seeing 3 cards? There is possibility that it misses every agenda, but it's so unlikely. It's an enemy. This is going to put you down to... Well...
So you're discarding one of the agendas.
So lowering the odds. We're losing 2 cards, so we go down to 1 card in hand, but there is nothing that can kill you here unless...
If only you had a bite.
If only you had a bite. A surprise foot res wouldn't even do it.
Moonpool can save the agenda agendas.
And yet that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Moonpool is popping the agendas back into the deck.
Yeah, that's definitely a move.
It's not the way you want to be using Moonpool, but it might just save you here. It might buy you another turn or 2.
These are some real top tier play right here.
Yeah. And we've wrote him down to 1 card now. There is very little chance he's going to be able to survive measured if it comes up. So if the corpse survives this turn...
Yeah. So just under a minute 20 in the...
2 agendas have gone back into the deck, but there is still 1 in hand at least, I believe.
Oh, I mean, Rotom's going to sweep the hand.
You get the draw.
Putting 2...
Oh, there are 3 cards in hand. Are there any? Hansei, White Space, Cohort. We managed to save all of them.
Oh, that's some real tricks right there.
And now we just need to find that measured response. And with a Cohort Fire and an Agco trigger, it's very likely we have it.
Advancing.
2 cards in hand. So we are advancing that agenda, but even if it is a Fuji, it's not going to flatline. So I think we are going to have to look for measured. Rezzing Moonpool.
Okay.
Revealing Sericulture and a Fuji to score. That is a Fuji.
That's a
So
Fuji.
it's now 6-6.
6-6.
And
But-
there is 1 minute left in the round.
Installed advanced
skill
and hybrid release.
Very well played
Augustus
from the court. My
wins and
God.
goes through. Oh,
What a line.
wow! What a dodging and diving by the
That
court.
was some incredible use of Moonpool there to manage to clicklessly gain 4
that
points off the Fuji.
that is absolutely getting the absolute most that you could out of every single card, because I think there's only like 4 cards left in the deck.
Yeah, it is very light, and that is one of the scrappiest deck games. Like for having such a good board position, that many agendas, not finding the Regenesis when so many turns you had a very easy and safe Regenesis push, and just not being able to put it down.
Yeah, just not pulling the cards that you need. So Augustus let's load up Cobra.
So Augustus,
So Augustus will proceed through to the lower bracket semi-finals versus Davs, and then one of them will proceed on to the
finals into Aflici.
Yeah, so this is going to be we've got 2 more rounds at least, possibly even 3, depending on how that fight progresses. So we are in for some good net runner, and we will see you in a few minutes for the lower bracket
finals.
Stick around.